Tantor Audio, an RB Media audio brand, presents The Family Secret by Caleb Crowe. Narrated by Siobhan Waring. RB Media is the largest audiobook publisher in the world. Find your next great listen and get exclusive offers at rbaudio.com. And if a house be divided against itself, that house cannot stand. Mark, chapter 3, verse 25. Prologue. Shadow. The noise comes first, a deep, violent tearing of the earth that drags me out of sleep before I even know I'm awake. I lie still, heart skittering, trying to work out what could make a sound like that. Metallic, grinding, as if something enormous is forcing its way across the land. It comes again, a shudder through the house, a low mechanical roar that makes the glass in the window hum and the floorboards shake. I'm up before I've thought to move, flying across the room in 3 fast steps. I yank the curtains open, and my breath catches. The view is gone. Where there should be open fields sloping gently toward the hill, there's only darkness, a solid block of trees packed so tightly together they blot out the morning sun, a dense, towering wall of shadow. Even the air smells different, sharp resin and churned soil. For a second, I think I'm still dreaming. What the hell? Behind me, Martin appears, rubbing his eyes with the flat of his hand, hair wild with sleep. What's he playing at? Before I can answer, Bobby barrels in, bouncing on the balls of his feet like it's Christmas morning. He rushes over and peers past us. "It's diggers!" he sing-songs. "Can we go and look? Can we?" Something prickles low in my spine, a feeling I can't name yet. Not fear exactly, but something colder, more instinctive. A sense that whatever is happening out there isn't just inconsiderate or rude or neighbourly stupidity. It feels deliberate. Martin is already heading for the stairs, muttering under his breath with fury. I watch the dark line of trees, the unnatural height of them, the way they hunch against the sky like a prison fence, or like something waiting to move, to crush us into oblivion. And I know, without knowing why, that this morning is the beginning of something. Something that won't stop with the trees. Part 1. Chapter 1. Trees. Martin strides across the lawn in his dressing gown with me and Bobby in tow. The garden looks shrunken, fenced in by the monstrous wall. We go around the trees. Beyond, our neighbour's plot has become a construction site. The air is thick with diesel and damp roots, grass churned into ruts, machines looming like prehistoric beasts, engines bellowing. Men in high-vis jackets and mud-spattered boots yell over the noise. We only got back from Lisbon last night, stumbled into bed with the curtains still shut from the morning we set off, and now this. In just 7 days, a whole forest has appeared where my view should be. Martin trudges straight over, straining to make himself heard over the machinery. "Derek? What the hell is all this?" Our neighbour Derek turns at once, wiping his grubby hands on his jeans. Barrel-chested, shaven-headed, gold chain glinting against a polo shirt. His grin sharpens as he clocks Martin heading his way. "What's it look like?" he shouts back. "Leylandii. Beauties, aren't they?" He gestures into the sky. Another tree dangles in midair, swinging menacingly from the arm of a huge crane before being guided into a gaping trench. A hard-hatted army works in synchronized efficiency, guiding the crane, steadying the next trunk. A digger groans as its jaws snap shut around the earth. "Yes, but they're blocking our entire view." Martin's voice trembles with indignation. I tighten my arms around Bobby, who's already straining to get away, desperate to get closer to the diggers. I hang back, pulse racing, but Martin blunders in with the officious neighbourhood watch tone of someone telling off a teenager for dropping litter. Derek shrugs, unbothered. My land, mate. My trees. End of. Martin looks to me for support, then back to Derek. You can't just... I can. Derek cuts across him. I checked. Council don't give a toss. No planning control, no height restriction. I could put a bloody jungle in here if I want. He pats the trunk of one tree as if to prove his point, like a cowboy patting a horse. Confrontation isn't helping. It's like pouring petrol on a bonfire. I try stepping in, softer. Look, Derek, we've just come back from holiday. We had no idea this was going up. You must see the impact on us. Could we at least talk about it? He turns to me, eyes crinkling in mock sympathy. Sorry, Charlotte. Bit late for that. Anyway, you're lucky you get the benefit. These trees are top-notch. Cost a fortune, too. Do you know how hard it is to get mature buggers like this? Had 'em shipped specially. They'll settle in lovely. Bobby wriggles free and dashes off, circling the diggers, enthralled. The workmen grin as he scampers towards them, waving him back. I can't help the jolt in my stomach, but they're a tight crew and keep him at a safe distance from the heavy machinery. Martin's face is scarlet with frustration. This is outrageous. Outrageous? Derek's grin hardens. Nah, outrageous is me not charging you for the privilege of looking at 'em. He laughs, a short, sharp bark. There's no winning here. Not with Martin so wound up, not with Derek's smug certainty. He doesn't deal in neighbourly give and take. He lives by some other code entirely, one I don't have in me, one that, right now, feels vaguely dangerous. Martin must sense it too. Come on, he hisses, and storms away. As he does so, his foot slips and he falls to one knee, covering himself in mud. Derek's on him in an instant. Steady, mate. You're getting muck all over your nice pyjamas. Derek chuckles without warmth. He hauls Martin to his feet, but instead of letting go, he keeps hold of the lapels of Martin's dressing gown. He stares Martin in the eye. We wouldn't want you getting hurt over a few trees, would we? The air of threat is unmistakable. Derek releases Martin, who turns again and lumbers awkwardly back across the grass. I grab Bobby's hand and haul him away, humiliated. Every step feels like defeat. As I glance back towards his house, Derek's wife Angie is framed in the upstairs window, arms folded, lips curled in a faint, satisfied smile. She watches like it's some tacky neighbourhood war show on television where our misfortune is her entertainment. We trudge our way back across our garden. Behind us, the crane swings another tree into place, the green wall rising higher, blotting out what used to be ours. Back inside, the kitchen feels darker already, the sunlight strangled by the new barrier. Bobby chatters happily about the cool diggers and massive holes, leafing through his big book of vehicles while he spoons cereal into his mouth. Did you see the tyres on that loader? Gigantic! Martin sits hunched over his mug of tea, still in his muddy dressing gown, seething. The tap of Bobby's spoon on the bowl seems to needle him until finally he snaps. Can you not bang it like that? What? Bobby keeps chewing, oblivious. Stop banging your spoon like a drum solo. Bobby freezes, spoon halfway to his mouth. I wasn't. You were. Martin's voice is sharp, harsher than necessary. I can feel his anger at Derek spilling over, misfiring at the wrong target. He's just excited, I say quietly, reaching for Bobby's hand. Not every day you get to see a telehandler, is it? Martin pushes back from the table, chair scraping. He runs a hand over his face, sighing. Bloody Derek. Bloody trees. He stalks into the hallway, the slam of the door a full stop to the conversation. Bobby looks at me, wide-eyed. Is Daddy cross with me? No, love, I say, forcing a smile. Your drumming is fantastic. He just doesn't like the trees. I brush his hair back. though my own chest is tight. This house is everything to me. My dream location, the perfect family home. It isn't just where we live, it's mine. I imagined it first, designed it. I drew it into being. I want Bobby to grow up here, in a house I built to carry us, rooted in something steady and safe. Light and space to breathe, and green stretching out forever. Now the dream feels like it's sliding into darkness. Chapter 2. Pâté. By 7 o'clock, Martin has the bottles lined on the counter in tidy ranks. 2 Rieslings, something orange from Sicily he insists is interesting, and a Rioja he keeps for when things get serious. I'm putting olives in a bowl, roasted nuts in another, balancing canapés on a slate platter we've never used until now. The kitchen should be golden at this hour, the long run of windows that face the valley catching the last of the sun that spills into the room, the light softening, the shadows lengthening. Tonight, thanks to Derek, it's dull and lifeless. A dark green wall of trees presses back at us, flat as a stage set. Martin rearranges the wine bottles nervously, as if there's a right way to do this. "I got the Riesling out for Rupert," he says. "He'll have an opinion." "Rupert has an opinion about oxygen," I say. "True." He wipes a ring of condensation with the corner of a tea towel. "And if Derek turns up, we can fling the Rioja at his head." I look at him. He's trying to be funny, but his jaw is tight. "It's a joke," he adds quickly. I place the last of the canapés, smoked mackerel pâté on rye cracker circles, dill like little green eyebrows. The room looks staged for hospitality. Inside me, something tight keeps its grip. We're used to entertaining at the barn. That's what the developers called the building before it became ours. It was a broken-down, tired animal when I first saw it. The builders didn't want to touch it. Rot at the feet, a roof that sagged. But I saw how to coax it back into life. Bedrooms and utility tucked down on the shadowed ground floor where darkness doesn't matter. Then you climb upstairs to light and air. Kitchen, lounge, the big view to the south. It won a prize in a magazine with a stiff name. More important, when we moved in 5 years ago, Bobby took one look at the sunlight across the floor and said, "It looks happy." It was. For years we had a community to go with the architecture. The hayloft with Dan and Lisa and their kids, Teddy and Esme, both allergic to bedtime. The stables with Rupert and Rosemary. The old farmhouse with Tim and Katie, a couple who did Pilates and had herbs in their window boxes. We ate at each other's tables, shared plumbers and school runs and birthday cakes. Then Rosemary died last year, and the old farmhouse couple sold, and Derek and Angie arrived like the first chill of winter. Everything since has felt slightly damp. So we've entertained before, but the stakes haven't felt as high as this. I'm refolding a napkin just to fold it again when there's a sharp rap on the door. I jump. The sound seems to come from inside my ribs. It is Dan and Lisa, cheeks bright from the spring chill and the short walk from the hayloft, hands held out with a bottle each like an offering. Dan gives us a big grin. Lisa kisses my cheek. "How is Lisbon?" she asks, shrugging off a denim jacket. "We saw your pictures. Bobby in that fountain, he looked absolutely delighted with himself." "I rather envied him," I say. "It was sweltering the whole week." "Come in," Martin says. "We're pretending wine fixes landscaping." We settle them at the long oak table. Bobby's half-completed Lego Titanic occupies one end. "Here," Martin says, offering them both a glass of wine. "Crisp, calm, everything I'm not." We start with small talk, because small talk is what you do when a large subject lurks in the room. Lisbon, flights, the rain in Cheshire, and what kind of summer we'll be getting. Dan produces a flyer for his new gallery show in Manchester. Lisa says one of the mums at school has started a petition about the lunch puddings being too sugary. Another knock at the door. I feel the jolt again, almost angry with myself for it. Rupert comes in with that energy he's clung to since Rosemary passed away. He dresses well, good jumper, well-cut chinos, just a little looser now, as if grief has got under his buttons. He hands me his coat and accepts a glass with a theatrical sigh, as if it's what's been missing all day. At last, we're all here. We can start. "Hunter Valley?" Rupert asks after the first sip, pleased with himself as he confirms it with a look at the label.
Ah, this takes me back. Charlotte, do you remember me telling you about the time Rosemary and I went out to see Jasper and the grandchildren? We rented a camper van that smelled of eucalyptus and old men and drove up out of Sydney to where the map was mostly dust. Dawn balloon ride. Frost on the vines, like sugar. Then at midnight, such foolishness. Some farmer in an ancient Land Rover took us bouncing over the scrub, chasing kangaroos. Red eyes in the headlights. Rosemary laughed until she cried. I thought the door would shake off.
He stops, and his face falls into something more serious. We let the silence sit, and then Martin says quietly,
"To Rosemary."
And we clink our glasses. I see Rupert's smile wobble before he steadies it, like a picture frame being straightened.
"Anyway," says Dan at last, "these bloody trees."
Martin brings them up to speed. He says we went over first thing that Derek is impervious and insufferable and possibly demonic. This produces a small laugh that doesn't go anywhere.
"He didn't like being challenged,"
Martin adds quietly, more to his wine than to us.
"I mean, properly didn't like it."
Lisa picks up a cracker and nibbles it timidly. "They're very big," she says. "The trees."
"They're bloody obscene," Rupert says. "Who plants a hedge you can see from space? The man has the aesthetic sense of a skip."
"He started in skips," Dan says with relish. "Didn't he, Rupe?" Rupert brightens. He knows everything about everyone and loves to share his gossip.
"Started in scrap, more like. Copper off the sides of railway lines, nicking cables from new builds, then skips, then waste management, quotation marks very much included. You hear stories. A foreman in Leeds tried to report him for fly tipping and quit the next week claiming stress. Wouldn't speak about it. That's always a sign."
Rupert raises his eyebrows pointedly.
"But he's made his real money exploiting landfill tax rules. He calls it entrepreneurship. I call it daylight robbery funded by the taxpayer."
"Allegedly," I say, because I can hear the solicitor who isn't here beating a spoon on a glass.
"Allegedly,"
Rupert agrees magnanimously.
"The point is, he doesn't listen to reason because he's never had to. He's the sort who sees something he wants and takes it."
Dan and Lisa exchange a look. Their default setting is placid. "He does have a right to plant on his land, though," Lisa offers carefully. "I mean, it's awful. For you, especially, Charlotte. You're staring straight at them. But he hasn't really touched our view, has he, Dan?" Dan curls his lip and shrugs, non-committal.
"What can we do?"
he says, turning to me.
"Professionally, planning-wise."
I set my glass down and run through it. Technically, hedges aren't development. There's no height restriction unless the council issues a high hedges notice, which they're reluctant to do. Conservation area doesn't help because it's a boundary feature, not a building, and we're outside the village envelope in any case. I take a breath.
"They're bloody antisocial," blusters Rupert. "Surely that has to account for something. I'm fond of a bit of beautiful landscaping, but these are tacky. Is he allowed to plant non-domestic plants? They're just bloody big weeds."
There's scope to object if the work damages habitat or causes a highway visibility issue at the end of the drive, which I think these might. There's possibly grounds to complain, but it's not a slam dunk. Rupert says, which in Rupert means I'd quite like a slam dunk. "I can certainly draft an objection," I add. "I know people in planning. I'll ask them to come out, but it'll take weeks."
"By which time the bloody things will have grown another foot,"
Martin says. 2 inches, I say automatically, and he half smiles for the first time all evening. Rupert leans back.
"It's not just the trees. It's changing around here. Those bloody wind turbines they stuck in by the old Wesleyan place you're working on."
He lifts his glass at me.
"They sound like a helicopter stuck in treacle. I went past last week. They were whoop, whoop, whooping away. No one asks us."
"I love how you think the diocese should consult you on everything," Martin says.
"They should. I'm the only person with taste within a 3-mile radius."
"Look, we'll support whatever you do," Dan says. He pushes the problem back across the table to us like he's offering round the peanuts. He'll hold our coats, but it's down to us to have the fight. "These are lovely, by the way, Charlotte," says Lisa. "Did you make this pâté yourself?" And there it is, the not-so-subtle change of subject. The second I know we're on our own. Lisa finishes her wine and holds her hand over the top of her glass when Martin leans forward to refill it. "Kids," she says, apologetic. "Mum's at ours tonight, but she's not well. We promised we wouldn't be late." She shifts her weight on her chair as a cue to Dan that they should be leaving. Then they are standing, kissing cheeks, grateful to be stepping away from the conflict.
"We'll sign anything official," Dan says. "We'll be your witnesses. Yes."
Lisa squeezes my hand. "I'm so sorry. It's horrible, Charlotte. Truly. It'll be fine." I lie, because that's what good hosts do. When the door closes behind them, the room sags a little, like a tent losing a pole. Rupert lingers, topping up his glass. He's going nowhere. Outrage is his sport.
"We must act as a community,"
he says, chest out.
"If we let this slide, what next? A shipping container, a car breaker's yard. He'll have a go-kart track installed and invite his mates."
"It's not his class," I say before he can say something he'll regret. "It's his character. There's a difference." Rupert blinks at me, then nods.
"Yes, you're quite right. He's an arse on his own merit."
"Exactly," I say, and we share the smallest smile.
"Rosemary never liked him, you know. She said he had violent eyes. Silly phrase, but she wasn't wrong."
He peers out at the wall of dark trees, looks from the window to me and back again.
"You tell me what to do," he says. "I'm with you, 100%.
"Thank you," I say. "I'll let you know the next step." He nods solemnly. A man enlisted. Then,
"Before I go, what was this Riesling, Martin? The label's rather tasteful. I'm off to Kendal at the weekend, and I'd like to get a bottle for my reprobate sister."
Martin presses the bottle into his hand.
"Take it. If you approve, I'll get a case."
Rupert brightens.
"Oh, I do love a case."
He puts on his coat with an air of a man armouring up. At the door he hesitates.
"It feels different since she died,"
he says very softly.
"Rosemary. Not just her absence, the whole place. Do you feel it?"
"Yes," I say, and for a breath neither of us is pretending. Rupert takes my hands and looks at me seriously.
"Go careful with him, Charlotte. People like Derek don't play by our rules. They don't understand the boundaries. They're dangerous."
When he's gone, Martin heaves a sigh.
"So, that's that," he says. "Cheers all round and good luck storming the castle."
I clear the plates and glasses, take them to the sink, and lean against the edge of the countertop, the wood warm against my palms. We have built something here. House, family, tiny community, on the premise that everyone is tied to everyone else. Loads shared, weight spread. But this evening was a load test, and when we needed it, the rope snapped. Martin comes over and gives me a half smile. We look at each other through the gloom. "We'll do the planning complaint," I say, "and I'll start a log. Photos, dates, noise levels. If he breaches anything, we'll catch it." The dark green wall presses at the glass. I imagine Derek lurking just behind it, ready to leap out. If I put my hand there, I swear I could feel the trees breathing. The house I drew to be light is dim at the edges. The view I framed with a curtain drawn across it. I touch the worktop as if to steady it.
"It's us,"
says Martin.
"It's our fight."
I look at him. "Then we'll fight." Chapter 3. Clubbing. Liverpool is loud tonight, enough to rattle my teeth. The bar's all white tiles and mirrors and neon, the kind of place that believes volume equals fun. Tiffany has my hand, and the crowd has my other arm, and we're swallowed in a glitter of perfume and sequins and laughter. I'm trying to let it carry me. That's the plan. One night off from my head. Tiffany hooks her arm through mine as if she's reeling me back into my 20s. She kisses my cheek and shouts, "We're not leaving till you smile properly," which is classic Tiffany, half joke, half ultimatum. She looks flawless. Sleek ponytail, a dress you have to shimmy into, perfect blood-red nails. I've made an effort too, the best I can manage, a black dress and heels I'm already regretting. We shoulder to the bar. The counter is sticky with cocktails. A woman in a micro-blazer sways against my shoulder and I feel myself grin because 22-year-old me would be completely up for a night like this. 32-year-old me is here for it too, but at a less frantic pace. Tiff orders a bottle of house white, which we carry to a thin triangular table where her friends are perched like birds. I know them enough to wave, not enough to unpack my life. I don't want to unpack anything tonight. "How was Lisbon?" one of them asks over the music, voice pitched to cut through. "Lovely," I say. I don't mention how the heat flattened me, pressing me into chairs until I felt part of the furniture, how the ups and downs of the beautiful tiled pavements felt like mountains. Maybe it's just the worry I left stacked on my office desk in Chester, waiting for me to pick it up again. Either way, I leave out the part where I've carried the weight of it back through airports and delays and into the house, more tired than before I went. We clink glasses. The wine tastes acrid. The music thumps through my chest like a second heart. The girls get straight to it, the week's gripes and grizzles. They're funny. They always are. Someone's boyfriend replied, K, to a 4-paragraph text and now stands accused of crimes against literacy. Someone else's boss says, "We're a family," at the staff meeting, then made 3 people redundant. I laugh because the stories are good and because it's a relief to laugh. I let their chatter wash over me. I don't say anything about the trees. The 8-metre wall Derek planted while we were away is a rock in my stomach. Tonight I just want to drink wine and shout nonsense about old songs and pretend the world is simple. We move as a pack to the dance floor. The lights pulse. Tiffany takes both my hands, and for a minute I'm there. In my body, not my head. In the noise, not the silence that's been filling the house. The bass gets inside me and shakes loose something small and tight. For a handful of beats, I'm the Charlotte from before Derek and trees and darkness. Then the room tilts. It's small at first, a curtain tug. I swallow, breathe, laugh it off, but the floor doesn't settle. My dress sticks to the backs of my knees. A bead of sweat crawls down my spine. Heat crowds in, and I feel my heart jump to a run. Someone bumps into me hard. For a split second, I think I'm going down. My mouth says, "I'm fine," on reflex. The rest of me isn't sure. "Water," Tiffany mouths, though she can't possibly have heard me. She's reading my face. We break for the bar and I lean against the sticky metal rail. My pulse drums in my ears, faster than the beat of the music. Tiff leans through a crowd of guys and returns with a plastic cup, and I drink like I've crossed a desert. "I need air," I say, and she's already nodding, shepherding me through the mass of dancing bodies in the queue at the cloakroom and out into the alley. My heart is racing, and I have tunnel vision. I just go where I'm led. The night is cold and damp, and I'm grateful for both. My head clears a fraction. I press my palms to the brick and breathe. "Better," Tiff says. "Getting there." I give her a smile that aims for convincing. Too hot or too old? It's half true. The other half is exhaustion, and something darker I can't quite name. She studies me. "Let's call it. You've done your time." "I'm not dragging you. You're not dragging me anywhere." She squeezes my arm. "I'll get you an Uber. I'll stay a bit, then I'll come by with hangover pastries in the morning." While we wait, I scan the faces of the other people in the alley. A group is smoking under a heat lamp. Steam rises off them like horses. I notice a man loitering by the fire escape, hood up, posture straight, all nervous angles. I have the sense he's watching us. I feel a prickle that says something is about to happen. Then he steps forward, and I clock the girl coming out of the doorway. They walk off together, but I still feel uneasy and can't shake it off. The Uber arrives fast. Tiffany tucks me in like some fragile object. "Text me when you're home," she says, which is our contract. I promise I will. The city slides by in wet ribbons. My reflection in the window looks like me and not like me. Lipstick drained by the streetlights, eyes tired in a way mascara can't fix. I get a wave of what I felt on the dance floor and grip the edge of my seat like I might lose my balance if I don't. The wave passes. The car vibrates and the streetlights refract through the rain on the glass. I close my eyes, imagining rolling water, and fall asleep. I wake up when the driver turns off the main road and the dark closes in. As we bump up the lane to the farm, the wall of trees is there before I'm ready for it, a black serrated edge looming where the valley should be, darker than the dark. The driver waits until I'm at the front door. The lane is safe, but he doesn't leave me even though I've told him it's fine. Maybe he senses something has changed. Inside, I kick off my shoes and stand a second, feeling the quiet. My eyes drift to the big windows. The glass reflects me back. The lit room, the pale oval of my face, my hand at my collarbone. Beyond the glass, the trees are a wall of night. You can't feel trapped if you can see for miles. Now the horizon is a metre from my fingertips. I head downstairs to the bedroom, stopping to take a peek next door. Bobby is a small planet, turning in his duvet, mouth open, hair in sweaty strands. I stand there longer than I need to. If I watch him breathe, he will keep doing it. I move to our bedroom and slide into bed. Tomorrow I'll call planning. I'll start the log. Martin stirs in the darkness.
"You okay?"
he says. "It was hot. How was Bobby?"
"We had a disagreement about teeth. I tried to explain why his timer is in 4 blocks of 30.
I picture him trying to reason a 7-year-old into cooperating like he's chairing a committee. He gets into running battles over nothing. I worry he's carrying forward the same coldness that estranged him from his own father. Sometimes I catch Bobby flinching before Martin even raises his voice, and my stomach twists. I roll over and press my body against his. "A home call this afternoon. Dad had a good day. Ate some custard. Recognised the nurse with the plaits." Custard and plaits. Tiny victories.
"I'm glad you went out,"
he says.
"You needed it."
He kisses my forehead like punctuation and drifts back into sleep. I close my eyes. The room tilts once, sharply. If I were standing now, I'd fall. I breathe slowly until it behaves. I finally admit what I've been ignoring. I was on the verge of fainting earlier, just like outside the restaurant at lunch in Lisbon, just like that site visit last month. I think of Dad, the cough he ignored until he was more cough than not, and we asked the doctor all the right questions, but too late. Panic takes hold of me, as dark as the trees. I want to sleep, but I know I won't. And out of nowhere I think of Derek, grinning, his hand resting on the bark. Tomorrow I'll call planning, and I'll call the doctor. Chapter 4. Blood work. You could reconstruct a hospital from how it sounds. The corridors teem with wheels, shoes, the shrill beep of monitors, the echo of hard surfaces, the cries of bored children and infuriated parents, weeping. These cities, built for saving lives, always feeling somehow unfinished, run down, out of date, reconfigured, patched over, temporary scaffolding for human frailty. I sit in the waiting area with a file in my lap, my name scribbled across it in biro. Martin sits anxiously beside me, holding my hand too tight, skimming distractedly through a set of notes from his publisher, throwing me the occasional reassuring smile. The seats are vinyl, wiped clean, lined up like candidates waiting to be called to interview. I'm tired. Not the holiday tiredness anymore, not the airport delay excuse. Bone tired. Deep, like the walls of me are subsiding. The nurse appears in the doorway. "Charlotte Ainsworth!" I stand, my legs uncertain. She makes a casual gesture to usher me through like she's inviting me in for coffee. Martin sends me off with a smile that doesn't quite reach his eyes. Dr. Chowdhury's office is faceless. Cream walls, plastic blinds, cheap plywood desk. He smiles as I sit. A charming man in his 50s, slim, crisp shirt under his white coat. He has the steady assurance of a pilot over an intercom, but the trip he's ushering me onto isn't a holiday flight. It's turbulence all the way down.
There's no easy way to say this, Charlotte. It's bad news.
A computer screen behind him glows with bloodwork, rows of numbers neat as bricks in a wall, though even I can see some of them lean the wrong way.
You've developed a condition called acquired aplastic anemia,
he says, sliding a printout towards me. Figures like the floor plan of a house drawn by a drunk draftsman. Wonky lines, gaps where there shouldn't be.
Your bone marrow isn't producing enough new blood cells. It's rare and serious.
I nod as if he's suggesting we need to change the kitchen tiles. Maybe it's shock, or maybe it's recognition. Some part of me has been expecting bad news. The fainting, the bruises, the exhaustion that doesn't shift. And now, here I am, in a consulting room at the Countess of Chester Hospital, sitting opposite a man with silver streaks in his hair and a smile too charming for the grenade he's just tossed into my life. My voice stays calm. What does that mean in practice? He explains. The immune system turning on itself, marrow shutting down.
We can start with transfusions, immunosuppressants, medication to keep you stable. But the only long-term treatment is a bone marrow transplant. Without it...
He doesn't finish. He doesn't need to. He asks if I have siblings. No, I say, only child. He frowns. A pause, just long enough to speak volumes. He talks of registries, international databases, chants.
Do you have any questions?
He asks. 1,000. Only a few escape. How long? What happens while we wait? He answers in facts and numbers, abstract percentages. Treatment to tackle symptoms, but the disease is relentless. A matter of months, perhaps, before it worsens.
We'll manage things as best we can, and we'll get you on the donor register immediately.
When I leave the office, the corridors look the same, but feel altered. The smells are sharper, the beeps shriller. Martin is outside, running a hand through his hair. I think I've heard the news calmly, but the moment he sees me, his face buckles. It must be written all over me. He doesn't even wait for words. He just pulls me against him, clinging, and I can feel him breaking in my arms.
Oh, God, Shah.
His voice splinters. He can't finish. I can feel people glancing at us as they walk past, hospital bags in hand, visiting hours over. A woman pushing her mother in a wheelchair slows for a beat, curious, then moves on. I stroke his hair, soothing. The absurdity not lost on me. I'm the structure failing, but I'm the one holding him up. We head back to the car. The world beyond the glass doors of the entrance is blindingly normal. People with shopping bags, taxis idling. I stand there holding my body upright like it might sway otherwise. Martin sobs, openly, as if the car park is a private place. When we reach the car, he turns and grips my shoulders hard.
We'll fix this. Whatever it takes, we'll find a donor. You'll be fine. You have to be.
The way he says it isn't reassurance. It's a command. Martin drives in silence, and I stare at my phone, reading about bone marrow donation. Finding a match is difficult. I feel my chances slipping through my fingers the more I read. Siblings are the best option, and without them it's like finding a needle in a haystack. Needle in a haystack. I picture bales of straw collapsing in on themselves. The weight of it. I search all I can about acquired aplastic anemia, the tenant I now share my body with. Blood counts, platelets, white cells. I imagine myself as a structure cobbled together from basic materials, bone as framework, blood as mortar, muscles stretched like plaster across lathe. The marrow isn't just tissue, it's a factory floor where cells are pressed and poured like bricks from a mould, running day and night to keep the building upright. Only my factory has shut down. The machinery stopped. The scaffolding still stands, but there are no workers climbing it, no welders sparking in the dark. I think of sites I've walked through, concrete already spalling, a dusting at first, then great slabs flaking off to expose the rust beneath, stress cracks spreading like spiderwebs across plaster, a beam still upright but hollowing from the inside out. The human body isn't clever, it's primitive, brutal. If I'd designed this, I'd be ashamed. Bone and meat and blood pretending at permanence. It's where I live. But who makes a house out of flesh? Out of materials that warp and sag and rot at the first sign of pressure? Who hides the failure point deep inside, invisible, so it can't be caught until it's too late? I am a house badly built, barely standing. A structure waiting for collapse from the inside out. Chapter 5. Dog shit. Tiffany arrives the following morning, rolling a Louis Vuitton case across the gravel like she's checking into a boutique hotel. "Oh my God, Shah," she says, holding me at arm's length, looking me over like a stylist about to declare a makeover emergency. "You poor thing. I'm here. Roland can fend for himself. You're my project now." Martin steps out from the barn, tie half done, expression set to neutral. He hasn't slept all night and looks shocking. "Oh, Martin, hello. Be a darling, will you, and grab my bags?" She gestures to her car with a metallic flash of bracelets. The boot is open, revealing several other large suitcases. "Where do you want me?" "Annex," I say, taking her bag. Martin reaches into the car and removes a heavy-looking case. As he turns, Bobby scurries into his path, eager to help.
"Move, please."
"No, let me. I can do it," says Bobby, grabbing at the suitcase handle.
"For Christ's sake, Bobby!"
Martin turns on him.
"Can you not just—"
He grabs Bobby's arm and tugs the suitcase away. I see the skin go pale where his fingers tighten. He shakes him, just once, but hard enough to jolt. Bobby's eyes fill with shock. His small mouth forms an O. "Sorry, Daddy," he whispers, wriggling free. Tiffany stands beside me with a polite half-smile, sunglasses still on, clearly deciding whether to step in or pretend it isn't happening. Martin just looks at me, shell-shocked. He stomps back toward the barn, jaw tight. Tiffany exhales softly. Wow, he's wound tight, isn't he? A thought hits me. If I die, this is the man who will raise my son. Will they be okay? Tiffany lifts her sunglasses onto her head. "Lead the way, goddess." The annex is all ready for her. We originally built it as my workspace, converting it from a huge run-down chicken coop. Then, when I set up the office in Chester, we transformed it into a granny flat, with the vague idea that my dad might come to stay here once his illness got bad. Too late, as it turns out. So, here it is, a self-contained cottage waiting for Tiff to occupy it. Oh, babe, this is gorgeous. You could Airbnb this for a fortune. Tiffany unzips her case and spills her life across the annex, scattering dresses and shoes as if she's taking up permanent residence. I'm touched. She's dropped everything for me. Who else would do that? Back in the barn, Martin has retreated to his study. Tiffany and I settle down at the table while Bobby builds Legos at our feet. She opens a bottle of rosé, her nails clinking against the glass as she pours. "What do you think of that new tapas place in Frodsham?" she says, all breezy. "Roland dragged me there last week. I'm so over the small plates thing, like baby sardines on a postage stamp. I wanted to order a kebab on the way home." I smile, sip. She goes on, rambling about a new car she's thinking of buying, a holiday in Japan she's looking at for her anniversary. Normal life, easy chatter. I nod in the right places, but all the while there's a pulse at the back of my mind. She knows why she's here. I know why she's here, but we're pretending anyway. I can't tell if it's kindness to distract me or her awkwardness at having to talk about the dark stuff. Maybe both. Ooh, and I booked us into that new spa place this afternoon. Hot tub, facial, my treat. Thanks, Tiff. You'll tell me if you need me to stay longer, won't you? I don't want to be a burden. Don't be ridiculous. Roland's fine. He loves it when I'm gone. She tops up my glass. I get her some crisps to soak up the booze. As I'm at the window, I see Angie and her horrible yappy chihuahua. She catches my eye, then skitters off, tottering at speed in her ludicrous heels, practically dragging the dog behind her, its pink tongue hanging out. There's something odd about her behaviour. I opened the door to see what she was up to outside. Then I see it. A perfect turd. The little expression of contempt steaming on my doorstep. Something in me snaps. I want to scream after her, to rub her face in it, to grab the stupid dog and... "Bloody cheek," says Tiffany behind me. But I barely notice, because suddenly I have clarity. This isn't about the dog shit. This is about the trees. Back in a minute. I step purposefully inside and open my laptop. The planning portal is familiar territory. I call up the BRE Daylight Guidelines. I make a diagram of how the tree line obscures the horizon, the way shadows fall across our kitchen window by mid-afternoon. I measure, annotate, collate. Time slips by in a blur, because the next thing I know, Tiffany comes to get me for our spa date. But I'm on a roll, and tell her I'm in the middle of something that we'll have to postpone. I search the Anti-Social Behaviour Act of 2003. I quote it like scripture. Loss of light, loss of amenity, overshadowing. I cite visibility hazards on the shared access road. I review the Council's environmental policy and mention biodiversity. Wildlife corridors cut off. Hedgerows threatened. It feels exhilarating, the words pouring across the page in black ink, rules and clauses so tight that no light can get through the cracks. I imagine Derek's smug face falling as he reads it, Angie squeezing her ratty dog for comfort, watching in horror as she sees her trees being ripped out. Submit. I've lost all track of time, because Martin comes in just as I'm closing the laptop, flushed with triumph.
"What are you doing?"
he asks. "Fixing it."
"Tiffany's cooked Bobby his tea, you know."
"Good." He drags a hand down his face.
"Charlotte, please."
"I'm not storming over there with a chainsaw," I insist. "I thought you were all for a fight."
"Yes, but that was before."
He stares at me, and I see the fear there. He isn't cross. He's scared.
"I don't want you getting so upset,"
he says quietly.
"You don't need more stress. You don't need a fight with someone like Derek. Not now."
"It feels good to be doing something about something," I say, and I mean it. For once, I don't feel powerless. For the first time since the diagnosis, I feel good. It's dark by the time I walk Tiffany back to the annex. "Sorry about the spa. Time got away from me." "It's okay," she says. "We'll go another time." With the sun down, there's a distinct spring chill in the air. "You'll need to get the gas fire on," I say. "Let me show you how to do it." We stand outside while I show her the quirk of the annex's gas feed. The pipe snakes around the exterior wall before diving into a little metal isolation box set annoyingly high up. I have to stand on a rock to reach it. "Jesus, Shah, you'll break your neck." I laugh. "It's fine." She's still laughing when I wobble slightly. She stops laughing, and the concern underneath it flashes like lightning. That's when I see how she really thinks about me. A fragile woman on borrowed time. "I'm fine," I say, hopping off the rock. "See? Still in one piece." "Good night, then." As I'm about to leave, she grabs my hand. "I've already texted the girls. I hope you don't mind. We're all getting tested, babe, all of us. Everyone's going on the donor register." She looks at me with laser intensity. "We all love you, Shah." "Thanks for coming, Tiff. I really appreciate it." I walk back to the barn, thinking about what she just told me. I should feel warmed by the solidarity. Instead, it gives me chills knowing what will happen. They'll get tested and no one will match because that's what the statistics say. And somehow that makes it all more real. The doctor's calm voice echoes in me. The marrow failing. The structure compromised. I close my eyes and imagine the barn stripped to foundations, the cracks spreading like spiderwebs. An architect never ignores cracks. For the first time, I let myself feel it. I am scared. Chapter 6. Control. Tiffany's already at the kitchen table when I come down, her hair brushed, mug of coffee in hand, one leg hooked over the other. Have I given Bobby his breakfast? Haven't I, kiddo? Bobby's beside her, spooning cereal like he's digging trenches. Half of it goes down his front. Martin's opposite, scanning something on his laptop with the stiff professional frown he has when he doesn't want to be spoken to. Tiffany tilts her head towards the door. Can I grab you a minute? We step outside onto the lawn. The grass is wet and the air bites my arms through my jumper. The Leylandii tower above the boundary, black-green in the spring light. They don't move in the breeze. Tiffany crosses her arms. They're bloody awful, I know, but they're not the worst thing that can happen to you. I half laugh. I beg to differ. Her look is steady, her voice low. Charlotte, you're ill. I wish you weren't, but you are, and you can't control that. What you can control is how you deal with it. She looks back towards the barn. Yesterday, you with that planning stuff, it was a shit show. I know I got carried away. It's really kind of her to drop everything to come and look after me, and she's clearly still hacked off that I messed up her arrangements. Yeah, sorry about the spa. It was a lovely thought. It doesn't matter about me, she says. Bobby's in there. Martin too. They need you looking after yourself, not fighting your neighbour, waging war over some bloody trees. Her words sting like antiseptic on a cut. But she's right. Stop raging, stop wasting time, just get on with it. That's what she means, isn't it? Don't collapse, stop wallowing and keep moving. No, of course. I needed that, I say brightly. I hug her. Thanks, Tiff. Her eyes narrow, just slightly. I drop Bobby at school, then stay on the road and head into Chester. I told the team I was taking a couple of days out, though I was vague about why. But Tiffany's right. I need to get on with things. At the office, I crash through the door like a force of nature. My team look up, surprised, as if they expected me to be anywhere but here. Morning, says Emma, my assistant. She hesitates. You're here? Where else would I be? I grin. We've got deadlines. Those roof trusses aren't going to redesign themselves. I ask for the most up-to-date plans for the chapel conversion. I spread drawings across the table. Stepping away for a couple of days gives me perspective. I'm noticing all sorts of issues I might never have spotted if I'd just kept ploughing away at it. This north elevation's still too heavy. We want light and transparency. I don't care if the budget squeals, I say, red pen darting. Let's find a way to get that glass wall in. And the mezzanine's dead space like this. We'll lose the sense of height. My voice is sharper than I mean. I hear it, but I don't stop. We don't have time to mess about. I fire off instructions, not waiting for answers. The chapel sings in my head, the vision so clear I can taste it. Stone cleaned back to light smoke grey, beams exposed, light spilling in. A resurrection, a building brought back from the brink. I feel alive. My pulse is fast. When I pause to catch my breath, I see the team whispering in the doorway. Their faces are pinched. It's a bloody good job I came in to put a rocket up them. By late afternoon, I'm driving fast through Cheshire lanes, rushing to pick Bobby up from a playdate he had after school. I knock, and Leon's mum Hannah opens the door. Hi, Charlotte, how are you? Great, thanks, I say. Come on, Bobby. He stands reluctantly in the hallway behind her. Come on, baby. Mummy, he says, taking my hand. Leon has a tree house with a pulley for crisps. Oh, wow, amazing, I sing-song. Do you want a drink or something? Asks Hannah. Her face wears a look of mild concern. Wish I could, I say, already drawing Bobby towards the car. Busy. Say goodbye and thank you, Bobby. Thank you. I close him into the back seat, scamper around to the driver's side and get in. I catch sight of myself in the rearview mirror, flushed and sweaty. No wonder Hannah gave me that look. But that's what comes of the busy day I've had. I've covered a lot of ground. "Seatbelt," I say, pulling away as he clips himself in. Once we swing onto the A-road, I press the accelerator hard. Tiffany's words loop in my head. What you can control is how you deal with it. Exactly. Keep moving. Don't stop. Hello, Charlotte, isn't it? I look up, startled. Not the haematology nurse I expected, but another consultant, presumably. A woman in her 50s with a neat bob and steady eyes that seem to stare right into me. I'm Deborah. I'm a clinical psychologist here on the haematology ward. I've got a few minutes free, if you'd like to talk. I want to say no. Just get through the checklist of scans or whatever's on today's conveyor belt. But before I can answer, she's already opened a swing door and gestured me through with a composed smile. Bobby squeezes my hand as we pass a couple in the corridor. A woman hugging herself, sobbing, and a man sitting beside her, rigid and blank, not even holding her hand, just waiting for the axe to drop. The silence between them is unbearable. "Why is that lady crying?" Bobby whispers after we've passed. "Maybe she's ill, or someone she loves is ill," I say. "Hospitals are for sick people, to help them." "Like you cried when Grandad got sick?" "That's right." "Are we visiting Grandad today?" "No, not today." At Deborah's door, a young nurse kneels down to Bobby's level. "Want to help me colour in, while Mummy chats with my friend?" He nods and trots off, abandoning me. Inside, Deborah motions for me to sit. She doesn't rush. She waits until I've settled myself into the chair before she speaks. "Why don't you tell me what's been going on?" So I do. All the clinical stuff. Blood tests, fainting, transfusions. Then Tiffany moving in, girlfriends being tested, work, the way I've been juggling everything. She nods, makes small notes, her pen scratching quietly, and I feel almost proud, as if this is an appraisal and I'm passing. Fainting was the first symptom? Yes, suddenly losing control. She nods, like the floor giving way beneath you. I laugh, and she looks at me quizzically. I'm an architect. Floors collapsing isn't great for me. She smiles. I assume you've been warned against driving. Yes, I came here by taxi. I lie. Good. She pauses. And how has it felt? The quiet in the room needles me. Exhausting, infuriating, like everything's closing in. Closing in how? I glance at her, wary. She waits, so I say it. Trees. My neighbour planted a wall of Leylandii, 8 metres high, blocking the view, blocking the light. She doesn't laugh, which I almost expected. She just writes, trees. I don't know. The trees and the illness kind of arrived at the same time. They feel related somehow. Not related. Linked. Intertwined. And at home? I sigh. Martin's short-tempered. Bobby's amazing. But he and Martin are at war for some reason. I worry about them, together. Without me, I mean. She looks at me with those all-seeing eyes. And how are you feeling? I frown. I'm keeping myself busy, getting on with things. Busy is a description of time, she says gently, not a feeling. The fluorescent panel above us hums faintly. Deborah leans forward. Charlotte, sometimes what looks like coping is actually a kind of denial. We keep ourselves moving because if we stop, we have to feel the thing we're most afraid of. I don't reply. She begins sketching on her pad, drawing a circle. Have you heard of the 7 stages of grief? She writes words around the circle. They can come in any order. Shock, you feel flattened or numb. Anger, the world is unfair, why me, people are unbearable. Bargaining, all the if-onlys. Depression, the heaviness when it all sinks in. Processing, small experiments, adjusting to the new reality. Acceptance, not happy acceptance, but a kind of truce. I watch her pen underline each word as she speaks.
And denial. You can't take it in, so you carry on as if nothing's changed, keeping yourself busy, getting on with things. She looks up. You don't have to be dying to feel them. People experience grief when they split up, change jobs, move house. It's the brain's way of reorganizing after a shock, a way of protecting you.
I have to get on with things, I say, and I can hear a bit of anger in my voice. I can't just stop. I've got a job and a child and a husband who's angry and snapping at Bobby and not himself.
Perhaps he's grieving too, she says, for how things were before. Whatever happens from here, something has changed. It's his primitive wiring, fight or flight, protect the family. Sometimes it comes out wrong.
By the time I gather Bobby, I'm running late, and I'm a bit pissed off, frankly. It's all well and good sketching the theory in a neat little circle, but what good does that do me in the real world? Sure, I need to watch my temper, not get angry or miserable, but the best thing I can do is carry on and keep everything as normal as possible for as long as I can. I strap Bobby into his seat and pull out of the car park. I'll need to hurry now if I'm going to get him back for bath and bedtime. Left, right, onto the main road home. The dizziness comes like a flicked switch. The road blurs and doubles. I can't tell if the car in front is on my side or coming the other way towards me. I feel my head slump and I blink heavily in slow motion. A shadow falls over the car. The steering wheel wrenches under my hands and the car drifts over the line. Bobby squeals, "Mummy!" I slam the wheel back, tyres screaming against tarmac, horn blaring from the oncoming car. For one terrifying second, the car veers. We jolt onto the verge, gravel spitting. My hands lock around the wheel, white-knuckled. My vision pulses black at the edges. We stop. We sit there, engine ticking, silence roaring, my chest heaving like I've run miles. My head begins to clear, and I hear Bobby crying. "We're fine," I manage. My voice sounds fake even to me. "Are you okay?" I rush round, open his door and lift him out, cuddling him to me until his crying subsides. "It's okay, baby," I say. "Let's go home." Jesus, I could have killed him. I put Bobby back in his seat, then get behind the wheel. But I sit there for a long minute, breathing hard, staring at the trees on the embankment, their shadows leaning in. I wait until the shaking in my hands stops. I drive absurdly slowly all the way home. When we pull into the courtyard, Martin is visible through the upstairs window, hunched at his desk. He doesn't look down. A light flickers in the living room of the annex where Tiffany must have something on the TV. The Leylandy eyes stand rigid, watching. I take Bobby upstairs and bathe him, read him a chapter of his Roald Dahl. I paste on a smile. Downstairs I go straight to the kitchen, pour a glass of water, steady my hand on the counter. I'll tell no one. Not Martin, not Tiffany. I'll say nothing about the near miss, nothing about almost killing us both, and hope Bobby won't mention it. But how can I just get on with things now? How can I get on with anything? And how can I pretend to anyone that I'm in control when I can't even pretend it to myself? Chapter 7. Confession. The first thing I notice as I step into the hospice reception is the quiet, a hush so deep it presses against my chest. Not the ordinary silence of a library or a church, but something heavier. It's the kind of quiet that makes you aware of your own breath going in and out, counting it like steps on a staircase. It's styled like something it isn't, a hospital masquerading as a hotel. Soft paint, soft carpets that swallow your footsteps, a bowl of lilies on a console table by the door, their scent clean and funereal all at once. Everything designed to soothe. But you can't interior design death into something else. I tell the receptionist my father's name, and she gestures towards the stairs, smiles like she already knows. Everyone smiles like that here. Measured, serene, as if the muscles have learned where to stop so they don't slide into pity. I try to count my breath like the leaflet Deborah gave me described. In for 4, out for 6. Shock, denial, anger, bargaining, depression, processing, acceptance. A ladder with rungs missing. I tell myself to climb anyway. Down the corridor, each door is the same. A little sign with a name, a vase of fresh flowers. I've walked this route before, but today my chest tightens anyway. I push into Dad's room and stop. The bed is perfectly made, sheets hospital white, corners folded into neat triangles, pillow placed just so, as if for a photograph. Empty. For a second my body believes the worst. A small apocalypse, the kind where the world keeps going and only your life disappears. "He's outside," the nurse says softly from the doorway. Her badge says Natalie. She has the kind of eyes that look permanently kind. "Garden's just along there." Relief floods in so fast my knees feel hollow. Knowing he's safe makes space for the dread that one day soon I'll walk in and the bed will look exactly like this, and there won't be a Natalie to redirect me. I'm not ready. Not for his death. Not for mine. The hospice gardens are tidy and domesticated. Clipped box hedges, a small pond with a babbling fountain, benches spaced for privacy. Dad sits in a patch of spring sunlight with a blanket across his knees, a cigarette balanced between 2 fingers.
"What's the point in stopping now?"
he says in response to my disapproving frown. His grin is automatic, a familiar shape on a changed face.
"That ship's sailed."
He coughs, the deep tearing kind that sounds like the inside of him is trying to come up. It leaves him breathless. I sit beside him on the wooden bench. The blanket is scratchy against my palm. For a while we talk about nothing, because nothing is gentler than the actual thing. Weather. Football. He brings up my chapel conversion, and I give him a thumbnail sketch of the plan, opening the nave to light, a mezzanine that emphasises the magnificent height. He asks good questions. Still Dad, still proud, mind sharp enough to keep pace with mine. When he asks about me, about the hospital, I give him the bright version. Friends registering as possible donors. Tiffany coming to stay and taking on all my cooking and cleaning like it's a new Olympic sport. I make the words sound substantial, not the thin hope they are. He listens without interrupting, the way he always has. He nods and says, "Good girl." And I'm 10 years old for a heartbeat, showing him my homework.
"I've had a good life,"
he says finally, eyes on the pond.
"You don't need to worry about me."
His voice turns more careful.
"It's important. The important things don't go unsaid."
He squeezes my hand.
"I love you. Oh, Charlotte."
My throat burns. I squeeze back. "I know." He goes quiet. A different silence now. He's looking over my shoulder at the boundary hedge like he's reading something written there. When he speaks again, his voice is lower, as if the words might break if he says them too loudly.
"There's something I should have told you a long time ago."
I turn to him, and the garden gets very still.
"You had a brother."
You had a brother. The sentence lands like a stone dropped in a well. It falls and falls. I wait for it to hit the bottom, except there is no bottom. The world tilts, and for a moment I'm not sitting on a wooden bench beside a hospice pond, but floating somewhere outside myself, as if my body has stepped sideways to let the words pass through. A brother. The word is a cold hand brushing against every part of my childhood. Birthdays with empty chairs, the unused spare room, the way Dad always clung to me a little too tightly. How could there have been someone else? Not past tense, you had a brother, but something else unspoken. You might still have. He doesn't look at me. He keeps talking.
We were 18, your mum and me. Poor as church mice. Not married. Both our families dead against it. Your granddad had just lost his job and money was tight. Your nan and grandpa on your mum's side were a God-fearing lot. They said they'd disown her if she kept the baby. The vicar said adoption would give him a better start. The social worker said it too. Everyone was very certain.
He laughs without humour.
Everyone's very certain about other people's babies.
I can hear my heartbeat in my throat.
We thought we were doing the right thing, he says. We didn't want him to grow up with nothing.
His fingers worry the edge of the blanket.
Your mum.
He stops, starts again.
She never forgave herself. She made me promise never to tell you. She said it would only hurt you, and she was right, I suppose. But I can't.
The cough steals the rest of the sentence. When it subsides, he looks 10 years older, his face as grey as the ash on his cigarette.
I can't keep that promise now.
The whole of my childhood rearranges itself in my head like furniture dragged across a floor. Mum dying just after I was born. Dad raising me alone, making pancakes on Saturdays, turning up to school plays in his paint-splattered work coat, standing and cheering the loudest. All of it true, all of it love. And now there's a secret threaded through the middle of it like a crack through a beam. What happened to him? I ask. The word him comes out soft, like I'm trying not to disturb something sleeping. He lifts his shoulders, a small helpless shrug.
They said people from the church would have him. A couple who couldn't have children. We signed the papers. We thought we were doing right. Your mum was poorly after, and we were just kids. We did what we were told.
Did you ever check on him? My voice is level. Inside, I'm shouting.
It was complicated,
he said, gaze skittering away across the water. I can't tell if the answer is no or if it's something worse. The not knowing opens a pit under me. I think of Bobby's small hand in mine, of Martin's tight jaw, of the row of trees at our boundary and the shadow they cast. I think of blood as architecture, marrow as a factory, a building stalled mid-construction that might yet start up again if the right key is found. He hears something in my silence and rushes to fill it.
We loved you. We gave you everything we could.
You did, I say. The words are true and insufficient. I'm struck by how sad I suddenly feel. It's as if he's on one side of the pond and I'm on the other. He's a stranger. The thought is a flare, hot then gone. Under it is all the love in the world. Both things can be true. He is the man who wrapped me in everything he had, and he is the man who gave away a baby because he was young and scared and poor. He coughs again, a long fit that leaves him shivering with effort. He closes his eyes briefly, the way he used to in the living room after a long shift, as if sleep might happen to him by accident. The cigarette burns down unsmoked between his fingers. I take it and stub it out. Let's get you back, I say, and fetch the wheelchair from under the window. He lets me, the blanket slipping from his knees, the bones of him drawing lines through his pyjamas. I wheel him across the bright garden, the silent lift, the quiet corridor, back to the room with the immaculate bed. Natalie folds the sheets down and we work together as if we've done this all our lives, which in a way we have. Women smoothing the aftermath, making the impossible neat enough to bear. When he's settled, the machine at the bedside whispers its private language. He looks at me, and I see how much this has cost him. The confession has taken a chunk of what's left.
I loved your mum,
he says into the space between us, voice thin.
She was a good girl. It wasn't her fault. None of it was.
I know, I say, though I don't. I know she died and left a hole that swallowed the next 20 years, and now I know she also made a pact of silence over a boy whose name I don't even know. I tuck the blanket round him, see the way his chest rises and falls, shallow, rattling. I kiss his forehead. As I turn to go, his papery hand clamps around my arm with surprising strength. His eyes bore into mine. There's need in his face, a last request pressed into the shape of an apology.
I shouldn't have kept it from you, but I promised. And I'm breaking it now because...
His fingers tighten.
Because you need to know.
I swallow. Why now? He draws breath and finds a last seam of purpose.
Because he might save you.
He holds my gaze until I understand.
Bone marrow,
he says, and the phrase is plain and terrible. The man who taught me to hold a spirit level against a wall and see the truth of a line, the shortest way from A to B.
Find him,
he says, each word slow.
Find your brother.
Part 2. Chapter 8. Paperwork. I'm on a hospital bed, linked to machines, when my heart monitor starts bleeping. The room is black and I'm alone. There's clearly something wrong. I'm dying. I begin to panic. I open my eyes and don't recognize the sound at first, so deep in sleep it feels like it's coming from my dream and not the room. I'm at home, in bed. My hand fumbles for the mobile on the bedside table, pulse already hammering. 3:47 a.m. Calls at this time of night are never good. I know before I answer that it's the hospice. Charlotte, it's Felicity, one of the night nurses. I'm so sorry to ring at this hour. Your dad's taken a turn for the worse. You may want to come in now rather than waiting until morning. Her voice is soft and kind. That makes it worse. I swing my legs off the bed and blink my way into consciousness. Beside me, Martin stirs.
What is it?
Hospice, I say, and he's instantly awake. He reaches for his jeans, already assuming he'll come.
I'll drive you.
You stay, I say firmly. I'll go. I know I'm not supposed to drive, but this is different. I pull on yesterday's clothes and scrape my hair back into a ponytail, give my teeth a quick clean and head into the night. The drive is a tunnel of dark silence, street lamps spaced far apart so it feels like I'm driving through black holes. 4 a.m, no traffic. The radio feels wrong, so I turn it off and listen to the thrum of the tyres. The emptiness of it feels funereal already. When I pull into the hospice car park, the lights are on in reception, a faint amber glow. By the time I walk through the door, 2 people are waiting for me. Natalie, the kind-eyed nurse I recognise, and the hospice manager in his cardigan and slippers. I already know I'm too late, and he's gone. Charlotte, Natalie touches my arm. Come and sit down. We'll make you a coffee. She leads me to the lounge, which is too warm. The radiator hisses faintly. Natalie sits with me, speaking softly, a litany of reassurance. He was peaceful. He wasn't alone. He wasn't in pain. Every phase engineered to diffuse the guilt I feel of not getting here in time, not being with him at the end. I know it's meant well, but it feels hackneyed and rehearsed. I wonder how many times she's said the same lines to other daughters. They bring me coffee and a small lotus biscuit. My brain is registering that they want me in the lounge. That means they're washing him, dressing him, removing whatever machines or oxygen mask might have lingered, making him presentable, like a house staged for sale. I unwrap my biscuit, the awkward rustle of its crisp cellophane wrapper disturbing the solemnity. Eventually the door opens and a nurse I haven't seen before gives Natalie a small nod. "You can go in when you're ready." I follow her up the stairs and along the empty, silent corridor, doors closed on either side, each one holding another story like mine. Everything smells faintly of antiseptic and lavender. When we reach his room, she steps aside. "Take as long as you need." Inside, the lighting is low. His empty bed was a shock last time, but this is worse. Dad, still and pale, his hands folded over his chest. Someone has placed a single white flower there, absurd in its neatness. The bedding is smoothed to perfection, as if he never slept there at all, the curtains half drawn. The whole scene has been curated, a stage set prepared for my entrance. I wonder why I'm analysing it all instead of just feeling it. Self-defence, I suppose. I sit in the chair and recall the last time I saw him, when he told me about the brother I never knew existed. That conversation was the last real thing between us. I look at his face, how the cheekbones push up against his skin, the way his mouth has softened in death. I want to touch his hand, but it feels like trespassing on something already gone. Random details crowd in. Him teaching me how to ride my bike down the road in Harrogate, his terrible attempts at cooking when I was little, beans on toast burnt every time, the smell of tobacco clinging to his jumpers, all the everyday pieces that made him mine. Now they're museum exhibits. I don't cry. I've cried so much in the past few months that it feels used up. Or maybe it's shock or fatigue or simply fear that if I start I won't stop, and I can't afford to fall apart now. Not with everything else. After a while, Natalie reappears, asking gently if I'd like more time. I shake my head. Enough. I've seen what I needed to see. She tells me a doctor will sign the certificate in the morning, carefully skirting around the word death. Funeral directors can be arranged after that. There's talk of a bereavement counsellor if I want one, but I shake my head again. Talking won't bring him back. The next 2 days blur into logistics, phone calls to friends and distant relatives, arrangements with the funeral director. Tiffany takes Bobby to and from school, full of gushing support, hugging me tightly as if I might shatter. Martin goes oddly blank. He wasn't close to his own father, but he loved mine, yet he barely mentions him. Maybe he can't. He doesn't say it, but every time the word funeral comes up, he practically flinches. The whole subject of death is radioactive to him because he thinks I might be next. I catch him watching me sometimes, as if checking I'm still here, still standing. I understand why. I get it. He's terrified. I want to help him, but I barely have the energy to help myself right now. I tell myself to be busy and practical. Practicality was Dad's defining trait, the thing I inherited. So when the funeral arrangements are in hand, I drive to the house in Harrogate alone. Martin offers to come, but I refuse. Some perverse part of me wants to feel the solitude, to try orphanhood on like a coat and see how it fits. My parents are gone. My only family is Martin and Bobby. Except for the brother. The ghost brother, whose existence now nags me. Something half-built, left to rot. Dad's house is, as I remember, small, neat, the garden hedges trimmed with military precision. Inside, everything is meticulously ordered. His desk holds files labelled in his handwriting, bank statements, utilities, insurance, all the bodies I'll have to inform. It's both sad and amusing how carefully he's prepared for his own demise. I push them aside for now. I want something more personal, something that proves he existed beyond bills. There are boxes of photographs. Me as a child, birthday parties with homemade cakes, seaside holidays in Whitby. His handwriting on the back of each photo. Dates, places, little notes. The accuracy of a man who didn't like loose ends. There are letters, too, between him and my mum when they were young. I can't bring myself to read them yet. I keep going. There's a box marked warranties, paperwork for ancient kettles, defunct TVs, yellowing receipts for appliances long gone. Pointless. Then another box, this one heavier. I lift the lid hopefully, but it's just folders of more utility bills and insurance schedules from the 90s. I've already put all that aside. I almost laugh. What am I expecting? A neat folder marked Secret Child? Still, I root deeper. There's a plastic sleeve with notes from his solicitor. Only it's about the house deeds. Nothing useful. Maybe this is a mistake. Maybe I'll never find anything. I've come here chasing a ghost that doesn't exist, just a half-heard confession from a man doped up on morphine. And then, tucked flat against the back of a drawer, almost like it slipped down by accident, or maybe was placed there deliberately so no one would stumble on it, I feel the edge of a different kind of paper. Not glossy, not the usual headed stuff. I take it out. My stomach knots. An envelope. Rough, brown, a little warped with age. Unlabelled. No dust on it, though everything else here is furred with it. Almost as if he placed it there recently. Tidied away, but waiting for me. Inside, papers that look semi-official, but not quite. Not formal adoption records, more of an agreement. Handwritten signatures, witnessed by a local vicar. It looks amateur, secretive, as if they'd wanted to hide it from the world. A date, my mother's name, my father's, and the baby's. John. My brother. The air leaves my lungs. I'm exhilarated and apprehensive all at once. Here it is. Proof. Not just a deathbed confession. Not the ramblings of a man in pain. Real. And with it, an address. Chapter 9. Lifeline. The road east feels like an exile. I set off early, driving half-blind into the low sun. I keep a steady pace and promise myself I'll pull over if I feel at all faint. But this is a trip I have to make. Motorway, then dual carriageway, then smaller roads as home fades behind me. The light resolves into one of those flat Yorkshire mornings that never quite brightens. I don't know what I expect, if I expect anything at all. It's been years. All I've got is an address, names scrawled onto half-official paperwork, Jacob and Miriam Brown. Nothing online when I searched. John Brown gives me 10 million results, most of them footballers and plumbers. I've put the heating on too high and my hands sweat against the steering wheel. Or perhaps that's anxiety. The sat-nav's calm voice counts down the miles to Horsforth, but all I can think of is the man who may or may not exist at the end of this journey. John, a brother, out there, 39, 40 maybe, a stranger who shares the blueprint of me. The list of questions is too long. What if he doesn't want to be found? What if he's dead? What if he hates us? What if he is kind? What if he saves my life, and then who will I be with this new piece bolted into me, a beam from a building I've never seen? My father is dead. I am dying, and the only person who might save me is a brother who's a stranger I've never met. Horsforth clings to the edge of Leeds like a stubborn barnacle. Rows of soot-blackened terraces, low walls crumbling into the pavement, corner shops with blinds half drawn. The stone is the colour of old ash. On a day like this, the sky presses down like a lid, and the houses look like they're sinking into the ground. It doesn't feel welcoming. It doesn't seem like anywhere you'd choose to live. I pull up outside the address from the papers. A pebble-dash semi with a scrap of front garden. Net curtains, veiling heavier curtains pulled tight. Lifeless. rigid. Eventually, I force myself up the path and knock. There's a shadow behind the frosted glass, a pause, then the door opens. The woman is thin, severe, somewhere in her 60s. She grips the edge of the doorframe as if the act of opening it has exhausted her. Her face is stretched pale.
Yes?
Miriam Brown?
Yes?
Hello, my name is Charlotte Ainsworth. I think you may have known my parents, David and Sarah Ainsworth, from Cheshire. At the name there's the tiniest change. Something flickers in her eyes, a twitch around her mouth. Not welcome, but recognition. I'm sorry to tell you, my father died last week. My voice cracks slightly. Silence, then,
I see.
I wait. After a moment she opens the door a little wider.
You better come in.
The inside of the house is worse than the outside. Whatever the opposite of cosy is, that's this place. Brown carpet, worn thin in the middle, brown curtains that shut out what little daylight exists, a smell of boiled cabbage sunk into the plaster. Austere, lifeless, and religion everywhere. A bad print of Jesus hangs above the fireplace, not the soft Sunday school Jesus, but one nailed to the cross, locked in anguish, his eyes rolled upward in torment. Around him, smaller crucifixes, candlesticks, a chipped statue of Mary with her paint flaking off.
Sit,
Miriam says, indicating an armchair as thin and stiff as herself.
I'll make tea.
I perch on the edge of the seat. There's a crocheted doily on the armrest. I peer at the spines in a tiny bookcase. Daily Devotions for Women. The Bible in a Year. Children, obey your parents. Miriam moves ghost-like about the kitchen, only the hiss of the gas ring to keep her tethered to earth. China cups and saucers with brown hairline cracks appear. A metal tray with a teapot, a small jug of milk, a bowl with a small heap of sugar cubes. She places a cup on a small side table next to me and sits in the armchair opposite, spine bolt upright, hands folded in her lap, watching. I ask after her husband, Jacob.
Dead,
she says, flat. Nothing more. I don't know if my dad ever spoke to you about me, I say eventually, but I know about John, my brother. I see the name land. A flicker again, of shock or horror or something close to fear. I wanted to ask about him, I say. Her face tightens.
I don't know what you mean.
I could show her the curled papers, the ancient envelope, the signatures, but I keep my bag closed. Instead, I lean on warmth, on Dad's memory. My father spoke about him, I say softly, wrapping my hands around the thin china. How grateful he was that you and your husband took him in. He couldn't raise John himself, but he never forgot. He always hoped John had a good life. A pause. Her lips tremble, not in sympathy, but in restraint.
We were childless, she says finally. The vicar asked us. We understood it was our duty. We did what was right.
Her eyes snap back to me.
That's all there is.
I nod, as if that satisfies me. But it doesn't. The house says otherwise. No softness, no comfort, just crosses and silence. Not even a clock ticking. The room feels like it's from a different age, as if time itself has stopped. Was this really the better life my parents believed in? Or did the vicar equate goodness with severity, with suffering nailed to the wall? Do you know where John is now? I ask lightly, as if the answer doesn't matter. Miriam's lips press into a line.
I'm not sure, she says. He's not here.
Her hands tremble against the china cup.
He left. A long time ago.
Where did he go? Another pause.
I don't know.
The atmosphere curdles. I drain my tea even though it tastes metallic. I've a long drive back to Cheshire, I say brightly as I pick up my bag and stand. Do you mind if I use the loo before I go? Upstairs, the air is colder, as though heat has never risen this far. The bathroom is ahead, where Miriam described it, but instead of going in, I step gingerly across the landing. I open one door, then another. Bedrooms stripped of warmth, blankets tucked with military precision. Then I find it. A bedroom. Sparse. The kind of room meant for a child, though nothing childlike remains. A single bed, neatly made. A wardrobe, door swung open, empty except for a wooden hanger. It feels like no one has been in this room for years. A cross hangs above the bed. On the wall by the door is a photograph. Miriam and the man I assume must be Jacob. Younger, stiff-backed in Sunday clothes. With them, a boy about 7, standing between them, his eyes fixed on the camera. Solemn. The boy's face startles me. It's like seeing Dad at that age. Same jaw, same eyes. This must be John. Beside it hangs a baptism certificate framed in cheap pine, proudly displayed, the only colour in the room. I hear movement outside. I can't work out if it's Miriam in the living room or her coming up the stairs. I stand stock still, heart pounding. Silence. On the landing, I pause, listening. The house creaks, but Miriam doesn't call up. Maybe she knows what I'm doing. Maybe she's too afraid. I slip into the bathroom and flush the toilet. Back in the hallway, Miriam stands by the door, arms folded, her expression blank. "Thank you for the tea," I say, my voice stiff. She nods once. A dismissal. Outside, the air feels fresher, though the day is still grey. I hear the front door lock behind me. I climb back into my car and catch my breath. My pulse hammers. John exists. He's real. And out there, somewhere. The problem is, nothing about Miriam's face suggested she wanted him found. I look back at the house and just catch Miriam watching me at the window before she lets the curtain drop. I place my bag on the passenger seat. Inside, the stolen baptism certificate and photo of my brother. Proof. A connection. A lifeline, maybe. I start the car and drive away. Chapter 10. Zachariah. The baptism certificate lies on the kitchen table. The frame is cheap and warped. The paper is old, browned at the edges, a relic from another life. My eyes fix on the name written in looping black ink. John Zachariah Brown. I say it under my breath a few times. Zachariah. I whisper it aloud. It feels heavy in my mouth. Biblical, solemn. From the look of their house, the Old Testament name is pure Miriam and Jacob. I look it up online, scrolling through biblical references. Zachariah, the prophet who warned of judgment and ruin, but also of rebuilding. Doom welded to the promise of hope. A name meant to carry weight. Not joy, not love, but obligation. The Lord has remembered. I picture Miriam's austere house, the crosses and the suffering Christ above the fireplace. Of course it would be their choice. God had remembered them with a child, even if that child wasn't theirs. Not a gift, not a blessing, but a burden they accepted out of duty. No wonder they framed it on the wall. It wasn't a child's room I found. It was a shrine. But the name gives me something else. John Brown is a million anyone's. John Zachariah Brown is almost certainly one man. I type into the search bar, John Zachariah Brown. Nothing. Not a single hit. I try something else. J.Z. Brown. That's better. I scan the screen for something hopeful. But there aren't many results, and what ones there are don't get me anywhere. No business directorships, no Facebook profiles. There's a retired football coach in Devon, a dentist in Bristol, someone's dead uncle listed in a parish newsletter. I add Leeds, the address from the baptism certificate. Nothing. I tried John Z. Brown. That narrows it, but there's still nothing useful, just a few stray links, a closed Twitter account, an old company listing from 30 years back. Dead ends. I can feel I'm clutching at straws, but I type in a final variation, JZB. Again, there are a few hits, but nothing that looks right. JZB Haulage in upstate New York, JZB Byte, an electronics company in China. Nothing that feels like the John Zachariah Brown I'm after. But then, in a familiar portal, I find something that stops me cold. It's a planning application. I've scrolled through enough PDFs on the Cheshire Planning website to know the feel of them instantly. Most of the time, they're unremarkable. Extensions, loft conversions, people wanting to put Velux windows in a roof. But this one is different. A manor house out in the countryside applying for new security fencing. Buried in a footnote, just one line, Triad Security Solutions, and an initialed signature in the margin, JZB. Could that be him? My pulse quickens. The irony isn't lost on me. I've spent years swimming in planning applications, drawing lines, mapping sites, and all that time, submerged in the same sea of documents, is him. I'm not fatalistic, but this feels inevitable. All the separated links joining up. I bring up the company's house website and search Triad Security Solutions. It names 3 directors, none of them John Brown, but there's an official correspondence address, the kind people don't expect anyone to actually use, in Leeds. The coincidence is too perfect to ignore. Just those 3 letters, JZB. I don't know why, but I'm sure. I race across to the annex. Martin is lecturing in Chester and Tiffany is minding the fort at home. I tell her if I'm not back in time, collect Bobby from school, feed him, tuck him in. She asks where I'm going. I don't answer directly, just mutter something about my dad's paperwork. It's partly true. She doesn't press. It's been 30-something years. I don't think it should wait any longer. I head to the car. The motorway north is long and flat, the sky low and grey. Edgerton, the address says. I turn off the ring road and wind my way through a sprawl of retail parks, rows of cheap shops with peeling vinyl signs, kebab houses and nail bars. I arrive and park the car in the shadow of 3 monolithic tower blocks. I try to pick somewhere on a corner where it feels least likely to be broken into, though there are no guarantees. The flats are high-rise council stock, a block that smacks of the 70s. Slabs of concrete and grime, meant for economy, not people. A couple of men with grubby jeans and straggly hair loiter near the foyer. One of them watches me intently as I push through the door. The lifts are out of order, cordoned off with a ribbon of limp plastic tape that stirs in the draught. 9 flights of stairs. The air smells of piss, damp plaster, something chemical that clings to the back of my throat. I take them one by one. By the 3rd floor the walls seem to close in, the paint blistered like skin. By the 6th, my legs are lead, my chest straining. I stop, grip the rail. Rust rubs off under my palm. The fatigue I've been denying threatens to get the better of me, a structure buckling from within. But I won't let it beat me. Not now. I force myself up the final flights. At the top, the corridor is dim, lit by a flickering strip light. The fire doors are propped open with broken bricks and the walls are tagged with graffiti. Muffled music comes from somewhere. One of the flat doors has been replaced with a sheet of plywood which has sweeping black scuff marks where someone has tried to kick it down. A door slams somewhere above me. I count along to the correct number I'm looking for at the far end. I knock. My hand shakes as I let it fall back. There's movement inside, the scrape of a bolt unlocking. My heart lifts, anticipation mixed with dread. The door opens the few inches the safety chain allows. The man who opens the door cannot be John. He's younger, 20s maybe. Close-cropped hair, sharp eyes that flicker too fast. He's wary, defensive before I've even spoken. I ask if John Brown lives here. Blank stare.
No one like that,
he says quickly. Something about it feels rehearsed, but I can't force the issue. Can I leave my number, just in case? I pass him my business card, which he takes without looking, then shuts the door. The sound of the bolt sliding is final. I stand in the corridor, stupidly. This was supposed to be the moment. Instead, it's a dead end. I make my way down the 9 flights, slower this time, each step echoing. At the bottom, I walk fast, eyes down, past the 2 guys who were there earlier. I stride back to the car. My hands tremble as I fit the key. Just as I start the engine, my phone rings. Unknown number. My chest freezes. I answer. "Hello?" My voice comes out raw, scraped thin. Silence at first, then a male voice edged with suspicion.
"Is this Charlotte?"
The way he says my name is a challenge, as if testing whether it belongs to me. "Yes," I manage. "Who's this?"
"You know who,"
he says, low, steady. My skin prickles. John. Has the guy inside just called him with my number? Or was he inside the flat when I knocked, just feet away from me behind that door? I imagine him watching me now from one of the high windows above.
"How did you find me?"
His tone is sharp and hostile. I don't know what he's wary of, but I need to put him at ease before I lose him for good. "I don't know how much you know about me, if at all, but I'm your sister." There's a long pause. I explain, haltingly, about our father, about him dying, about Miriam.
"Stay away,"
he says, his voice rising aggressively. "I'm ill," I say quickly before he can hang up. The phone shakes in my hand. My chest squeezes again, the same pressure from the stairwell, only sharper now. I tell him about my illness, the increased likelihood of finding a match with a sibling. "I need a bone marrow transplant. Please. I just wanted..." The words sound feeble out loud. This abandoned stranger on the end of the line doesn't owe me anything. Silence again. I can hear him breathing. It makes the back of my neck prickle, as if he's right behind me. Finally, he says,
"You shouldn't be looking for me."
"I just want to meet you, please, so I can explain properly in person. So I can meet my brother." There's a pause that stretches too long, heavy with something I can't name. Then he says,
"I'll think about it."
Just that. The line goes dead. I sit frozen in the driver's seat, staring up at the faceless block of flats. The glass reflects nothing but the grey sky. But now I know. Somewhere up there, John is real. And now he knows I'm looking for him. Chapter 11. Reunion. By late afternoon, the kitchen looks like the set of MasterChef. The counter is a parade ground of plates and bowls, stacks of tiny sandwiches and cakes cooling on wire racks like small round rooftops. I find myself rearranging blinis as if their symmetry will somehow make everything perfect. Bobby skids in, socks sliding on the floor I've mopped twice. He's carrying 2 dinosaurs locked in battle. "When's Uncle John coming?" he says, proud of the new phrase. "Soon," I say, though I have no idea if that's true. John half-heartedly agreed on the phone, but he's 5 minutes late and I'm already assuming he'll be a no-show. "Is he nice?" Bobby asks. "His family," I say, which isn't really an answer, but right now it's the best I have. Brother, uncle. The words feel foreign in my mouth. A thread that's been invisible for 32 years and is suddenly tugging tight. Martin watches from the island, elbow on the counter, his mouth a careful line.
"Are we opening a deli?"
he says too pointedly for it to be a joke. I don't want him to think... I stop. What? That I'm unwelcoming? That I'm better than him? Or that I'm not worth saving? Martin's eyes move from the food to my face.
"You don't have to prove anything, Char."
"I know," I say, except I don't. I just want it to go well. Martin's expression tightens. He doesn't say what's on his mind, but I can almost hear it. Who is this man you're bringing into our house? What if he's dangerous? What if he disappoints you? I've told him what I saw in Leeds, the flat that smelled of damp and despair, the lifts cordoned off with limp tape, and John himself, wary and sharp on the phone, agreeing to meet only after grilling me. Martin has every reason to be cautious, But the alternative is worse. Pretending I don't have a brother, pretending my father's secret died with him. Martin tops up his water. We sit in silence. Then Martin speaks.
What if he says no?
His voice is kind, and it hurts me. I open my mouth to say, we'll cross that bridge, but the words stick. We've been crossing bridges for months. Trees, illness, Dad, death, and every new span feels a little more precarious underneath us. I'll be careful, I say, and I hear how naive it sounds. Careful isn't something that happens when you're desperate. I go to the window. The lane lies empty, the hedge hemming the gravel into a tidy ribbon. The monstrous trees next door are a dark cliff face. And then a figure appears. He's a tall shape at the far end of the lane, hands sunk into his coat pockets, head cocked like he's measuring something. Not just the house, the land, the approach, the boundaries, sizing it all up. I wonder if he'll turn and walk away. I open the front door before he can change his mind. Cold air pushes past me. John? He looks up, grey eyes narrowing.
Yeah?
He says warily. I walk down to him. I'm Charlotte. I step forward and hold out my hand as if this is a business meeting. Neither of us moves. Then he takes it, rough skin, firm grip, and something awkward happens. The handshake shifts into a hug, or almost a hug, my shoulder brushing his chest. He smells faintly of cigarette smoke, and I think of Dad before we both step back. Come in, I say. Martin appears in the doorway, all careful and calm.
Hi, he says. I'm Martin.
Their hands meet. It's brief. Bobby bursts in behind him. This is your Uncle John, I say. John crouches unexpectedly, and Bobby grins.
Hey, chump,
John says, and somewhere in his tone there's a scrape of longing that I wish I didn't recognise. He stands again like he's remembered himself and the room. There's food if you want. Canapés, cake, or I can make something. I've cooked too much. I hear it the second I offer it all.
Just water,
he says.
Thanks.
I pour it. He drinks. He doesn't sit. He turns slowly, taking in the house. His gaze runs over the photographs on the wall. Bobby on the beach, my dad and me at the opening of the farm conversion, Martin in a borrowed tux at an awards dinner I dragged him to.
You said you're an architect?
He asks at last, voice level. Yes.
This place? The whole farm? All the buildings?
Do you want to see? He shrugs.
All right. Come on, Bobby, says Martin. Let's go and do some Lego for a bit.
He gives me a small, anxious smile as he leaves. I show John downstairs first, the bathroom, the spare room. He stops in the doorway of Bobby's room and looks for a long time without moving. I can't help seeing what he might be seeing. Posters tacked at wonky angles, a cheap football trophy, a padded bulletin board where Bobby pins drawings of dragons that look suspiciously like poorly disguised cats, a dinosaur duvet, clutter that tells the truth of a child allowed to be noisy. Miriam's house flashes across my mind. Blank walls, crucifix above a bed with a plain blanket the colour of porridge, a framed baptism certificate like an invoice. A hot coil of guilt unfurls in my stomach.
Nice,
John says. Upstairs he paces the living room, not touching anything, cataloguing.
You did all this? The flipping it? Bedrooms down, kitchen up?
Yes, I say. It felt obvious letting the rooms we live in have the view. Light is free, you just have to find it. I hear myself and wince. This isn't about me, but I want him to know I've built something. Not just a house, but a family, a life, something worth preserving. He wanders to the window. He frowns at the glass as if wondering what can be done with an 8-metre wall of petty malice.
Big trees,
he says.
Why?
Privacy, I say. Or that's what our neighbours think, anyway. He grunts, and it's a sound that could be agreement or derision.
Planning?
He asks. I've tried, I say. It's complicated. I don't tell him how much I enjoyed writing the complaint, how the act of assembling evidence made me feel briefly like a person who could fix things. The air inside has become too dense with things we're not saying. "Walk," I say. He thrusts his hands in his pockets and nods. The lane curves between houses. We pass the hayloft, the stables. The old farmhouse squats beyond its row of trees. We walk in silence for a minute, the only sound the soft thud of our feet and the wind rustling the treetops. A car idles at the far end of the road, then pulls away. John watches it go in his peripheral vision, not turning his head. It's such a small gesture, but it catches me. The quiet patrol of someone who learned early to keep his head down and eyes open. "Dad told me about you just before he died." I talk about the last conversation in the hospice garden, Dad's cigarette trembling, his voice breaking as he told me the truth. About Mum and the adoption, about the promise he should never have made. He said he should have told me sooner. John's jaw tightens, then relaxes so minutely I almost miss it. "It makes it hard because I loved him, but I'm angry with him." I pause. "I went to see Miriam," I say softly. "That's how I found you." He spits out a bitter laugh.
"Did she offer you tea in the good china, with Jesus bleeding on the wall behind her?"
"Yes, I don't think she expected me to appear."
"No, she wouldn't,"
he says. The words are clipped and careful. "She had your baptism certificate framed."
"Of course she did."
He didn't look at me.
"A certificate is easier to love than a boy."
We reach the bend where the lane opens to fields. The earth smells wet. He scuffs a stone with the toe of his boot.
"I left,"
he says.
"as soon as I could."
I nod. "Where did you go?"
"Wherever. Jobs. None of them much. Places you don't leave a forwarding address."
I think of the flats, the stairwell smell, the corridor between doors with dented paint. "I've seen where you were that day. I don't know if that's where you are now." He says nothing and I don't push it. We turn back. The trees look taller, as if they've crept closer while we were gone. "I found you because of your middle name," I say as we reach the gate. "Zachariah." He gives a short, sharp laugh that is all edges.
"If God remembered me, he did it with a belt in one hand."
He looks at me then, directly.
"You found me because you're ill?"
"Not just that. I'd have wanted to find you anyway once I knew, but yes, that's why he told me, at the end." He waits. I can feel the waiting like a wire pulled taut. "Aplastic anemia," I say. The words sound stolen, as if I've borrowed them from a proper grown-up. "The drugs help, transfusions help, but the only long-term answer is a bone marrow transplant. Full siblings are the best chance." John looks past me at the house, as if the bricks could answer for me.
"What is it they'd do to me?"
"They check if you're a match first," I say quickly before he can step away from the thought. "A simple blood test. If you are, there are 2 ways. Most people do a thing where they give you injections for a few days, then they take the cells out, like dialysis. The other way is under general anaesthetic from the hip bones. I don't know which they'd want. I'm only telling you because I don't want to pretend it's nothing." He nods slowly.
"And you? What happens to you?"
"They give me chemo to wipe my marrow out, then they give me your cells. If it works, I get better. If it doesn't..." I stop. We're at the front door. I can see Bobby on the rug through the glass, staging a battle between 2 species that never met. Martin is in the kitchen, pretending to read an email while watching the driveway reflection in the window. John looks pained and lost. He's my big brother. I want to pull him inside and show him a room where no one hangs a certificate like a medal of righteousness. I want to protect him, and I want to beg from him, and I want to curse my father in the same breath for putting us both here. "You don't owe me anything," I say. "I need you. That's true. But you don't owe me." There's a long minute when the only sounds are wind against guttering and a far-off chug of a tractor beyond the hedge. John's face is very still.
"I'll think about it,"
he says finally.
"I've got to go."
"Thank you," I say, because there isn't anything else. I watch him move down the lane, hands back in his pockets. At the bend he keeps going, doesn't look back. A car I don't recognise sits at the end of the lane, lights off, engine idling. John disappears behind it. Does he get in? By the time I think to worry about it, it turns and goes, unhurried. Zachariah. The Lord has remembered. A brother who was supposed to be forgotten has come back into my life just when I need him most. Then I picture John again, those unblinking grey eyes. He'll think about it. Until then, all I can do is wait. Chapter 12. Axe. Bobby launches a triceratops at my knee. "Did he like the house?" he asks. "I think he did. He didn't say, but I think he did." Martin rests his hand on my shoulder.
"You all right?"
"I don't know. He said he'll think about it."
"So he didn't say no?"
It's a flat statement, carefully neutral, but I can hear the caution underneath. He didn't say yes, either. Martin's refusing to cling to any false hope. We stand there in our clean kitchen with its plates of food no one needed. Outside the trees swallow the last of the light, greedy and unbothered. Martin stares out the window, watching the lane where John disappeared.
"You don't know him, Charlotte."
"I know he's my brother." He gathers some glasses, clinks them gently into the sink. The silence is full of all the terrible, negative, hopeless things he doesn't want to say. "I'll be careful," I tell him, as if careful can keep anything out. I press my palm to the counter to feel something steady. I'm tired, from the emotional exhaustion of it all and from the walk. But it's different now. Not the normal end-of-day aches, but something pooling deep, heavy and wrong. I don't mention anything, but I can feel it. I'm getting more ill by the day. Martin takes the half-full bag out of the bin and knots it at the top.
"I'll take this out,"
he says. Part of me thinks it's so he won't be in the same room, so he won't be able to say all the terrible things he's thinking. It won't work, Charlotte. You're dying. Give up hope. Or maybe I'm being unfair. Perhaps that's what I'm thinking, and I'm hanging it on Martin.
"What the—"
Martin's shout from outside cuts through the barn. Bobby jerks upright and scampers out of the room before I can stop him. I follow, slower, my chest tight, and go round the side of the house. Martin's by the bins, the black sack dangling forgotten from his hand. He's staring straight ahead, body rigid. I follow his gaze to the flower beds. This morning we stood here with quiet relief and watched the departure of Derek's cranes and lorries, but now I notice what I didn't see earlier. The tyres have chewed through the borders, soil churned into a swamp, tulips and lavender pulled up and scattered across the lane. It's annoying, but it's nothing that can't be replanted. To Martin, it's desecration. The colour rises up his neck like floodwater. He throws the bin bag to the ground.
"I'll kill him. I swear to God, Charlotte, I'll bloody kill him."
Spit flies. He paces, fists clenched, as if Derek was standing here right now and he could throttle him. Martin, who quotes Wordsworth and once cried at a John Clare poem, storms up and down the ruined path as though he's ready to commit actual violence. It isn't just anger, it's feral.
"Smug bastard thinks he can drive his bloody crane over our lives, rip it all up, and what? We just smile and wave? We do nothing?"
I know immediately what's going on. This isn't about Derek. It isn't about flowers. It's the pressure of everything he can't control. All the pent-up anxiety about my diagnosis and finding John and the fragile hope he won't name out loud, bursting out sideways and finding the nearest enemy.
"I'm going round there,"
he says and begins to move. I try to catch his arm, but he jerks away. Bobby's dancing round the courtyard, chanting, a tulip in each hand. "Inside, please, Bobby." "Oh, now." He slinks back to the barn. I watch until he's through the door. When I turn back, Martin is gone. Then I hear him clattering about inside the wood store. He emerges, clutching a small axe. It's only a tiny thing we use for splitting logs for the wood burner, but his expression makes it horrifying. His jaw locked, his pupils blown wide. For a sickening second I see the way a jury would. Martin Ainsworth, mild-mannered academic, bringing that little axe down on Derrick's skull with everything he's got. "Martin, for Christ's sake!" But he's off, striding purposefully across the lawn towards Derrick and Angie's. I run to the annex, knock for Tiffany and ask her to watch Bobby, then I head off after Martin. When I catch up with him, he's stopped at the wall of trees. Trembling with rage, Martin starts attacking one of the trees. He gouges away at it with his tiny axe. For all his fury, it only makes thin nicks in the trunk, barely scratches it. It would take him a month of this to cut it down. Tiffany was right. There are worse things in life than a few trees, but right now Martin doesn't see it like that. They become the focus of everything he's raging at. He swings again and again, chest heaving, arms shaking. He looks absurd and tragic and frightening all at once. "Martin," I say, stepping closer, "stop, please." He doesn't hear me, or can't. Then a door slams. I look past Martin and see Derrick striding across the churned grass in a fleece and trackies and appearing through a break between the trunks. But it's the way he moves, unhurried, sure of himself, that makes my stomach drop.
"Well now,"
he says, almost amused.
"Look at this."
Derrick doesn't raise his voice. That's the worst part. He simply steps forward, plants himself between Martin and the wounded tree.
"That yours?"
he asks, nodding at the axe.
"You'll be here till Christmas."
Martin freezes. The axe hangs from his hand like something he's only just realised he's holding. Up close with the trees looming behind him, he looks small. Shaken, blotchy, breathing hard. Derrick, by contrast, is as still as poured concrete.
"Put it down,"
says Derrick calmly. Martin jolts, drops the axe as if it's hot, and it lands in the grass with a soft thud. Derrick bends slowly, picks it up by the handle, weighing it in his palm with casual interest.
"Not much use, this,"
he says, flicking a glance at the shallow scratches on the trunk.
"Lucky for you."
Martin swallows. I can see the sweat darkening the collar of his shirt. I'm up close enough to see the change in Derrick's eyes, something sharp and calculating, like he's assessing a problem he fully intends to solve. He takes one step closer, enough that Martin takes half a step back without meaning to.
"You come onto my property with a weapon,"
Derrick says, quiet as a sermon.
"That's one line. You start hacking what's mine, that's another."
His voice doesn't rise, but the contained violence in it makes the hair on my arm stand on end. He could crush Martin with his bare hands. He wants Martin to know that. And Martin does. He looks utterly deflated now, sagging under the weight of whatever he's unleashed. I step forward, instinctive. "It was a misunderstanding, Martin."
"I'm talking to him,"
Derrick says without even looking at me. Not aggressive, not sharp, just a shift in tone that shuts me up more effectively than a shout would have.
"I'm sorry,"
Martin manages. His voice is thin, the edges frayed. Derrick nods once, slow.
"Good. Keep hold of that feeling."
He tosses the axe at Martin's feet, not violently, but with disdain, which is even worse, somehow.
"Now, I'm going to forget what I just saw,"
he says quietly,
"because I'm in a good mood. But that mood can change. Next time you've got something to say it like a grown-up, not like a toddler with a tantrum. You want to have a problem with me?"
Derrick says, folding his arms.
"You come to my face. You don't sneak around in the dark hacking at my trees like a nutter."
His eyes flick to the axe, then to Martin's shaking hands. He leans in inches from Martin's face and almost whispers,
"And if you make this a thing, I promise you'll lose."
He smiles then, a small, polite baring of teeth. He steps back, all calm authority, all dangerous ease.
"Enjoy your evening,"
he adds, turning away. He disappears behind the line of trees. Martin sags like someone has cut a wire inside him. I move to him, touch his back. His shirt is damp with sweat. I wrap my arms around him. His body is trembling. Martin stands there blinking like someone just shook him awake. He looks down at the axe, then at me.
"Oh, God, what did I just do?"
I don't answer. I can't, not with my heart still trying to climb out of my chest. Instead, I take his arm and steer him back across the lawn. Behind us, the dark green wall looms, unchanged, impenetrable, unbothered.
"He's not going to drop this,"
Martin whispers.
"I made it worse."
Again I say nothing, because I realise with a cold, creeping certainty that Martin hasn't just rattled a neighbour. He hasn't just picked a fight. He's woken something. He's declared a war he can't win. And now it's coming for us. Chapter 13. Hope. Hospitals all smell the same. That faint zing of antiseptic overlaid with the scent of boiled vegetables from the canteen, as though life and death are happening in adjoining rooms and no one thought to open a window. I ought to be used to it. I've spent too much time in places like this recently, first with Dad, then with my own endless blood tests. It doesn't matter whether it's oncology, haematology, palliative care, or the unit I'm sitting in now. The air always tells you the same thing. Sickness lives here. But today is different, because today John is here. Neither of us speaks much. He sits opposite me in the waiting area, shoulders hunched, his hands clasped together, staring at the floor tiles. He's scrubbed up a little since the day at the barn, shaved, wearing clean jeans and a jacket that doesn't look like it's been rescued from a charity shop rail. Even so, he looks restless and wary. It still doesn't feel real. 2 weeks ago I didn't know he existed. Now I'm watching him about to have blood drawn that could save my life. The words that circle round my brain are too desperate, too obvious. Please be a match. Please say yes. Please save me. The tannoy crackles, calling someone else's name. Not his. Not yet. The waiting room is half full. A woman in a headscarf flicks through a celebrity magazine. A man coughs into a tissue again and again, each rasp reminding me of Dad in his final few weeks. It's hard in this place not to feel that death is waiting around every corner. A nurse passes through, sensible shoes squeaking faintly on the vinyl. She has a clipboard in one hand, a smile pasted on her face. "John Brown?" John lifts his head, meets my eyes. For a second I see the boy in the photograph from Miriam's wall, the serious child with a cross behind him. Then it's gone. He gets up. His stride is fast, as if the only way through this is to keep moving before he changes his mind. I follow, though I'm not sure I'm supposed to. Inside the clinic room, it's the usual setup. Desk, computer, and plastic chairs, white walls displaying laminated posters with cartoon platelets discussing being stem cell aware. The nurse introduces herself as Helen and explains what they're going to do. A simple blood test, just a couple of vials. "Nothing to worry about," she says, her voice kind. She's seen plenty of families like us, sitting in anguished silence or with nerves disguised as small talk. "Full name?" she asks.
"John Zachariah Brown."
His voice doesn't falter, but I see the muscle jump in his jaw as he says the middle name. "Date of birth?" He rattles it off. "Do you have some ID with you?" He pulls out his wallet and slides a driving licence across the desk. I glance down at it, at the little rectangle that proves he exists in a way my father pretended he didn't. Helen types into the computer. "All right, Mr. Brown, just roll up your sleeve for me." I watch as he does. The pale skin of his forearm emerges, veins snaking blue beneath. Helen tightens the tourniquet, presses the skin, finds her spot, The snap of latex gloves, the cool of an alcohol swab. Then the needle slips in, smooth, drawing dark blood into a vial. And I think, that's it. That tiny cylinder of liquid will decide whether I live or die. My whole future trapped behind a plastic cap, swirled and labelled, couriered to a lab. They fill a second vial, remove the needle. Cotton pad, tape, the job done. John flexes his fingers as though the tiny puncture has stiffened his whole arm. All finished, Helen says. Her voice is calm and professional. We'll send this to the lab for HLA typing. We check the proteins on the white blood cells and see if you're compatible. For full siblings, there's roughly a 1 in 4 chance. She curls up her face and crosses her fingers on both hands. I know it's supposed to be supportive, but the numbers suddenly echo like dice thrown on a table. 1 in 4. We'll fast-track the results. Shouldn't be more than 48 hours. She says it gently, but I know what it means. They're hurrying me through because I'm sick. Sick enough that speed matters. We step outside into the car park. As I go to say goodbye, something wells up in me. What I'm feeling isn't just because I've found the person who might save my life. It's the excitement and confusion of finding the brother I never knew I had. John, my brother. I want to hug him, but I don't. His arms hang loose by his sides, his whole body broadcasting distance. It started raining, a thin spring mist that dampens everything without washing it clean. We stand there awkwardly until he says, "All right then," and heads off. No promise, no reassurance. Just those 3 words. The next 2 days are torture. It's like every nerve is exposed, fizzing with anticipation, and if I stop moving, I'll shatter. I notice everything too sharply. The scratch of Martin's pen as he marks essays at the kitchen table becomes unbearable. Bobby leaves a trail of Lego across the floor, and I nearly weep when I tread on a piece. Tiffany hovers, clattering mugs as she lines them up on the draining board, offering cups of tea, making food for which I have no appetite. Her kindness edges into suffocation. Even silence isn't safe. The hum of the fridge swells until I can't hear myself think. A wood pigeon in the trees outside drones the same song on repeat, counting down to something I can't control. I read, but the words blur. I try to draw a sketch for the chapel project, and the lines come out warped as though the building itself is buckling under pressure. I pace the rooms, check the windows, adjust the cushions, anything to keep my hands moving. I sit and stare at the blank expanse of Derek's trees. It feels like a wall that's going to topple over and crush me. At night, I lie awake listening to Martin breathe, steady and oblivious. But even the threat of Derek, the terrible confrontation between him and Martin, and the menacing neighbourhood war we may have declared, pales into insignificance set against the backdrop of my illness. The world has shrunk to a single question. Will he be a match? I try not to picture outcomes, but the images creep in anyway. One version of the future where John isn't compatible, I fade, like Dad did. Hospital visits stretching into nothing. Bobby growing up without me. Or another version where he is compatible but refuses. I imagine the same ending, only more bitter, knowing the lifeline was in reach and I couldn't grasp it. And the brightest version, too bright to look at straight on, where he agrees, and I get to live. Hope is supposed to be a good thing, but it feels worse than despair. Hope makes you imagine the outcome, the possibility, the light ahead. And what if it doesn't happen? What if the light shuts off? On the second night, I dream the barn is collapsing, the bone-white walls porous and crumbling. I wake with my heart hammering. The call comes the next morning. Could Mr. Brown and I come in to discuss the results? I phone John. He answers after the 3rd ring. Voice flat.
When?
Now. We meet at the hospital entrance. He looks tired, dark shadows under his eyes as though he hasn't slept either. I wonder what the stresses and worries are in his life. It's all been about me. The doctor, Dr. Hassan this time, tall, soft-spoken, his accent lilting, ushers us into his office.
"Well,"
he begins.
"we have your results."
I grip the arm of my chair. My nails dig into the plastic.
"Mr. Brown," he says, "you are a match for your sister."
The words take a second to land. I glance at John. His face is unreadable.
"We've double-checked the results," Dr. Hassan continues. "We've also run the necessary screenings from your consent form. Blood counts, infectious diseases. It all looks satisfactory. Medically, you are a very suitable donor."
He pauses. The silence fills with the thrum of air conditioning.
"However," he says, turning to John, "knowing you're a match is still only part of the process. Donation is, of course, voluntary. It is important you understand the potential risks."
He runs through them, the discomfort of the procedure, the general anaesthetic, the rare but real complications of nerve damage, bleeding, prolonged pain.
"The risks are minimal,"
he says, but the words lodge anyway. I watch John, willing him to say yes. He doesn't. Not yet. Dr. Hassan finishes and folds his hands. He lets the moment sit there, leaving space for an answer that doesn't come. Eventually he speaks.
"You don't need to decide this instant, but time is a factor. The sooner we proceed, the better Charlotte's chances. Why don't you take a moment, think things through?"
We go to the Starbucks they have near reception. John doesn't want anything, and I get a flat white I don't have the stomach for. It stands untouched on the table between us. People chatter in low, urgent tones. The hiss of the milk steamer screams intermittently. We sit, not speaking. I open my mouth, then close it again. I want to plead, but I can't. Not here. Not like this. The silence stretches. John shifts in his chair. Finally, he says,
"Funny, isn't it? Same blood, different lives."
My throat tightens. "Yes," I whisper. He looks at me. For the first time, really looks. His eyes are pale, searching.
"Okay then," he says. "I'll do it."
Relief slams through me, so dizzying it's almost unbearable. And hope. Hope again. Dangerous as fire. Chapter 14. Bags. Weeks stretch, interminable and cruel. After the rush of hope when John agreed, the reality is painfully slow. He undergoes tests, assessments, an ECG, trace printing like a lie detector. He has chest x-rays and viral screenings loaded with abbreviations as if to disguise how serious they are. HIV, hepatitis B and C, CMV. He is weighed and measured, poked and prodded. I understand the need to be sure he won't collapse under the strain of giving part of himself away, but it's hard to be patient when my body is a crumbling building with its foundations eroded. They're checking the lifeboat for punctures while I'm drowning. I sit with John in waiting rooms. I'm keen to get to know him, but we never say much. He flicks through his phone, guarded and suspicious. More often than not, he does his tests, then disappears. We are bound by blood, yet we drift past each other like strangers on different trains. A glimpse of his jacket rounding a corner, the back of his head at a reception desk. Meanwhile, they prepare me. A surgeon slides a tube into a vein in my chest. It enters my body just below my collarbone and vanishes under the skin. He talks me through it while I stare at a poster about hand hygiene. I marvel that bodies are just bags with plumbing. I'm isolated in a side room while my immune system is shredded. Sterile white walls, vinyl floor, filtered air. Visitors gowned, masked, gloved. Martin brings Bobby to see me, looking like a tiny surgeon. The chemo is a wrecking ball. High-dose drugs to flatten my bone marrow, wipe the slate clean so John's cells might take root. Conditioning, they call it, as though I'm being toughened up. But really, it's demolition. Food arrives in plastic trays, beige pasta, overcooked broccoli, meat that could be anything. I force it down. I line my pills up on the tray in colour order because it feels like designing something. My hair starts to feel like it's been electrified from the inside. I sweat and shake. Martin stands on the far side of the glass, masked, gloved, his hand on the pane. He looks like someone at an aquarium trying to make eye contact with a creature that only recognises shadows. The days crawl. I nap in little scraps and wake in the same small room. Nurses drift in and out like ghosts, cheerful in that professional way that makes me suspicious. If they're this cheerful, it must be bad. My nose bleeds twice. They say it's the dryness. I don't know if it's that or the way everything inside me feels stripped back to the brickwork. At night, I lay awake and wonder if this was what it feels like to be buried alive. Cut off, preserved, waiting to see if I'll rot or mend. And then the day comes. They remove lines, cannulas, machines. I am a space with the wiring pulled out, sockets dangling. I close my eyes and imagine it as a good kind of demolition. Making room. John's harvest is scheduled. He's admitted on the other side of the hospital. They put him under anaesthetic, needles into the back of his pelvic bone, drawing out the thick red marrow. I'm not allowed to watch, of course, but I picture it. Bone pierced, blood thick as tar, the innermost substance of him siphoned into sterile bags. A nurse checks my identity. I say my name with the solemnity of a wedding vow. 2 nurses read my name, my date of birth, my hospital number. When the nurse brings the bag in, I can't help staring. Dark red. Ordinary and not ordinary at all. A 3rd nurse checks the label. Someone signs 3 times. It looks like something you'd mop off a floor, but they hang it above me, hook it into my line, let it seep into me. John's marrow. John's life. I watch it the way you watch rain. My body hums with a kind of polite panic. The nurse smiles with her eyes because the mask hides the rest. "That's it," she says, like we've just done an ordinary thing. And we have. It's just that ordinary things sometimes change everything. My consultant, Dr. Chowdhury, speaks in a low voice as though superstition demands it.
It went well, but you know this isn't the end, Charlotte. Even a perfect match can go wrong. There's always the risk of rejection, of complications afterwards.
Complications. The word reverberates like footsteps in an empty corridor. The next few days pass in a haze. They monitor me constantly, peering at my blood counts, logging every decimal point. I try to read their faces, studying them to see if the news is good or bad. Martin visits with Bobby, their voices muffled by masks. Bobby draws pictures of dinosaurs, our house, me with spiky hair that I don't actually have, but he insists is mine. I tape them up on the wall, flimsy talismans against the silence. Tiffany helicopters in, bringing gossip from the outside world, little stories that feel like messages from another planet. On one visit, I ask Martin about Derek, but all he says is,
"Let's not get into that now,"
with a cheerfulness that seems just too rehearsed. I can't tell whether it's because his attention is all on me or because something terrible has happened that he doesn't want me to worry about. But I don't push it. In truth, it's all I can do to keep my eyes open, let alone get into a debate about our warring neighbour. Some seed of worry must plant itself about home, though. At night I dream about the barn with the roof taken off and the sky laid down as a new ceiling. In the morning the ward sister draws the blind and says, "It's bright today." And I remember there's weather. John doesn't visit. I tell myself there's no reason he should, but it nags at me. He's given me this miraculous gift, and now he's vanished again, back into whatever shadows he came from. I think about him more now that he isn't here than when he was 2 floors away. I send the occasional text, updates about how I'm doing, though I'm not sure whether I'm writing out of gratitude, guilt, or fear of losing him again. His replies are short, if they come at all. And yet he is with me, in my blood, in my bones, a brother I never knew, now a part of me from the inside out. My body is no longer wholly mine. I am a construction site where 2 blueprints are colliding. The doctors smile more often as the weeks go on. My skin looks less like I'm made of tracing paper. My blood count creeps in the right direction. They talk of engraftment, of John's marrow taking hold, setting up shop inside me. Somehow, miraculously, the scaffolding is holding. After a month, the news is cautiously good. The danger hasn't passed, but for now, the signs are strong. Still, when I close my eyes, I see him. Not John himself, but a shadow, a presence. I feel guilty that I got the light, the love, the family, and he got cold austerity and abandonment. And now I've taken from him again. His marrow, his blood, his strength. But, in truth, it feels more like infection than inheritance, something foreign taking root, and me too weak to stop it. It's a bond, a debt, and now we're linked forever. Chapter 15. Solstice. When I return home, the trees stand like enemy sentries, their dark shoulders leaning into the sky. But I refuse to let them cast a shadow on this moment. The barn looks wonderfully familiar and welcome. Bobby's made a banner, which hangs from a rafter. "Welcome home, Mummy. Kiss, kiss, kiss." Martin stacked all my post in little categories on the kitchen island. Tiffany's portioned meals in Tupperware that sits in the fridge. The signs are good. That's the phrase everyone uses. I've decided to love it, embracing the words like my mantra. I attend my outpatient visits religiously. I swallow my carousel of antiviral, immunosuppressant, antibiotic and antifungal drugs without complaint. I accept the fatigue, the nausea, the skin rashes, and mouth ulcers. I am kind to my body, protecting its naive, underdeveloped immune system like a newborn. And for the first time in months, I can imagine a future without flinching. And so here I am, preparing for a celebration party on the longest day of the year. The summer solstice, a day when the sun stands still at its peak, when light stretches to its farthest reach. A day of survival and abundance. I'm not superstitious, but I feel it. This isn't just a party, it's a stake in the ground, a reclamation. Me, back from the dead. We've invited everyone, Dan and Lisa, Rupert, of course, Tiffany's gang of girls who signed up for the register even though none of them matched, some of the school parents, the kids Bobby plays with, my office team, loyal and smiling, pretending not to worry when I turned up pale and fragile at my desk. Not Derek and Angie, of course. And I've invited John. I texted him, little messages sent into the silence. "Back home, party Saturday if you feel like it, no pressure. Would love to see you. Kiss." There's no reason for us to see each other now, not medically, but still I want him here, to be part of it. John is the unseen ghost threaded through it all, my body rebuilding itself from instructions borrowed from John's marrow, infiltrating, blending with my own. I keep circling the thought, John is in me. Same blood, different lives, now conjoined. Martin busies himself inflating balloons that read "in remission" in cheerful bold type. It feels good to be able to joke about it after all the solemnity. He ties them to the banisters, the backs of chairs. Every time one bobs upward, he looks at me, his expression softening into something so tender it unsettles me.
"Glad to have you home,"
he says. Just that, enough to make my eyes sting before I even know why. By early evening, the garden looks beautiful. We've strung lights from the barn and the annex to hedges, lanterns swaying like tame stars. Trestle tables bow under salads and bottles. Doorbell. The first wave arrives. Lisa hugs me too long and whispers, "You look amazing," which I know is code for, "I'm glad you're not dead." Dan produces wine with a flourish. Rupert breezes in with a canvas bag full of bottles.
"Hunter Valley Riesling,"
he announces to no one in particular.
"I thought I should return the favour."
He marches to the drinks table and immediately opens a bottle. He puts a hand on Martin's shoulder and lowers his voice performatively.
"Smelling the cork is a superstition, you know. Completely meaningless."
And he smells the cork and sighs as if God himself just handed him a glass. More people arrive. Families. Kids. Children shriek at the paddling pool, then announce it's too cold and go back to football in wet socks. Bobby is given the job of balloon monitor and patrols the garden with military determination, stopping the other kids from playing with them. Every time he passes me, he looks up to check I'm still here. I put my hand on his head and he leans into it without breaking stride. "Where do you want this?" Tiffany calls from the door, holding a lopsided cake that somehow still looks chic. She's in a dress the colour of grapefruit and sunglasses, even though the sun is low. Her laugh trills across the garden. The house looks exactly as I dreamed it, when it was just a drawing. People. Laughter bouncing off the beams. The light is a golden, sustained note. The longest day. And suddenly he's there, at the end of the lane. Not dramatic or announced. As if he's been there the whole time, just choosing when to step into frame. John. He stands for a moment, like he did the first time he visited, taking in the house, the hedges, the view, or what's left of it. I meet him halfway. "John, I'm Charlotte. So pleased to meet you," I joke. The pretended formality does the job and breaks whatever ice might have begun to form. I smile broadly. I'm so happy to see him. We do our now familiar handshake that collapses into a genuine hug. He smells of laundry soap. His eyes skim over my shoulder at the tables and the lights and the clusters of people, as if he's working out how to escape if he needs to. Bobby marches up. "You're my uncle." John looks at him with mock seriousness.
"That's what they tell me."
"You can have a balloon if you want," Bobby says gravely, as if bestowing a title, "but you have to look after it."
"I'll try,"
John says, and for a fleeting moment his face softens into something unguarded. Back in the garden, the party swells. Rupert insists on opening a magnum he's brought. Bobby scores a goal against 3 kids twice his size and yells my name like I'm a trophy he's showing off. I'm pulled into conversations that all start the same way. "You look so well. How are you feeling? So brave." And I nod and say the right things. Grateful, tired, lucky. When I catch sight of John, he's near the hedge, half turned away, listening but not participating, holding a glass of water. He hovers at the edges, a guest without a table. I hadn't planned a speech, but the longest day makes people sentimental, and one of the school mums clinks a spoon against a glass and says, "Say something, Charlotte." And I find myself stepping up to the table without thinking. The lights strung overhead frame me, as if we've hung them here on purpose. "Well," I say, "first things first, if anyone leaves here tonight still hungry, it's their own fault. I may have gone slightly overboard on the catering." A ripple of laughter. The tension loosens. But seriously, thank you all for being here. The last few months have been a lot. For me, for Martin, and for Bobby. And if we're still standing, it's because of the people in this garden. Your kindness and your supportive texts. You carried us over the bumps, even when I wasn't very good at saying so. A murmur of acknowledgement. A few glasses lifted. I take a breath. But there's one person I didn't know how to thank until very recently. My eyes flick to John, half in shadow at the edge of the trestle tables. I grew up thinking I was an only child. Turns out I wasn't. I had a brother all along. Life took him somewhere else, and I didn't know him until this year. But blood has a way of remembering what we forget. The crowd is hushed now, leaning in. I can feel the gratitude rise in me. Imagine you had all the money in the world and you could buy yourself one more year or even just one more day. You'd pay it all, every last penny. That's what John has given me. Something money can't buy. A future. For me and Martin and for Bobby. And now I have a brother too. There's a warm laugh and some ahs from the guests as the words catch slightly in my throat, but I push through. So, please, let's raise a glass not just to survival, but to second chances and new beginnings. Second chances and new beginnings, chorus the crowd. Silence, and then applause, warm and wide. When I look for John, he has the expression of a man who's been pinned to a notice board. Too many eyes, too much light. He nods once, the smallest acceptance, then looks away. Martin's hand finds mine and squeezes. I catch sight of Rupert and Dan talking together. Rupert says something, gestures towards John, and Dan laughs. The kind of laugh that goes with a private joke. It's quick, gone almost before it begins, but it's enough. I don't need to hear it. Just like Derek, John isn't one of us. He's an outsider. He doesn't belong here. I spot John looking their way and Rupert goes over to him with exaggerated warmth. But I can see the signs. Rupert leaning back a little too far, his voice a fraction too loud. John looks like he hasn't noticed, but I can't tell if he really hasn't, or if he's simply decided not to give them the satisfaction. I hate how it makes me feel. I'm overwhelmed by a desire to protect him. I move that way to rescue him, but someone stops me and asks about the barn staircase, and the moment to intervene is gone. The evening goes on, long, slow and warm. The children rampage, high on orange squash and the novelty of being allowed out past bedtime. The sun refuses to set. It's 9:30 and the garden is still lush and intense. The longest day holds its breath. Tiffany appears at my elbow, flustered, trundling a suitcase I haven't seen since she unpacked in the annex. "I'm going to head back," she says, too brightly. "Roland's decided he needs me for something or other tomorrow, and now you're well. It's silly me taking up the annex any longer." "What, tonight?" I laugh, expecting her to laugh with me. She doesn't. "At least stay for cake." "Can't," she says. Her eyes slide off mine and stick somewhere over my shoulder. "Traffic will be awful in the morning." "Are you—" I start, feeling slow. "Have I done something?" "Don't be daft." She kisses my cheek too quickly. "You've done brilliantly. Text me, okay?" It's all wrong. The rhythm, the words, the way she shields herself with her bag. I hug her, feel a tremor go through her shoulders and tell myself it's a chill. She slips away into the lane without looking back. I guess she's hurt that I made such a fuss about all John's help in my speech and failed to mention everything she's done to look after me. Oh, hell. I'll text her in the morning. From the corner of my eye, I catch John watching her go, expression unreadable. When he sees me looking, he gazes past me to the hedge, to the lane, to the trees. A hand touches my arm. "Charlotte?" Gareth from the planning department, tie yanked loose, glass of wine in hand. "Sorry to do this here, but I thought you'd rather hear it from me. Your objection to the trees has been rejected. You'll get the official letter. I'm sorry. It's not the decision I'd have liked." I nod as if I don't care and make the right noises. "Thanks for trying. It's fine." It is not fine. It is the opposite of fine. But I'm not going to cry about trees on my resurrection day. Bobby barrels into me, face red, hair stuck to his forehead. "Mum, Uncle John says some dinosaurs hunted at night." He says this with the reverence of a revelation, "and that's why they had big eyes." "Did he?" I say, keeping my voice light. I look over at John, who is already looking away. The smoke arrives before the smell does. A pale ribbon across the top of the hedge, then thickening and curling into the garden. It's coming from Derek and Angie's. I think I hear Derek's laugh behind the trees as if he's showing off to someone we can't see. The stench follows, plastic mixed with damp leaves, the peppery tang of something that shouldn't be on fire. Derek, burning rubbish. The smoke catches in my throat and makes my eyes water. Someone shouts, "Grab the food!" The lovely world we made scrambles. People scoop bowls and bottles, herd children, begin to cart things inside. But I already know it's over. Inside it's too hot, too loud. The kitchen fogs with 9 conversations at once. Rupert complains about countryside manners to anyone who will listen. Lisa fans a child with a napkin. People begin making their excuses and leave, grabbing coats, giving hugs. I stand at the window and watch the garden blur, the balloons bobbing in the haze. The fire is too disruptive to be mere coincidence. This is Derek, prodding and poking, taunting us with his hostility and contempt. This isn't just a garden bonfire. It's a message. We've been targeted. The Cold War has set in. I press my palm flat to the glass the way Bobby does and feel the cool. The solstice light, which gleamed with promise an hour ago, has gone flat. John appears at my shoulder. He doesn't look at me. He looks out at the smoke, the lane, the trees, the road beyond. His reflection in the glass sits next to mine. "Thank you for coming," I say, keeping my tone steady. "Thank you for everything." He nods, something tight in the movement.
"Long day,"
he says. "The longest?" I say. And that's when I feel it, the solstice turning, the high point already declining. After tonight, the days shorten, shadows lengthen, the peak already past. The longest day slipping into night. Chapter 16. Fledgling. "Charlotte Ainsworth?" The voice sounds anxious as I answer the call. It's the hospital. All the things they feared might go wrong have gone wrong. All the setbacks and the shitty complications. But not to me. To John. "All the things we warned about," the registrar says. "Nothing serious, but he's symptomatic. Post-op anemia, significant pain at the harvest sites, bit of orthostatic hypertension. He nearly fainted when he stood. We've given IV fluids and analgesia, started iron. His original paperwork lists you as next of kin." I drive in and find John propped awkwardly in a chair. The dressings at the back of his hips bulge under the gown. The cannula in his hand makes him look oddly fragile. He looks like Dad, but not Dad at this age, Dad in the last few weeks. He looks up, annoyed at being witnessed like this.
"They called you,"
he says, as if I've trespassed. The nurse explains while she peels the tape from his hand. "Some donors end up feeling wiped out. The anaesthetic can knock you for 6. The marrow volume we took was at the upper end, so his haemoglobin's dipped. Fluids have perked him up a bit. Pain's the main thing now." She talks about him like he's not here.
"Can I go?"
John says to her. "We're discharging you," she says, "but you'll need to take it easy. No lifting, no driving today. If you get feverish, call. If you're dizzy, sit down. Paracetamol and codeine if you need it. Oral iron for a fortnight. And food. Please eat." I walk him out, which is not walking so much as shuffling. He tries to pretend it's fine. By the time we reach the sliding doors, his colour's drained, sweat beading on his forehead, and he grabs the wall for support. "Slowly," I say. "You're white as the grout."
"Don't fuss."
I try to lighten the mood with a joke. "I thought I was the one who was supposed to get crippling bouts of fatigue."
"I'm fine,"
is all he says. "Is your lift still broken?" He laughs without humour. "You can't do 9 flights today," I say, and steer him to my car before he can change his mind. When we go inside, Martin is at the table with a stack of papers and a red pen. He takes in the scene, John hunched, me with my arm under his elbow, and the expression that crosses his face is pure discomfort. "John's come to stay in the annex," I say briskly before he can argue. "Just a few days. Can you help me set things up?" We cross to the annex, and I step onto the rock to flick on the isolator for the gas. John looks grey from the effort of walking from the car. The pain has made him smaller, like someone let the air out of him. Martin helps me lower him onto the bed. I put a glass of water on the bedside table, half draw the blinds. You rest here. I'll just go to the barn and get you a few things. Martin waits until we're in the kitchen to deploy reasonable husband voice.
He's just had an operation,
he says.
He should go home and rest.
He can't climb 9 flights, I say. You saw him. He can barely take 9 steps without collapsing.
So book him into a hotel for a couple of nights,
Martin says, too quickly, as if he's been rehearsing contingencies on his own.
Or I'll carry him, whatever.
Carry him? We have a spare place for exactly this reason, I say. He exhales hard.
We don't know him, Shah. We know nothing about him. How does he live? What does he actually do?
Martin asks, quiet now, as if John might burst in and hear him.
Work, I mean. Where does his money come from?
Security, I say, which is what it said on that planning form. And what money? Does he look like he has money? He'll be gone in a couple of days. Martin shakes his head, a small, weary movement.
I'm trying to protect you,
he says.
And Bobby.
I know he believes it. It doesn't change anything. Something has kicked in, some sisterly compulsion to protect John. He's my brother. My blood. I drive to Asda and grab some things. 2 t-shirts, joggers, socks, pants, a cheap hoodie, a toothbrush. Paracetamol, ibuprofen, a box of plasters, even though the nurse said the dressings will hold. I had ginger biscuits because they helped Bobby's stomach once, and custard creams because Dad swore they had restorative powers. A tin of rice pudding. A pack of those lurid ice lollies that stain your lips red and green. Childish, but soothing on a sore mouth. Chicken soup. Soft white bread. Bananas. Gentle. Easy. Filling. I catch myself loading the trolley as if I'm a mother trying to nurse a sick child back to health. Back at the annex, John is asleep with his mouth slightly open. I set the bag on the chair and nudge the thermostat on the little radiator. I crack the window for 10 minutes to get some fresh air in, then feel guilty for the draught and close it again. For the first 24 hours, the annex is quiet enough. He lets me warm him some soup and make him toast with the sullen grace of the unwell. He texts someone, short replies, then turns the phone face down. He naps. He staggers to the shower and emerges clean but hardly refreshed, exhausted from the effort, then lies down again like the bed has claimed him. But if it's peace and quiet he needs to help him recover, Derek has other ideas. It starts at 7 a.m. on the second day with his ride-on mower revving around his garden. The sound chews the morning into strips. I walk to the end of the garden and peer through the trees to see him prodding the throttle, knees spread, a grin aimed at no one. By 9, there's another rubbish fire, brashly timed for when I step outside with a mug of tea. I have to go inside and set the mug down because my hands are shaking. By noon, he's dragging bins out. Garden waste creeps closer to our drive, as if by some impossible physics. A tumble of hedge clippings mysteriously escapes just outside our front door. At 2, he thunders a leaf blower along the shared strip of gravel. I wonder if John is finding it all as disturbing as me. Then it goes quiet. When I go to open the window to check what's happening, Derek is leaning on the fence as if he's grown into it. He spots me.
"Afternoon,"
he calls, the smile wrong.
"House full again? Thought I heard you had the old ward over."
He raises a pair of binoculars and peers at the hedgerow.
"We've had a nuthatch, would you believe? Lovely little fella."
You don't need binoculars to see a nuthatch, I say, before I can stop myself.
"You do, if you're watching for detail,"
he says, and tips me a wink so slow it feels like a threat. I spot John at the annex window, watching him. I have the sudden ridiculous thought that I've brought a sick fledgling home where the cats can see it. That evening over dinner, Martin tries again.
"So what's the plan after a couple of days, when he can manage the stairs?"
"We'll see," I say, which is not an answer, and we both know it. Martin says nothing, just serves himself more potatoes. He's already been abandoned once in his life. I'm hardly going to just leave him to fend for himself. He's sick, Martin. Because of me. He saved my life. Martin nods.
Yes,
He says.
he did.
And I see something in him fold. I take a plate over to the annex. Chicken pie hacked into squares, mash and peas. John pushes the food around, eats enough to pass inspection. I fuss tidying his bedding, scooping up his dirty laundry. As I do, I'm aware I haven't told Martin the whole story. I'm not just grateful to John. I feel strangely protective towards him. By the third day, John's a little steadier and seems to be past the worst, so I invite him into the main house for a meal. He sits stiffly at the table, like an extra chair. Bobby insists on sitting next to him. John eats quickly as if trained to leave no trace. He doesn't drink wine. When his phone buzzes, he silences it without looking. Martin pours some water.
So, John, remind me what it is you do, exactly?
Security, John says. He doesn't expand.
What sort?
Martin persists.
Corporate? Private?
It feels like interrogation dressed up as small talk.
Private,
John says. Silence. Martin leaves it at that. The meal continues. The whole evening is stilted and not what I hoped it would be. Not that I really know what I was expecting, but not this. The awkwardness of strangers. After John heads back to the annex, I take Bobby down and give him a bath and a story, then get him to bed. When I come up, Martin is loading the dishwasher. We stack plates the way people do when they're not talking about the thing they want to talk about. Finally, he says,
You see it too, don't you?
What?
The way he watches the door, like he's waiting for something to come through it.
He's jumpy because he's in pain, I say, and he's not used to being looked after. I think he's more comfortable on his own.
Or he's not used to being looked at,
Martin says, and then we both stop, because now we've acknowledged the awkwardness. We can't unsay it. I look at Martin's profile, tired and kind and worried, and feel a disloyal flicker of pity for both of us. A couple more days, I say, till he can manage stairs. Across the courtyard, the annex window makes a rectangle of light on the gravel. I can just see John. He sits on the edge of the bed, hunched over his phone, reading a message that curves his mouth into a frown. He looks up in thought. When he sees me at the window, he lifts a hand in a gesture that could be thanks or surrender. Then he closes the blind. Chapter 17. Visitors. I'm doing emails at the kitchen table when I hear tyres on the gravel. Not the light scrabble of Dan's Porsche or the steady crunch of Rupert's Volvo, but something heavier. I assume it must be a delivery. Wine for Martin, printer ink for me, though I'm not expecting anything. I drift to the window. A black SUV glides past the barn and stops outside the annex. Opaque glass so dark all I can see in the windows is the reflection of the lane. It idles briefly, then clicks off. 3 men get out, purposefully. Heavy jackets, boots, plain dark clothes. They're a shady-looking bunch. One of them is tall and thick-shouldered. Another is wiry, his eyes darting back past the trees to the main road. The third is muscular, weighty, but in a way that looks strong. He has a short, thick neck that supports his bold, almost spherical head. He looks like one of those stone balls people have on the entrance gates of grand mansions. They could be lost. Vans come up here sometimes, but none with people who look quite like this. John opens the annex door. His eyes flit to my window, and I think he's going to wave or smile in that tight, reluctant way he has, but he doesn't. He acts like he hasn't seen me at all. He steps back, gives the men a fraction of space, and lets them in, then closes the door. I notice the blinds are closed. Martin's in Chester. Bobby's at school. It's just me in the house, supposedly working. I try. I move the cursor across drawings of a church roof, make notes on floor loadings, but my eyes drag back to the annex every few minutes. The silence presses. Even the birds sound wary, their songs clipped short. I stand and boil the kettle to give purpose to the fact that I'm too restless to sit. Half an hour passes. Then I hear movement outside. I creep to the window like I'm trying to avoid an unwelcome visitor I know is about to arrive. Ridiculous, creeping around in my own house. The wiry one steps out of the annex and lights a cigarette. He looks up at my window, not startled, not even curious, just aware. The cigarette burns down to the filter and he pinches it out rather than let it fall, then goes back in. I can't concentrate, and I consider leaving. I could drive to Chester, be with my team in the office. Noise, people, talk about roof lines and the chapel project, which Rupert calls the Wesleyan place. But every time I picture my keys in my hand, I see the black car again, the men stepping out, and I can't make myself leave the house. Not while they're here. What if they leave while I'm gone? What if they don't? I don't even know what I'm so anxious about. Why shouldn't John have friends or colleagues to visit? What's happened that's so wrong? They're just some men in a van. But still, I feel strangely on edge. 2 hours pass. Maybe more. It's as if I've set a glass of water on a table and I'm watching it for the moment the surface moves. Voices, at last, low and thick. I go to the window, crouching low. John stands in the open annex door like he's using the door frame for balance. His colour is better than it was, but he still looks waxy and hollowed. Too ill for me to ask him to leave. The thought flashes through my head before I know it. The wiry one scans the lane, the trees, the barn, and then scans them all again. Then the tall one comes out. Last to emerge is the big, bold one. I assume they're heading for the SUV. Instead, the men walk up the lane together, John in the middle of them. He looks unsteady, too pale for the walk, like he's about to fold at the knees. The tall one reaches out, steadying him with a hand under his elbow. Helping or steering? I can't tell. They vanish around the wall of Leylandii. My mind races. What the hell are they up to? I can't just sit doing nothing. I slip outside, hugging the side of the barn, then over to the line of trees. The resin smell clings to me as I press close, peering through the dense branches. They stop at Derek and Angie's door. The wiry one knocks. The pause stretches just long enough to make me think they'll be left standing there, and then Derek appears in the doorway. There's an exchange of words I can't hear. The bold one saying something and Derek saying something in reply. The bold one speaks again. Derek says nothing, just holds the door open wider. One by one, they step inside. John last of all, still held at the elbow. I stand there, my cheek against the scratch of bark, trying to make sense of what I've seen. Do they know Derek? Does John? Are they all in this together, whatever this is? My stomach knots, the kind of twist that comes when you've walked into a room certain it's empty and found someone waiting in the dark. Back in the barn I sit, confused and anxious. Half an hour earlier I told myself this was nothing, just business. But how do I explain my brother walking through Derek's front door with 3 men who look like they belong more in a scrapyard than a living room? 10 minutes later, I hear voices again. I dart back to the window. They're back in the courtyard.
"All right,"
John says to the big, scary, bold one.
"I'll speak to you tomorrow, Victor."
Victor. The name hangs in the air like a bird that isn't sure whether to land. Victor nods once, and the others follow him to the SUV. Doors shut. The engine catches without coughing. The car swings and is gone. I tell myself to wait. 10 minutes. 15. I want to know what's going on without appearing curious. I pick up the laundry I stacked in a basket and take it across. "Laundry," I say, as if the words can keep the conversation normal.
"Cheers."
He takes the basket and holds it carefully between us. "Everything okay?" I keep my voice light and hear it come out false. "How are you feeling?"
"A bit better. Still tired."
"Welcome to my world." He looks at the folded towels and then at me. A beat. "Did I see you had some visitors?"
"Work,"
he says. "Security?" I ask and wish I hadn't.
That's right.
I must look at the blinds because he says,
Is it okay, me having people over?
Of course, I say, too brightly. It's your place while you're here. Whoever you need to see. The conversation hangs there, awkwardly. Well, if you need anything, I say, because there's nothing else to say. He nods. He hasn't invited me in. I haven't asked. I step back. He closes the door gently. I turn to leave. That's when I spot Rupert at the end of his drive, standing with his hands behind his back, watching. He's not even pretending to be casual. I lift a hand and he lifts his, but there's no smile under the moustache. He looks from me to the annex and back again. Even from here I can read it. Not just nosiness. Concern. Once I'm inside, I stand at the kitchen island and press down, the way you do with a wobbly table, and though it's solid, I can feel the wobble in me. My laptop screen has gone to sleep. My reflection hangs there in ghosted outline, pale and double. I could ring Martin right now and tell him the whole thing. I tell myself, I will tell Martin. I rehearse the sentences. 3 men came. They had the look of... I can't finish it. I don't even know what it is I should be saying. I tell myself I'm oversensitive, that men in black cars visit houses for 100 boring reasons, then go away again and the world is the same. I don't make the call. Why not? Because I'm frightened Martin might be right about John. Because I brought John here and now John has brought those men. Victor. Because I want to believe that the man who saved my life isn't the same person who's delivered trouble to my door. Chapter 18. Blender. The noise wakes me before the light does. The grinding hydraulic roar that drills into my chest as much as my ears. For a moment I can't place it. Dream noise, maybe. Then my brain comes into focus and I realise where I've heard it before. The trees. Martin sits bolt upright and swears.
Jesus, he can't be planting more, can he?
I'm already on my feet, tugging my dressing gown on. The sound is a bad memory replaying. The crash and whir of heavy machinery, diesel engines labouring, the metallic shriek of chains. I shove my arms into my sleeves and race upstairs to the window. Bobby's faster than both of us. He thunders into the kitchen and through the front door before I've even tied my belt. We follow him into the garden.
They're pulling them up,
Bobby yells, his voice rising over the racket. And he's right. The massive Leylandii are being dragged from the soil. Their roots dangle thick and fibrous, clods of earth dropping in heavy lumps. A digger clamps around one trunk and wrenches it sideways. Another crane lifts it into the air, like a body carried from a battlefield. Bobby screeches with glee and runs ahead, waving, as if the machines might wave back. No Derek this time, standing in his high-vis to supervise. I glance towards the old farmhouse. For an instant I think I see his outline at a top window, but if it's him, he retreats into the shadows. Perhaps it was just the curtain twitching. Maybe even he doesn't want to witness this. We stand there a while, all 3 of us, watching the wall of trees topple one by one. The shadows recede, an ink stain being scrubbed out. Breakfast, I tell Bobby at last, tugging him back. School doesn't stop because Derek's playing lumberjack. As we walk past the annex, John is at the doorway, leaning against the frame, arms folded in quiet concentration. We haven't spoken since yesterday, after the men in the SUV left. Martin and Bobby go on ahead, but I hang back. Something about how John is watching prickles my curiosity. This something to do with you? A beat. Then he shrugs.
All right, I had a word. All that shit he's been pulling with you isn't right. Anyway, I offered him some good contacts for his waste business in exchange for losing the trees and backing off.
He gives me the faintest smile.
Think of it as a thank you for letting me stay.
He retreats inside. A thank you. That makes me laugh. It's so un-John, the idea of him handing out gratitude like a slice of cake. It lodges somewhere in me. Because the truth is, he doesn't owe me anything. If anyone owes anyone, it's me who owes him. That must have been what yesterday was about. Those men from the van. Victor. Scoping out what Derek needed, talking waste removal and contracts. Nothing sinister. Normal life. The sun climbs higher as I head back. The light in the kitchen is suddenly dazzling, cutting through the glass, bouncing off surfaces that have been dull for weeks. The whole house feels bigger. It's amazing what a few fallen trees can do. Maybe this is the turning point, the end of a run of bad things. Maybe the curse is lifting. The light I feel in the room is now almost a gift John has given me. I can't remember seeing him smile before. His face looks different when he does it. Younger, almost soft. It feels like something has shifted, like the farm might get back to the cheerful little community it was supposed to be. I decide to act on my optimistic mood and do something positive. Derek's done something for us, stepped away from all-out war and called a truce. So maybe it's time to put all the hostilities behind us and build bridges. I pull out the flour and sugar, break eggs into a bowl. A Victoria sponge, nothing fancy, an olive branch on a plate. When it's cooled and dusted, I carry it across the way, still warm in my hands. Derek answers, opening the door a crack and hanging back in the hallway. I just wanted to say thank you, I tell him, for sorting out the trees. John mentioned he helped you with some contacts? I can tell immediately something's off. He looks smaller. He's lost that puffed-up Lord of the Manor swagger. His eyes dart over my shoulder as if someone else might be with me. His eyes flick down, then up again, and the look on his face isn't pride or satisfaction. It's terror.
Right, yes, look, sorry, bit busy.
He makes to shut the door before I've even passed him the plate. Of course, I say, stepping back. The door closes. I lurk, wondering if I should knock again or leave the cake on the step. But I think about their dog, whether it's trotting around the place, and decide not to risk it. I head back to the barn, past the workmen and the last of the upright Lelandii. I pause at the tree line and look back at the old farmhouse. Angie is framed in an upstairs window, half hidden by the curtain. She peeks down, quick and rabbit-eyed, then vanishes again. The sponge feels ridiculous now. I set it down on the counter when I get home and just stare at it. Their reaction wasn't embarrassment or annoyance. It was fear. This doesn't feel like some jolly agreement, some happy compromise. Derek hasn't called a truce. He's been frightened off. And if Derek's afraid, then what the hell has John actually done? I storm over to the annex, knock and go in without waiting for an answer. John sprawled at the table, scrolling on his phone. He's startled by my entrance and leaps defensively to his feet, tense and alert, like he thinks I'm about to attack him. He looks like Derek did when he opened his door. What really happened with Derek? I ask. He looks at me defiantly.
I told you.
No, I say. I don't believe you. I want the truth. He shakes his head, looking away.
Leave it. It's done.
Not until you tell me. There's a pause. I assume he's going to stonewall me again. Lips pressed tight, shoulders hunched. Then something shifts.
I didn't want to tell you. Victor's someone I've known for a long time. He knows why I'm here, about the transplant and about you. He knows how you've looked after me since I took a bad turn. He saw the trees when he arrived, and I said you hated them.
He exhales, long and slow. The tension goes out of his body, and he sags back down into his seat.
We paid Derek a visit. Victor said he'd heard Derek was in waste management and wanted to discuss a business proposition with him. We went in and sat down in the kitchen. His wife Angie was there making herself a smoothie. She offered us tea. Victor was polite. It was all very friendly. Their little dog came over and jumped up on Victor's lap. He was stroking it.
John scratches his neck uncomfortably in a nervous gesture.
Then Victor told Derek to take the trees out, just like that. Take the trees out. Derek just laughed. Victor didn't even flinch. He put his tea down, stood up, walked over calmly and held Angie's dog over the blender. He turned it on. The blender was screaming away and the dog was wriggling while Victor held it tight in one hand. He said he'd drop the dog in if they didn't take the trees down.
My mouth is dry. The words seem to hang in the air like smoke.
Victor's a mad bastard. Derek could see it. He 100% knew he'd do it. So he took down the trees.
John doesn't look at me now. His fingers drum lightly on the table, restless, jittery. He's pale, his jaw clenched. He looks genuinely scared. And that scares me more than anything else. Chapter 19. Hero. I'm putting some cardboard in the recycling when I see Angie. She's out on the lane, little dog at the end of its lead, trotting happily in front of her. Its ridiculous fluffy tail bobs from side to side as it sniffs a hedgerow with evangelical zeal before cocking a leg. I've never been happier to see an animal taking a piss. Let it shit where it pleases. It's alive. That's what matters. Angie doesn't notice me at first. She's got her head down, lank hair hanging on either side of her face. She looks tired and drawn. When she does glance up and spots me, she turns away swiftly and drags the dog round the bend in the lane, its little legs going at 1,000,000 miles an hour. They vanish. I stand, the whir of the blades in my imagination, the image of the dog's small body writhing in Victor's hand over the blender. And yet here it is, alive, bounding along, oblivious. I want to take that as proof. Proof Victor was bluffing. Proof the world isn't as bad as it looks from inside my head. Except Derek's face yesterday wasn't the face of a man who thought it was a bluff. It was pure terror. That night, Rupert knocks. He doesn't bother with preliminaries, just launches in.
Dinner tomorrow, to celebrate the bloody trees going. 7:30, bring Martin, bring John.
His voice is brisk and buoyant. When I tell Martin, he raises his eyebrows.
With John?
Rupert asked for him. Martin hesitates, then shrugs.
Fine by me. To be honest, I'm starting to come round to him.
To John? That catches me. You are?
Well, if he managed to talk Derek round on those trees, he's earned his seat at the table. I misjudged him.
I smile and say nothing. I haven't told Martin about Victor, the dog, or the blender. I haven't said how frightened John looked when he admitted it. I persuade myself there's no need. Maybe it was a one-off. Still, the silence between John and me hangs like damp laundry. When I tell him about Rupert's invitation, John says nothing other than a flat, "OK." He hasn't brought Victor up again, and neither have I. That should be reassuring. Maybe Victor is gone, never to return. Instead, it makes me wonder, is there anything else John hasn't told me? Rupert greets us with theatrical solemnity, arms spread wide as if he's hosting a Roman banquet.
"Friends," he announces, ushering us inside. "Comrades in arms, survivors of conifers." The stables has that comfortable disorder Rupert does so well. Rugs layered on rugs, a giant hutch of wine bottles against one wall, pictures of rosemary on every surface. The air smells of cooking, garlic and thyme. Dan and Lisa are already here, perched together on Rupert's wide sofa. Lisa in a pale cardigan, glass held carefully in both hands. Dan sprawled beside her with his feet tucked under him like he owns the place. The table is set for 6, candles poised, napkins folded into improbable swans. Rupert tactfully pours me a glass of water, knowing I'm still not allowed alcohol. Martin accepts a glass of wine, which he passes to John before getting another for himself. He is softer now with John, clapping him on the shoulder as if they've been mates for years. John surprises me by seeming more relaxed too. His hair is brushed, his shirt fresh. He looks healthier than I've seen him in days. Rupert raises his glass. "To absent friends,"
he says softly. Rosemary, always rosemary. Then clears his throat and lifts it higher.
"And to present heroes, our very own tree fella."
He gestures at John. The room claps. John laughs, half embarrassed, his shoulders tightening before easing again. He looks surprised at the warmth, as though he prepared himself to be ignored. I can see him mellowing under the attention, the way a plant bends towards the sun.
"It wasn't much," John says. "Just a conversation." "Conversation, my arse!" Rupert booms. "Whatever you said, it worked. That wall of weeds was a bloody disgrace."
Martin turns to John.
"Honestly, mate, you did us all a favour."
John shrugs modestly, takes a sip of wine. Dinner is roasted lamb, Rupert style. Huge heads of roast garlic, herbs strewn with abandon. The wine flows easily, Rupert topping up everyone's glasses whenever they're less than half full. Conversation swells around the table. Dan holds forth about a ludicrous buyer he had at the gallery who tried to haggle over a print by claiming their aunt once slept with the artist's cousin. Lisa talks about Esme's latest school project on the Tudors, which involved making a papier-mâché gallows. "She wasn't happy we wouldn't let her try it out on her brother," Lisa says, and everyone laughs.
"Fair enough,"
says Martin, who has a brother of his own.
"Educational."
John doesn't say much, but he smiles, easy and affable. Unlike me, there's no medical reason he can't drink, but I notice he casually hovers his hand over his glass to refuse each time Rupert goes to give him a refill. He's still nursing the drink he had when we arrived. The candles flicker. Wine sloshes. Everything glows. The conversation turns to Derek and Angie.
Angie always looks so frightened, Lisa says softly, like she's waiting for permission to breathe.
"Living with him, who wouldn't?" Rupert says. "She deserves a medal."
The laughter rises again, as though mocking Derek might expel him from the farm altogether. I laugh too, but it catches in my throat, because I can see Angie in my mind, standing at her window, watching the trees pulled out like rotten teeth. The look in her eyes on the lane as she hurried away, the dog tugging at its lead. Still, the mood is buoyant and infectious. Everyone's laughing, talking, ebullient and warm. John listens, part of this little family, like he's testing what it feels like to belong. The more the night goes on, the more he seems to soften. I almost feel it too, as if maybe this really is a turning point. But underneath it all, I can't forget the sight of John yesterday, pale and tense, admitting what Victor did. His fingers drumming the table, his eyes skittering away from mine. The way he looked genuinely scared. I keep waiting for the mask to slip, for the memory of Victor to show through. Dessert is a plum tart.
"My delightful sister made it for me,"
he announces to the room.
"It's probably inedible, but it seems rude to discourage her."
He cuts enormous slices. The pastry is too thick, the plum sour, but no one says a word, too busy arguing about whether football or cricket is more boring. Martin insists football is 90 minutes of 0-0 foreplay. Dan counters with cricket as a game designed for men who enjoy both naps and cucumber sandwiches. Lisa sighs happily, the referee of nothing, sipping her wine. We're all basking in the glow of community restored. The food disappears. Plates are cleared. Rupert produces a bottle of port, then stands, glass raised high.
"To John, our local hero,"
he declares. Everyone echoes it. John ducks his head, smiling, modest. The words clang in my chest. Hero. He is a hero of sorts to me. He's saved my life. But they don't know what I know. Don't know how the trees really came down. I look across the table at John glowing in the candlelight, and I can't shake the sense that it isn't just him we've welcomed tonight. It's Victor, too, his shadow stretched invisible across the tablecloth. The trees are gone. The neighbours are happy. Martin has accepted John. Everything I thought I wanted. And yet, I force a smile, because what else can I do? The trees may be gone, but something darker has taken their place. Chapter 20. Slap. Martin wakes with a groan. He lies on his back, hair sticking up in tufts, eyes squinting at the ceiling.
Can you please stop spinning the room? Remind me never to let him open a second bottle of port.
Third, I say.
No need to be smug, just because you're not drinking.
That's right, I smile. It's the perfect way to avoid a hangover, having a bone marrow transplant.
Christ.
He rubs his temples, then wrestles himself into a dressing gown and stumbles to the bathroom. By the time he appears upstairs, he's humming tunelessly. His hangover is mild enough not to dent his good mood. I pass him a coffee.
Thanks, you're a saint.
He clings to the mug like a drowning man clinging to a lifebelt. Bobby thunders in, socks sliding on the kitchen tiles. He drops into a chair.
Morning, sunshine,
Martin says, settling opposite him.
Rice Krispies again? You'll explode if you eat any more of them.
Bobby rolls his eyes, but he's fighting a smile. I stand at the counter, mug warm in my hands, watching them. For once they're in rhythm, not opposition. I feel something inside me unclench. Martin tousles Bobby's hair as he grabs his bag.
I'll drop you at school. Got to head to campus anyway. Save your mum the trip.
As they're pulling on shoes, Martin glances at me.
What about John, then? Came out of his shell a bit last night, didn't he?
He squeezes my arm on his way out, shepherds Bobby to the car, and the door shuts behind them. The house is suddenly quiet. I stand in the kitchen, mug cooling in my hands, thinking about John. He did seem better last night, more colour in his cheeks, moving easier. Does he have a life he needs to get back to? Work? A relationship? Maybe even a wife and kids? He's my brother, yet I know so little. Where does he go when he isn't here? I've got a meeting in Chester, a site visit. Fancy a trip out? John stands in the annex doorway, hair still mussed from sleep. Nothing glamorous, I say, but better than staring at four walls all day. He shrugs.
All right.
The road curls between hedgerows, thick with cow parsley. Beyond, fields roll out in greens and golds, hedges stitched like seams between them. It's the kind of morning that makes everything look suspended in perfect stillness. John sits beside me, watching the scenery slide past, his face unreadable. Did you enjoy last night? He looks at me.
Better than I thought.
He gives me a wry smile. That's good, we've broken the ice. It's an opening to risk some stuff I've not asked. I wanted to ask about Victor. How do you know him?
Work.
What sort of work?
Different kinds. We go years back. I was useful.
John retreats back into the view, his eyes fixed on the window. That thing with Angie's dog. Has he done anything like that before? For real? That gets the faintest flicker of movement.
Best let that lie, Charlotte.
I bite down on the urge to push harder. The last time he opened up, he looked genuinely frightened, as though just saying Victor's name was dangerous. Now he won't even give me that. The silence fills with the hum of tyres on tarmac. I glance at him as we round a bend. He could be anywhere, a passenger in any car, a stranger. I tell myself not to mind. Not everything needs to be unwrapped at once. The chapel comes into view where the lane narrows and bends. I stumble on it by chance, taking a shortcut one afternoon to avoid roadworks, and the memory of that discovery still makes me feel as though I found a secret. It looms ahead now, stone-mottled and streaked with moss, windows dark, the roofline jagged against the sky. The graveyard spreads around it, untended and overgrown. Headstones lean like drunks at closing time, most so eroded their names have faded to whispers. Beyond, the wind turbines stand motionless in the still air, 3 giants frozen mid-turn, their blades skeletal against the pale morning. They look like fossilized creatures left stranded on a ridge. John gets out of the car first. He doesn't speak, just starts walking among the graves, boots brushing through nettles and long grass. He stops at a small stone, no higher than his knee, wipes moss from carved letters.
Mary Ann Turner,
he says softly.
Died 1834, 2 years old.
His fingers trace the grooves of the stone. Then, almost to himself,
Dust thou art, and unto dust shalt thou return.
The words settle in the air. A fragment of scripture, uttered without ceremony, as though it's woven into his bones. I assume he's read the verse on the gravestone, but when I look, there's nothing but the name and the date. Inside, the chapel is dark and cool. The door groans when I push it. The smell of damp stone and wood hits us. Dust motes hang in the air, catching light where it filters through cracks in the boarded-up windows. "This is it," I say, my voice carrying oddly. "It's been boarded and made secure. We'll knock through this wall here, open it to the light. Glass along this side, kitchen there. Big open living space, perfect for a family." John follows, his gaze climbing the beams, resting on the iron strut still fixed across the walls. He doesn't say much, but when he does, it surprises me.
"These arches, they'll carry the weight even if you strip it back."
"You know about that?"
"Picked up things here and there."
It's the most expansive he's been all day. We wander further, and I start making the measurements I've come for, the fine red beam of my laser measuring tape slicing through the darkness, placing its pinprick of light onto the wall like a sniper. I point out where a staircase might go, where the bedrooms could be tucked beneath the eaves. "This is the final site visit. Measure, lock the whole place up, and make our planning application. Then we wait and see." He listens, hands in his pockets, nodding occasionally. At the back there are narrow steps to the crypt, worn smooth by centuries. We sit together side by side, our voices quiet against the chapel stillness.
"Tell me about you,"
he says suddenly. "You know about me?"
"Some. Not from you."
So I talk. My childhood, school, Dad's encouragement, university, meeting Martin, having Bobby. The things I've wanted, the life I thought I was building. Simple, good, full of family. It spills out more easily than I expected. John listens. His eyes don't wander. He doesn't interrupt. When I finish, there's a silence. Then he says,
"Miriam and Joseph took me to a chapel like this. The same stink of damp hymn books. The same cracked pews. We sat for hours. Fire and brimstone, the rod and the staff, mumbling to nothing."
I picture him small, stiff-backed on a bench, the threat of damnation hammered into him. "Sounds awful," I say. He shrugs.
"It was what it was."
But his eyes are darker now, distant. I feel a rush of guilt, sharp and sudden. I had a father who adored me, who told me I could do and be anything. A husband who has never raised a hand to our son. A child who's grown up with safety, books, holidays. John got sermons and punishment and Victor. We secure the site and head back. John sits silent in the car beside me. My brother, somewhere else all those lost years, living through that. Is it possible we can simply catch up, forge a connection? John's phone buzzes and he pulls it out, glances at the screen. His expression doesn't change. He puts the phone away and is silent for another minute. Then he speaks.
"Can we stop somewhere first?"
He asks. "Where?" He gives me an address. It's not much of a diversion. It takes us off the main road, winding towards the ring road, then down a narrow side street lined with a shuttered hairdresser's, a newsagent with posters curling in the window, a fried chicken takeaway.
"Stop here."
As we roll to a halt behind a white van, I see them, a knot of men gathered on the pavement, bodies angled inward, with a man I can't see properly at the centre. And among the men is Victor. The sight of him jolts me. Broad shoulders, shaven head, calm as if he's waiting for a bus. John opens his door, gets out and strides over. He speaks briefly with Victor. Suddenly the figure in the centre makes a break for it. I see him properly now, just a boy, no more than 16, pale and wiry. Someone catches his arm and yanks him roughly back. He tries to twist free. Shouting flares, sharp and quick. Another man slaps the boy hard across the face. My stomach flips. John steps forward. He murmurs something, I can't hear what, and the boy stills, eyes wide. Then, efficient as a machine, two of the men walk the boy towards the van idling at the curb. The door slams. The engine growls. It's over in less than a minute. I sit frozen, hands clenched on the wheel. Then John comes back, slides into the seat as though we've just stopped for petrol.
Drive.
He buckles his seatbelt. I put the car in gear, drive us away, but my knuckles are white on the wheel. What the hell was that? My voice is too sharp, too high.
Nothing. The lad's the son of one of Victor's men. Got caught shoplifting.
Why did they want you there?
I've known him since he was a nipper. They thought I could have a word and calm him down.
I'm confused, outraged. They hit him?
His dad's teaching him a lesson.
Teaching him? They dragged him into a van. John shrugs.
Better than the police. He'll learn.
I stare at him. You think that's fine? He turns his head, meets my eyes.
That's how it works.
He says it simply, as if he were describing the weather. The street falls behind us, but the image stays. The boy's head jerking sideways with the slap. His thin arms caught in strangers' fists. The van door slamming shut. John sits calmly, watching the road, as though nothing has happened at all. That evening, after I've put Bobby to bed, I tell Martin about my trip out with John and what I saw. Victor and some men. They roughed up a teenage lad, bundled him into a van. Martin frowns, stirring his wine with an absent-minded swirl.
Oh, yes?
John said it was his father dealing with him.
His father?
That's what he said. But what kind of father deals with a child like that? Martin considers it.
Well, maybe he had his reasons.
I stare at him. They slapped him in the street. He raises his eyebrows, a little defensive.
I'm not saying it's right, but it's not our world, is it? We're all the product of where we came from.
You went to private school in Oxford, Martin. Reading a bit of Dickens doesn't make you an authority on working-class violence. His face falls into a sulk.
Thanks.
Sorry, but you know what I mean. My dad never laid a finger on me, I say, and yours didn't on you.
Still managed to screw me up, though, didn't he?
He tries for a smile, but it falls flat.
Maybe a clip round the ear isn't the end of the world.
You don't mean that, I say. He shrugs.
Sometimes I wonder. Bobby pushes me, and I don't know. I can see how a different kind of father might take a different approach.
I shake my head. That's not discipline, it's fear. I keep seeing the boy, his head snapping sideways with the slap, his thin frame swallowed by the men around him, the van door slamming shut. Martin can rationalise it away, John can accept it, but I can't. It gnaws at me, sharp and insistent. I can't shrug it off. I clear the plates, stack them in the sink, listening to Martin downstairs going into Bobby, turning his light off, saying good night. His voice sounds steady, normal. I'm suddenly aware of the gulf between me and John, the different worlds we grew up in, and which we occupy now, however much they overlap. My dad, John's real dad too, never once raised a hand. But what did John learn from Miriam and Jacob that makes him so blasé about it? We've grown up so differently and learned such different things. It eats at me. Something feels very wrong. Something about what I saw feels like a crack in the surface. A glimpse of a world I don't want anywhere near, Bobby. And yet here it is, brushing against ours. Chapter 21. Asparagus. I hear them before I see them, their bright, high laughter coming from the garden. I move to the window, and there they are on the grass, John and Bobby, the football skimming between them like something alive. John has a kind of athletic ease I don't recognise in our family. The ball seems to stick to his instep. He nudges, checks, rolls, then flicks it away at the last second, so Bobby lunges and misses and laughs like he doesn't care.
Look at that,
Martin says behind me, fastening his watch. He peers over my shoulder.
Thank God. A football uncle. I'm off the hook.
Were you ever on the hook? I ask.
Bit rude. I definitely tried once,
he says.
Let's just say I'm not expecting a call from the England manager any time soon.
He kisses my temple, light and quick, and looks back at the lawn. John tips the ball neatly over Bobby's toe with a sly little scoop and jogs after it, laughing. Bobby sprints, legs pumping, cheeks flushed with a kind of fierce joy. Martin watches, hands in his pockets, happy and content.
He's good. With any luck, he'll take him to matches too, he says. Then I'll never have to learn the offside rule.
The ball whistles low past the rosemary and smacks the base of the apple tree with a thump. John and Bobby both look up guiltily and spot us in the window. As one, they each put a hand up in apology. "Sorry," they chorus, and get back to their game.
"Right,"
Martin says, lifting his bag.
"Editor time. Blake waits for no man. I'm going to be insufferable because I'm actually making progress."
He's off, humming something tuneless and triumphant. I stay at the window. The ball skips away and Bobby chases. John jogs after, casual, slowing to let Bobby have it. My brother. The strangeness of the word hasn't worn off. My brother, whom I didn't know existed, now on our lawn, showing off a Brazilian first touch and laughing with my son. I remind myself, John may know Victor, but John isn't Victor. I lean my forehead against the cool glass and let the sound stitch the morning together. Laughter, the ball's low thud, distant birds arguing in the hedge. "Wait," Bobby says, panting. "Don't... just wait."
"Can't wait," John says, light. "Use your body. Get in the way."
Bobby plants himself, arms out like a tiny bouncer. John approaches, then tips the ball around Bobby at the last second. "Hey!" John dribbles the ball around Bobby again. Bobby can't get a touch. I can see the frustration begin to flush up Bobby's neck. The laugh comes less often now. John makes no concessions. Maybe he doesn't know how. Maybe he thinks conceding is its own kind of lie. "You're bigger," Bobby says at one point, when John taps the ball up and over him.
"True,"
John says, no apology, and nudges the ball away again. It's not unkind, it's just unbending. The way the world he came from was, maybe. John ruffles Bobby's hair and trots off after the ball. I check the fridge. The shopping delivery came an hour ago and has left me with 4 lemons, 3 aubergines I didn't order, and the asparagus I need has been replaced with leeks. Leeks are not asparagus, not even in the same postcode. I stick my head out the back door. "Bobby, shoes. I need to nip to the village. 10 minutes, in and out." Bobby groans from his toes. "Shopping is boring." "It's asparagus," I say, as if invoking a sacred object. "They sent leeks." John jogs over, ball under his arm, breathing easy.
"You go," he says. "I'll keep an eye. We're just getting in the swing of it."
He looks so much better now. He has for a while, but he hasn't shown any sign of leaving, and I haven't suggested it. Perhaps Martin is right and I should give him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe I should relax and open my life and my family up to the idea that I have a brother. Brother. It feels almost normal now, as if I've always had him, which, though I didn't know it, I have. Bobby has already turned away, rolling the ball under his foot, itching to go again. "You'll be all right?" I ask. John nods.
"Sure."
"OK, 10 minutes," I repeat. The grass is scuffed into pale scars. They charge off again, the two of them keeping up this easy rhythm, John manoeuvring the ball with skill, Bobby charging about, blindly committed. It's a good picture. I grab my keys and a bag and leave them to it. Market day. The square is jammed with cars, but someone's just pulling out as I arrive, and I luck into a space. I get out and weave my way through the stalls. I feel less pressure to hurry without a complaining 7-year-old in tow. A man sells honey from a stall in the shape of a cartoon hive. The florist has peonies spilling over her buckets. The whole place smells of cheese and bread. I try a sample of delicious tomato chutney and buy a jar. I keep wandering until I come to a greengrocer's stall. Everything looks indecently fresh.
"Yes, love."
A man with a green apron and a florid face beams from behind trays of vegetables.
"What can I get you?"
"Asparagus, please." He nods and gestures at a crate of perfect green stalks. I take a bundle and pay. I feel disproportionately satisfied. I have corrected the universe with the right vegetable. I trace my way back along the market, chutney and asparagus safely in my bag. On the way to the car, I cut past the post office. Its window is the town's notice board. Missing cats, piano lessons, ferret show dates. Usually I skim without stopping. Today there's a new poster, large and official. Appeal for witnesses. Murder investigation. The words snag me before the full meaning does. Beneath them a police crest. A clipped description. Male, 15, found near the ring road early on the morning of Sunday, 29 June. My stomach goes cold. I don't read any more. My eyes are drawn to the photograph. A boy's innocent half-smile. His eyes bright. His hair falls across his forehead the same way it did when I saw him twist free for a second before the slap landed. It's him, the boy from the street, the one bundled into the van. The paper bag crackles in my grip. The poster swims, glass reflecting my own face over his. My eyes, his eyes. I stand there, staring until the woman inside the post office glances at me like she's not sure if I need help. I turn from the window, the square tilting around me, every detail too bright. The buckets of peonies, the honey jars, the perfect vegetables. It all looks like stage scenery painted over the horrors of real life. The boy in the poster, dead. The men around the van, Victor, and John among them, speaking easily. My brother. And then the thought detonates. Bobby is at home, alone, with John. Part 3. Chapter 22. Thud. I don't remember crossing the square, just the bleep of the locks as I fumble the car open. I pull out too fast. I hug the road like a lifeline. I call Martin as I drive. It rings and rings, then goes to voicemail. I hang up before the beep because I have no idea what I can say. I get Siri to send him a text. Call me now. The hedges whip past. My ribs feel so clenched I barely breathe. Images tumble through my head. The boy's sideways jerk when the slap landed. John in profile, unreadable. Bobby's bare feet springing on the grass. John ruffling his hair. The house comes into view and I pull in fast. I run full pelt to the garden, but it's empty. There are 2 sets of footprints in the scuffed grass. No ball, no John, no Bobby. Hello? I call into the body of the house. Nothing. A draught makes the curtain breathe. Bobby? I try again. My voice as casual as I can make it. If everything is fine, I don't want to pour panic into it. But there's no reply. The living room is just as I left it. Cushions misaligned, a book face down on a side table, a water glass on the table leaving its ring, as if the occupants have just stepped out for a moment. Abandoned. John? I call. John? No answer. A sudden noise makes me leap out of my skin, but it's just my phone buzzing in my pocket. It's Martin. In meeting. Everything okay? I don't reply. I move towards the annex. The annex door is half open, as if a person went through it and forgot to come back. There's a smear on the doorframe at knee height. It could be from the garden, from the 100 ways a house records you. It's nothing. It's mud. It must be mud. Bobby, I say, and my voice is small now. I push the door and it swings. John's jacket tossed over the chair. A mug with the brown tide mark of tea. His phone on the table, face down. Empty. Panic really begins to take hold. I step back out into the brightness and my eyes blur uselessly. The thick hedge bordering Dan and Lisa's garden distracts me. From beyond it comes a noise. The thud of something heavy. It's the worst noise I've ever heard in my life. I run along the path, around the corner, down the side to the back gate that leads to the little path behind the terrace where the Binns live. I turn the latch with a quivering hand. In the gap, behind the hedge, John's on his knees, fishing under some gooseberries with a stick. Bobby is bouncing on the balls of his feet, eyes bright.
"Mum,"
he says, delighted and oblivious.
"we lost it. It went over. John says it's our fault, so we had to fetch it before you got back."
Thud. The sound again as John thrusts something under the hedge. He hooks out the ball with a heavy stick and smiles at Bobby.
There, he says. Back to it.
John looks up. He takes me in. He stands, dusts his knees. His eyes narrow with a question he doesn't voice. "Inside," I tell Bobby quickly. He blinks. "Now, but watch some TV," I say. "OK." Bobby takes the ball and scampers inside before I change my mind. Then I turn to John. "I saw a poster. The boy. From the other day, he's—" I don't even need to finish what I'm saying. I can see from John's reaction he knows exactly what I'm talking about. "They're appealing for witnesses. I'm going to the police." John flinches. The reaction is instant.
"No," he says. "Charlotte, no. Don't."
"Is that who you are, John? Someone who gets a text and goes where a child is being dragged into a van?" He shakes his head.
"You've got it wrong. You've got the wrong end. Look," he heaves a sigh. "I heard what happened to the boy, after. But what you saw, that wasn't... You're mixing things up."
"What things?" I ask. "There's a boy being slapped and shoved into a van, and there's the same boy dead on a notice in the post office window."
"Listen."
He steps closer and speaks with panicked urgency.
"The kid was getting himself into all sorts of trouble, bunking off, lifting stuff, mouthy. You saw. His dad's one of those guys. They were trying to get him straight before the police did."
He runs his hand nervously over his hair.
"But he was doing something else, messing with the wrong girl. That's what this is. That's what happened. It's not Victor. It's stupid teenage pride wars. Not what you think."
"So he's dead because of a girl? Because of a boy's idea of a girl?" He swallows.
"That's what I heard. This morning."
"But if that's true," I say, hearing how flat I sound, "why are you terrified?" And he is terrified. I can see it on him now. "If it's nothing to do with Victor and that lot, why are you shaking? Why are you asking me not to go to the police?" He looks over my shoulder to the house where Bobby is watching the television.
"Because you don't know who you're dealing with."
"I'm going," I say, slower. "I'm going to tell them what I saw. That's what witnesses do."
"Charlotte, please."
His voice cracks on my name.
"You don't go to the police about people like Victor. Please don't start something you can't stop."
He glances at the house again, and then says pointedly,
"You've got a kid."
He looks at me then, properly.
"Please, just wait. A day, 2. You'll see the truth. I swear on my honour it's not what it looks like. I'm asking you," he says softer, "as your brother. Please."
In that moment, the garden is 2 gardens. In one of them, I pick up my keys and drive to the police station. In the other, I look into the face of my new brother, a stranger, really, and give him the benefit of the doubt. "I'll wait," I say, as he visibly relaxes. "One night." He nods, then nods again like the first nod didn't take. Relief smothers him.
"Thank you."
Martin gets home early. He's fizzing because the meeting with the editor went well. I'm at the kitchen counter making dinner. He hugs me from behind and kisses my neck. He must feel the tension in me because he lets go and says,
"What's wrong?"
I tell him. The poster, the boy, the murder, the van door, Victor. That I said I was going to the police and John begged me not to. Martin sits, the effervescence leaking out of him.
Did John say why?
He asks carefully. He says it's not what I think. He says if I go now, I pull us into something we can't predict.
And do you believe him?
I don't know. He was scared, I know that. I sit. I told him I'd wait for one night. Martin nods, slow. He looks at the table.
We should think,
he says after a long moment. So we do nothing, I say. A boy dumped dead by the road like a sack of rubbish while the police ask for witnesses.
I'm not saying never, he says quickly. I'm saying maybe we should keep out of it just until we know what we're stepping into.
We sit in silence, staring at the grain of the wooden table as if it has the answers. I don't think John was just frightened for himself, I say at last. He was frightened for us. For Bobby. Martin reaches across and puts his hand on mine like he means to anchor something.
One night,
he says again.
We can go tomorrow, if you still want. If nothing changes.
Okay, I say, and a cold spark runs down my spine because I have agreed to something that feels wrong. I don't sleep properly. At 5, I'm watching the ceiling. At 7, the radio alarm comes on. We hear it in the headlines first, and then again, after the weather. A teenager has been arrested in connection with the death of a 15-year-old boy whose body was found near the Frodsham Ring Road yesterday. Police say the incident appears to be linked to the earlier discovery of the body of a 14-year-old Asian female. 2 adult males, believed to be the girl's father and uncle, have also been arrested on suspicion of assisting an offender. Martin exhales, and relief moves like colour back into his face.
It's not John, he says. I mean, why have they reported the girl is Asian? Why say that? They only do that when it's relevant. They don't want to say it, but we're meant to read between the lines. That this is some honour killing or something. Nothing to do with John's lot.
He does that inverted commas thing with his fingers when he says honour. He gets out of bed with a spring in his step.
Coffee?
He asks brightly. I feel relief too, that what I saw isn't part of this murder. It isn't the slap and the van door. It isn't John. But what sort of world do I find myself in now, where my response to a news report like that is relief? Later, as I'm putting Bobby in the back seat of the car for the school run, John opens the annex door, like he's been waiting behind it for me to appear.
You heard?
He asks. I nod. We heard.
We're good then. No police.
Sure, I say. Yes, it's a relief it has nothing to do with John, but relief is not the same as safe. It may not be Victor's men this time, but I saw how frightened John was of them, of Victor, and that doesn't just disappear because a different story aired on the radio. Why? Why is he so scared? What hold do they have over him? Chapter 23. Toe. The playground is shrill with chatter and children's shouts. See you at 3, I say to Bobby as he pulls on his rucksack, but he's already half gone, swept away by the stream of kids. He looks back once, then disappears into the school. I stand there, staring at the red bricks under a banner of sky so blue it looks artificial. Around me, the other parents peel off, going about their everyday business. It's all so ordinary, it makes me dizzy. I get into the car, close the door. The morning sun is strong as I drive home, throwing everything into relief. Manicured hedgerows, crisp white lines. I should feel reassured, but I don't, because I know the world isn't this tidy anymore. One sheet of paper in a post office window and the landscape has split down the middle. And what separates my cosy, sunny existence from that other world of honour killings, casual violence and murder? A thin film, like glass, a single knock away from shattering. Just like the poster of that boy behind the glass of the post office window, thin and brittle. John's appearance has ruptured that fragile layer, broken it open like a wound. Victor and his men seeping through, toxic as infection. one rogue cell mingling with ours until it corrupts the whole. I pull into our lane and park by the barn, grey stone dazzling in the sunshine. I drop my bag on the kitchen table and look out to the garden. Martin's crouched by the flower beds, deadheading the roses. His secateurs flash in the light, his shirt sleeves rolled up to his elbows, the picture of suburban contentment. From a distance, it looks like the world is perfect, but I can't let it go. I go to the utility room and take a clean-fitted sheet, 2 pillowcases and a duvet cover. I fold them neatly, seams lined, square. It's my pretext, fresh bedding for the annex. Nothing odd about that. If I make it appear as if it's a casual sisterly drop-in, maybe he'll talk. If I don't spook him, maybe he'll stop hiding things from me. I cross the courtyard, balancing the stack of bedding on one forearm. I knock on the annex door with my free hand. The door opens. It isn't John. The nervous, wiry man I saw here before from the SUV stands in the doorway. He doesn't look nervous now, though. He looks like he owns the place. His eyes scan me, then the neat square of cotton in my arms. "Hi," I say, pitching my voice as casual as possible. "Bedding swap. Is John here?" Wiry doesn't say anything, just looks over his shoulder to someone behind him. And then I see him. Victor. He's just sitting on John's bed like it belongs to him. He stops scrolling on his phone, looks up and comes over. The wiry man drops back, and Victor steps into his place.
"Charlotte,"
he says, like we're old friends, though I had no idea he even knew my name.
"John's just popped out. He asked us to wait."
He smiles in a way that makes me feel violated. "Fine, no problem. I'll just leave his bedding for him." I shift my weight forward and Victor has to choose in the instant whether to stop me or step back and let me pass. He opts for the latter. I step into the darkened room and put the bedding down by John's pillow. My eyes adjust slowly from the sunlight. I give the room a brief once-over as I do. Same chair, with John's jacket thrown over it, same lamp, same blinds, pulled 3/4 closed, a couple of used mugs and tea towels on the breakfast bar. There's a third man, the big one from the other day, sitting on a high stool at the kitchen counter. He watches me intently as I cross to collect the dirty cups. As I turn, I catch a glimpse of a battered canvas holdall in the shadow by the side of the bed. It's zipped up and crammed full, but the zip is slightly open at one end, and I'm almost certain I see something inside. I don't stare or react. Something half registers in my brain, but I look away before I can quite work out what I've seen. I cross back to the door. Victor is blocking my path. His smile doesn't shift, but he watches me more intently. I don't want to push past him, but then he steps slightly to one side and I edge past, over the threshold and outside to the open courtyard. I smell his aftershave as I pass, musty and heavy, like old, damp wood. "Tell John I'll check back later," I say, casual on the surface.
"I will,"
Victor says, as if I'm a neighbour borrowing sugar. "Thanks." The door closes with a click and I am in the daylight again with my heart thumping in my chest. My brain brings into focus the thing I saw in the bag by the bed. Money. A fat roll of it, twisted together with a blue rubber band. More than one, I think. The bag looked crammed to bursting. I picture Victor smiling at me. I feel certain he clocked what I clocked. The cash. The room frozen in a moment, mid-transaction. Then I walk. Not fast, not slow. Steady, imagining the eyes behind the blinds, staring at the back of my head as I go. Past the flower beds, over the worn path, round to the garden where Martin is kneeling, still trimming the rose bushes.
"Everything all right?"
he says, glancing up. "No," I say. "No." He sees my face and stands, clutching a bunch of perfect red roses.
"What?"
"Victor's in the annex," I say, "and 2 of his men. John's not there. There's a big bag on the floor with cash inside, stuffed with it." He blinks, playing catch-up.
"How much?"
"A lot," I say. I see Martin's face cloud over. He's thinking what I'm thinking, about what a sports bag full of money must mean.
Drugs?
That's why John's so afraid. I hear how tight my voice is. Martin tenses.
I will not have that in my house,
he says, his voice rising. He grows taller through outrage.
Absolutely not.
No, I say, agreeing with him.
Right,
he says.
Right.
He looks in the direction of the annex like it's committed a personal insult.
We should have called yesterday. We should have...
He aborts the self-reproach and opts for certainty.
I'm calling the police.
Martin. I start, then stop. I'm worried about John. They've got something on him. He was terrified. Martin's already halfway to the back door, still clutching his roses.
We can tell the police that too, he says. We can tell them everything.
The barn is cool after the garden, its stone thick against the sun. I trail Martin into the kitchen. He sets his flowers down on the table, finds his jacket on the back of a chair and fishes in his pocket for his phone, lips moving as he rehearses what he'll say.
Police, yes, I'd like to report.
He doesn't even get to dial. The door opens. No knock. Victor steps in like he lives here, with the other two behind him.
Good morning,
Victor says, as if he's a doctor beginning a consultation. He closes the door with a fingertip. Martin stiffens. He turns, phone still in hand.
You can't just walk in here. This is private property.
His face is the one he wore when confronted with Derek's trees, outrage at a breach of etiquette. Victor tilts his head, listening with interest.
You need to leave,
Martin says, his voice firmer now, sharpened by nerves.
I don't know what you think you're doing in that annex, but it stops now.
Victor doesn't answer straight away. He looks at Martin's hand, the way the phone wobbles as he gestures. The wiry man starts walking towards him, and Martin lifts the phone an inch higher. Almost comic.
Stay back.
Then it happens. Quick and exact. The man closes the space in 3 strides and folds Martin's arm behind him with a twist that seems effortless. The phone skitters away across the floor before Martin can gasp. Stop! I say, rushing forward, but the massive one comes over and holds me by my wrists. He's incredibly strong, and I can't move. I watch as the wiry guy stands Martin up, then pushes him backwards into a chair that sits in a patch of sunlight. His knees hit the edge, and he drops, awkward, almost obedient, picked out in the spotlight. The wiry one holds Martin's arms behind his back, firm but not violent. Martin sits, perfectly still. Victor walks over. He crouches down and unlaces Martin's shoe. One gentle tug, and the shoe comes away. Then Victor peels off his sock. Martin's bare foot looks pale and vulnerable. Victor stands and reaches into his pocket. He takes something out. I see it flash in the beam of sunlight. It's the secateurs Martin must have left on the lawn. Please, Martin says. His voice is wrong, high and soft. Victor opens and closes them once, testing the hinge. Then he crouches, smooth and relaxed, as if he's an assistant working in a shoe shop. Victor's body obscures the view. I don't see what happens, but I can hear it. A cracking sound. Martin jerks, a muffled cry caught in his throat. He stares at me, eyes wide, breath sharp and shallow. He doesn't scream. Shock has stolen the air. Victor stands and wipes the secateur's blades on the sock with familiar precision, folds it, sets it on the floor beside the shoe, as if tidying up after himself. The big man lets go of my wrist. The wiry one lets go of Martin's arms and steps back. Victor turns and looks at Martin, who sits rigid with shock. Then he looks at me. He holds out his hand and lets something form. It lands in my palm before I can think to refuse. Martin's little toe.
If you speak to anyone about anything,
he says with incredible calm,
I'll kill you.
Chapter 24. Peas. Martin is still in the chair, both hands gripping the edge. His breath comes in sharp gasps. I drop to my knees beside him. Blood is already running onto the tiles, tracing the straight lines of the grout. My voice won't come out at first. Then it does, hoarse. We need an ambulance. Martin shakes his head, eyes wide, jaw clenched against the pain. Hospital means questions. Questions mean reports. Reports mean names. Okay, I say, but I have to stop the bleeding. I race to the bathroom, emptying the first aid box into the sink, gauze, cotton wool, plasters. I hurry back to the chair. Martin hasn't moved and is quietly panting. I assume he's in shock. I grab a big clump of cotton wool and press it to the toe, or rather, where the toe used to be. It must hurt, but Martin just shivers slightly. I'm guessing I need to stop the bleeding, but I've no idea how hard to press or how long a severed toe will take to stop bleeding, if at all. It's not like one of Bobby's nosebleeds. After a couple of minutes, the cotton wool is soaked in blood, so I swap it for a clean lump. I press again and wait. This time it takes longer before it becomes soaked. 5 minutes, maybe. I swap it again and tape the cotton wool to the foot with plaster. It reminds me of a present badly wrapped by a 5-year-old. I grab a small table and lift Martin's foot onto it. I go to the freezer and grab a bag of frozen peas, wrap it in kitchen roll and press that against the foot. Does cold stop bleeding? Or is that swelling? I could feel my panic rising. I grab my phone and search the internet for information on amputations, bag cuts, whatever I think might help. One site offers tidy bullet points as if I'm making a recipe. Control bleeding. Elevate. Clean. Dress. Seek medical help. The last point hits me hard. We are not seeking anything, not today. Martin looks grey, his eyes clenched shut. The cotton wool isn't as bloody now, and his breathing is quieter. I think it's stopping, I say. There's a sudden bang and the door bursts open. For a minute I'm scared it's Victor and his men returning, but it's John. He scans the room and takes in the blood streaking the tiles, Martin's foot swaddled in white with blotches of blood soaking through.
Jesus Christ!
His eyes are fixed on me.
What the hell have you done?
I stare at him, stunned. Martin groans faintly, but John barrels on.
I told you.
He jabs a finger angrily.
I told you, no police. Which bit of that didn't you get?
He drags a hand through his hair, pacing, then he stops and looks down by his feet.
Christ,
he mutters, stooping to pick something up between his thumb and forefinger. He holds the tiny red lump out towards me.
Next time you try anything like that, you'll lose more than a bloody toe.
He walks over to the bin and drops Martin's toe in it as if he's getting rid of dinner scraps.
You don't get it. They're not like the crowd at your dinner parties and your bloody solstice speeches.
He spits the words.
They don't care about good manners. They're a different species. If one of their own crosses them, like that kid the other day, they'll snuff him out in an heartbeat. 15 years old. Gone. So what do you think they're going to do to you?
My stomach turns. You told me that boy's murder was nothing to do with Victor.
Of course it was Victor,
he says, like I'm an idiot. The certainty makes my blood run cold. The ground shifts under my feet. Together we get Martin downstairs. It's awkward, clumsy work, his weight sagging between us. His head lolls once and I think he's going to fall.
Nearly there,
John mutters. His voice is steady, like a coach urging a runner. My arms ache, but we keep going, inch by inch. At the bottom we shuffle into the bedroom, ease Martin onto the mattress. He lands with a grunt, eyes screwed shut, lips drained of colour.
Let me see.
John unwraps my hasty bandage with an expert touch, unravelling layer after layer, brisk and efficient. He doesn't flinch when he gets to the raw wound. He presses the skin lightly.
Still good circulation,
he says, more to himself than to me.
No arteries hit. That's something.
I hover at the bedside, watching him work. It's the ease that rattles me. as if this isn't the first time he's dealt with something like this. He might as well be changing a tyre.
Get towels, mineral water, and disinfectant, ibuprofen, and more bandages.
I rush to the bathroom, and then the fridge, getting what he's asked for. He selects what he needs without fumbling. Saline, gauze, tape.
The blood's nothing. It's infection we need to watch for.
John lays down towels and pours the water onto Martin's foot. The blood washes away, and I can see the wound, the clean line of the cut, the edges pale and pink. There's a bright white disc like ivory, which I realise with horror must be bone. Little pink dots around the bone begin to bead up with blood. I puff out a breath, almost in shock myself.
It's okay,
John murmurs reassuringly.
This might sting a bit.
He pours disinfectant over the raw edge. Martin tenses and hisses, but he doesn't say anything. John dries, bandages, seals. His hands are as steady as stone. Martin stirs, groaning when the new bandage tightens.
Sorry, mate,
John murmurs. The tone is gentle, the way you'd speak to a child after a scraped knee.
Better snug and sloppy.
Eventually John stands up, his work done. In contrast to my shoddy attempt, John's handiwork looks as neat as if done by a professional.
We'll need fresh dressings every few hours,
he says. The anger of earlier has cooled into something weightier. He takes the water bottle again and gets Martin to swallow a couple of painkillers. Martin drifts, eyelids fluttering, breath shallow but even, his tense hand anxiously clutching the duvet.
Let him rest,
says John, and we slip out of the room. We stand in silence in the kitchen. I saw the money, I say, my voice is low and steady, in a bag in the annex. His jaw works once, twice. No answer. Is it drugs? Are you in trouble with them? With Victor? What hold has he got over you? For a flicker, something shows in his eyes. Fear. Then the mask returns. I need to know. Still nothing. John! My voice cracks on his name. He steps closer.
Listen to me. There's a big deal. Once it's done, he'll go. Until then, we keep our heads down. That's it.
This is my house, my family, and here I am being told how to live in it. But what choice do I have? I nod once. Not agreement, not surrender. Survival. John heads to the front door. He opens it, then hesitates.
Don't do anything like that again,
he says, less angry.
This isn't your world. It's Victor's. You're not equipped for it.
He goes. I should feel angry, and I do. But I feel something else too. Grateful. Grateful that John is looking out for me. John, my brother and stranger both, caught in something I can't untangle. In my head I draw the protective circle tighter. Around Martin, pale and shaking. Around Bobby, oblivious at school. And around John, caught in whatever snare he won't admit. I look at the gaudy red roses on the kitchen counter. It would be obscene to put them in a vase now. The sunlight falls in a rectangle across the floor. Dust floats in the air, suspended. If not for the pool of blood on the tiles, it could be any ordinary afternoon. Chapter 25. Cuckoo. I'm too anxious to eat, but I feed Bobby and put him to bed. I tell him Daddy's lying down because he isn't feeling very well and he doesn't ask more. Martin wakes for a while and we speak about what happened, but he's still too shocked and frightened to make any sense of it. I sit with him until he falls asleep. I'm exhausted. I've been holding myself tense for hours. My mind craves rest. I go round, turning the lights off. That's when I hear it, the crunch of tyres on gravel. My chest tightens. I hurry across the dark kitchen and peek out the window with a sense of dread, already knowing what it is, even before I see it. The black SUV. The doors open. 2 men step out, silhouettes under the security light. I know them well enough by now by their outlines, wiry and big. They lift holdalls from the boot, each bag fat and heavy. More money? Drugs? Weapons? The questions loop uselessly. I glance at the front door, bolted top and bottom since this morning's incursion. But what are a couple of locks to this mob? For a horrible moment I imagine them coming here, testing the handle, forcing their way inside. My eyes scan the kitchen and fall to the knife block on the worktop. I take one out, the big carving knife, and squeeze my fingers around the metal handle. I notice my hand shaking. But however scared I am, I can't imagine myself using it. Can't connect myself to an act of that kind of violence. I go to the window again. But they don't make for the barn. They turn, feet scuffling on gravel, and head to the annex. In the gloom I catch John opening the door, his body framed by the glow of the lamp behind him. He doesn't look surprised. He takes one step back, holds the door wider, and ushers them in. The 3 disappear. The annex, once my office, once Tiffany's bolt hole, is theirs now. I stay at the window, watching. No sound carries, no movement, just the yellow rectangle of the blind glowing like a lantern in the dark. I sit there in the kitchen, too wired now to sleep. After half an hour or so, I hear movement in the courtyard, then a soft knocking at our door. I tiptoe across the room and listen. All I can hear is the blood pulsing in my ears.
Charlotte, it's me.
John's voice. I put the knife back in its block and unbolt the door. Keep the noise down, Bobby's asleep.
How's Martin doing?
Sleeping as well, I think.
Let's see.
John walks ahead with purpose, and I follow him, down the stairs and into where Martin is lying on the bed, awake. He flinches slightly as we enter the room. John is holding a carrier bag. He goes to the dressing table and flips the bag over. Medical supplies tumble out. Packets and bottles, gauze pads, rolls of dressing, antiseptic spray, a blister pack of painkillers.
Victor sent this,
John says. His tone is matter-of-fact.
Why?
Martin's voice sounds thin. He eyes the pile with suspicion. John's already pulling on a pair of gloves. The snap of latex makes me flinch.
They don't want you keeling over. Bad for business.
Martin shifts uneasily.
I don't want their bloody charity. Not charity,
John says.
Insurance.
He sorts through the pile, lining up gauze, bandages, tape. He pulls the covers back from Martin's leg and looks at the dressing on his foot.
Help me get this off.
I kneel and unpick the knots. The gauze is stained brown-red, already stiff. I peel it back carefully. Martin inhales sharply but doesn't complain. John emerges from the ensuite. He hands Martin a glass of water and 2 tablets.
Better than paracetamol.
Martin eyes the pills warily, but pain must win over suspicion because he takes them and swallows with a gulp. John puts a towel under the foot, then cracks open a tiny glass bottle with an easy twist, pouring the contents onto the wound. Then he sprays disinfectant. Martin jerks.
Sorry, mate,
John says quietly, steadying him with a hand on the ankle. He works quickly, drying the skin, then putting on a new dressing, taped smooth. His movements are economical, almost graceful. Where did you learn to do all this? I ask. John doesn't look up.
Life.
It's no answer, but it's the only answer I'm going to get.
That'll hold,
he says finally, stripping off the gloves.
Rest here for a couple of days. Keep the leg up. Then we'll see about crutches.
Martin opens his eyes, finds mine. He tries to smile, to reassure me, but I'm not convinced. I can tell he hates this. Not just the pain and the violence, but the weakness. The illusion that our lives are our own, that we're in control of our own destinies, is gone. When Martin dozes, with the duvet tucked high around his neck, I corner John in the hallway. You can't stay here, I tell him. My voice is firmer than I feel. You need to go. John rubs his face, looking more weary than angry.
Do you think I don't want to?
Then leave. Take your kit and go. He gives a humourless laugh.
It's not up to me. Victor wants me here. They want the annex to themselves. He says I need to move into the main house.
The air thickens. What are they doing in there? John's eyes flick away.
Business.
Drugs, you mean? He doesn't deny it. And what's that got to do with you? How are you involved? He sighs.
It's called cuckooing. They find someone down on their luck, move in, take over the place, run what they want, where they want.
And that was you? He nods.
That flight you came to? It wasn't mine anymore. They'd taken it over. I thought I'd got away when you turned up, when I did the operation and came here. But they found me.
My skin prickles. Why? He hesitates, then exhales.
Because they've got jobs on, and I'm useful.
Jobs?
Running, fetching, watching. Nothing glamorous.
But you're with them.
I'm not one of them.
He protests, his voice cracking.
I don't use. I never have.
He rolls up his sleeves abruptly, shoving his arms under my nose. Pale, freckled skin. No tracks.
Look!
The display is theatrical and desperate.
They do what they do. I keep clear.
He sighs and rolls his sleeves back down, picks nervously at the cuff. All the confidence of 5 minutes ago has seeped out of him.
I thought I'd shaken them when I came here. Thought I was out. But Victor saw this place. Middle of nowhere, no neighbours nosing about. Close to Chester, Liverpool, Manchester. Perfect for a deal. Safer than the city.
He looks defeated.
I'm sorry. I never meant to bring him here.
I stare, the words hammering in. How long?
A week. 2 tops. That's what he said.
You believe him? John shrugs, helpless, and I feel helpless too, but what can I do? Shock, anger, depression, denial. It always ends with acceptance. I show John to the guest room as if this is an ordinary weekend visit. Clean sheets, extra blankets. John drops heavily on the mattress, elbows on knees. He looks like any tired brother, pausing at the end of a long journey. I leave and close the door. As I do, I can hear a noise from Bobby's room, a quiet snuffling. It's thin and muffled. All the noise must have disturbed him. He must be having a nightmare. Poor angel. I make my way along the corridor to go in and comfort him. I'm at his door before I realise it isn't Bobby crying plaintively to himself. It's Martin. Chapter 26. Cameras. I knock on the guest room door first, hoping John can help, but his room is empty. It takes me nearly half an hour getting Martin upstairs, supporting him under his arm while he holds the banister with his other hand and hops up from step to step. He collapses on the sofa, exhausted from the effort. I pour tea. He takes it, but the cup rattles against the saucer. He hates that I notice.
I'm fine,
he says too quickly. You're not fine. He doesn't argue, just looks away. He looks sad, defeated. What are we going to do? I ask. Martin?
We'll manage,
Martin says at last in a low voice.
Like he said, it's just a few days.
I hear the words of surrender, but I nod, because what else is there to do? The annex is theirs. The guest room is John's. Every corner of our home invaded. At breakfast, Martin and I swap looks in silent agreement to keep it simple. Bobby chatters about football stickers, unaware of what's going on around the house. Uncle John's going to stay with us for a bit. Isn't that nice?
Cool. Can he play in goal? He's way better than Dad.
Martin looks at his bandaged foot, propped up on a stool, and gives a wounded smile.
Thanks, son.
And, I add, forcing my voice to sound cheerful, there are some men helping Mummy with work. Builders. They're using the annex for a while. Like when Mummy had her office in there. So keep away. Bobby shrugs.
Can I put these stickers on my wall?
I'm grateful he's oblivious to what's going on. I drop Bobby off at school. I'm only gone 10 minutes, but when I get back, my stomach drops. Wiry and Big are in the courtyard, kitted out like tradesmen, dragging equipment out of the SUV. They have a coil of wire and several small cardboard boxes. What are they doing? They don't look at me as I sit watching from the parked car. Within minutes, Wiry is halfway up a ladder, drilling a hole deep into the annex wall, then threading a length of the cable through. Big comes over with the cardboard boxes, removing something. A security camera. He grabs the end of the cable and starts wiring the camera to it. The men work with professional ease. Drill, fix, cable tie, test. Another camera follows, mounted on the opposite wall, its black glass eye angled down the lane. Between the two of them, every inch of the approach is covered. Anyone coming or going is theirs to see. It worries me in a different way to the immediate flash of violence. This is infrastructure. Permanent. Not a warning, not a passing threat. A system is being built to stay. The cameras tilt, lenses glinting in the sunlight, and I feel exposed, even in the cocoon of my car. They aren't just watching the lane, they're watching us. They don't bother to disguise it. That's the point. We're meant to see. Rupert. I see him before he sees me, striding up the lane with his usual half-smile. He spots the men on the ladder, raises his hand in greeting as if they're his decorators. I get out of my car to intercept him.
"Well now," he says, eyes crinkling. "What's all this, then?"
My mouth is dry. Security consultants.
"Really?"
He glances back at the annex, at Wiry fixing another bracket, at Big coiling cable.
"Can't say I blame you. One does feel a bit exposed out here. Miles from anywhere. If something happens, well..."
He shrugs as though the thought is too tiresome to finish. I manage a nod, forcing a smile.
"And after all that business with Derek..."
He drops his voice, almost conspiratorial.
"You never really know who you're dealing with, do you?"
His eyes slide to the annex again, then back to me.
"Perhaps I ought to think about it myself."
I grip the gatepost.
Maybe.
He leans closer, lowering his voice even further so the words feel meant for me alone.
"I was up near Derek's place the other day. Curtains drawn. Never see them out. I spotted Angie peeking at me from a top window, poor woman. She ducked back like I'd caught her doing something indecent."
He shakes his head.
"Odd, eh?"
For the first time, I feel what Derek and Angie must have felt. The sick tension of never knowing when a knock on the door might come, when Victor and his men might appear. Hiding behind curtains, trying to erase themselves from view. Now I see it for what it is. Survival. Rupert pats the gatepost, straightens.
"Anyway, no harm in a bit of extra security. Better safe than sorry, eh?"
He turns from me before I can answer, strolling towards the annex with the ease of someone on familiar ground.
"Lovely day for a gentleman."
He nods at the bracket fixed to the wall.
"Nice job. Very neat."
Wiry looks down from the ladder, unsmiling. Big doesn't glance up at all. Rupert, unbothered, launches into his pitch.
"Any chance of a quote for a similar setup at my place? 2 cameras, maybe 3. Decent coverage, nothing fancy. Might keep the bloody delivery drivers honest."
The men say nothing. My chest tightens. Rupert chuckles at his own joke, undeterred. He tips his head back, shielding his eyes from the sun.
"Well, what do you think?"
I grip the gate harder, willing him to walk away. Wiry exchanges a glance with Big. The whole scene looks wrong. Rupert chatting, genial, neighbourly, the men stiff and wary, animals scenting danger. And then the annex door opens. Victor steps out. He smiles.
"Everything all right here?"
His tone is calm, almost friendly. Rupert turns, delighted.
"Ah, the boss man. I was just admiring your handiwork. Thought I might get a quote for my place."
Victor chuckles lightly, as though they're sharing a joke.
"Ah, we're flat out at the moment, I'm afraid. Too many jobs on the go?
He claps Big on the shoulder.
Isn't that right, lads? But I'll definitely let you know, if we can spare the time. Excellent.
Rupert beams.
I'll hold you to that. I'm just up the lane, in the stables. Give me a knock when you're free.
Victor nods, hands spread in a vague promise.
We'll see what we can do.
Rupert is satisfied. He tips an imaginary hat to me at the gate and strolls off, whistling. I don't move until he's well clear, his figure shrinking down the lane. Victor lingers a moment longer, gaze sliding towards the barn. Not at me, exactly, but the house itself, as if weighing it up. And he turns, steps back inside, the annex door closing softly behind him. Martin stirs from his nap as I click the door shut, shifting his bandaged foot on the sofa.
What's that noise?
He asks drowsily. I remember last night, my hand pressed against the door, listening to him crying. Just workmen, I say.
Workmen?
Something at the annex. He accepts it, too weary to push. His eyelids lower again. Later, when the house is quiet, I slip to the window. The cameras catch the last of the daylight, lenses glossy, wires neat against the brick, black eyes fixed on the lane. That's when it hits me. The trees. The day they got Derek to rip them out, I thought it was for me. A kindness, a thank you. But now I see it for what it was. Not generosity, strategy. The trees blocked Victor's view. Now the cameras have a clear line all the way down the lane to the road. My stomach turns. Even while I was having my celebratory party, my fate was already settled. Chapter 27. Boot.
Can we go outside?
Bobby asks eagerly, leaping up.
We could play football.
The question hangs. Martin shifts in his chair and fumbles for an excuse, but nothing comes. I step in. Not today, love.
Why not?
His voice is puzzled.
Because we're staying in, just for now.
His face folds into disappointment.
That's not fair. It's sunny.
Come on, Bobby,
says John, cross-legged on the floor.
If we go out, we won't be able to finish this awesome rocket.
Bobby sinks back down onto the rug, head bowed, adding a brick to some enormous Lego creation. John sits beside him, playing along with surprising patience. Bobby chatters about a spaceship that can fire missiles and make hot chocolate at the same time while John asks questions. The afternoon light slants across the kitchen tiles, bright and warm, as if nothing in the world could be wrong. This is how bad it is now. Even a child asking to kick a ball has become dangerous. Martin sits at the table with his foot propped up. He looks blankly at John and Bobby playing, then goes back to his work, flicking absently through a sheaf of papers from the university, not reading them.
Here you go, champ. There's a couple of chocolate missiles for your spaceship,
says John as he slips a Twix from his pocket and hands it to Bobby. Bobby's face lights.
Thanks.
He tears at the wrapper.
No,
Martin says sharply. Bobby freezes.
Why not?
Because it's dinner soon. You don't need sugar.
Bobby turns to me, pleading.
Please?
Martin's jaw tightens.
I said no.
John watches on in silence. It's fine, I say. Just this once. Martin glares as Bobby devours the chocolate in fast, greedy bites. The silence is suffocating. Martin puts his papers down.
Lovely for you, isn't it, John? Falling on your feet. New family to play with.
My stomach twists. John looks up.
Hey, go and get that other rocket you were telling me about.
He's talking to Bobby, but his eyes never leave Martin. Bobby scampers off to his room.
Oh, yes,
Martin continues.
Very cosy. Warm bed, good food. Must make a change from that flat you came from. Shame your friends don't share your social graces.
John doesn't flinch. He leans in slightly, voice low.
You want to stop shooting your mouth off.
Martin gave a thin laugh.
Or what? For your own sake,
John says evenly.
You've had your warning. Act normal, mate. You're going to make people nervous.
Martin just tuts and pretends to go back to his reading. Bobby runs back in, Lego spaceship in hand, licking chocolate from his fingers. I give him a smile, but all I can hear is the word John used. Normal. That's the rule now. Normal games, normal smiles. As if acting normal can save us. Later that evening, Bobby is in bed and we're eating dinner when there's a knock at the door. 3 precise raps. I'm halfway out of my chair when the door opens and Victor steps in. He's carrying a grey medical boot tucked under his arm.
Evening,
he says, as if this is a neighbourly visit. His gaze flicks around the room, clocking everything. The plates on the table, Bobby's Lego abandoned on the rug. His eyes rest on me a heartbeat longer than I'm comfortable with. All the while, John says nothing, just keeps his eyes fixed firmly on his plate. Then Victor turns to Martin.
I brought you a little something.
The boot lands on the table with a soft thud next to the tray of lasagna. Hard plastic, Velcro, the sort I had to wear once after a skiing accident.
I'll pop up,
Victor says to Martin, not loud but firm enough to let him know it's an order rather than an invitation.
Let's see if it fits.
Resigned, Martin struggles upright, gritting his teeth and leaning on the table to support the weight on his bad side. I jump to his aid with the boot, hands working the straps, pulling the buckles across.
Good,
Victor murmurs in a fatherly tone that makes my skin crawl.
Now walk.
Martin takes a step. The kitchen tiles click under the plastic. Another step as he puffs a breath through his teeth. The new boot makes him lopsided. My hand hovers uselessly at his elbow.
No, leave him.
Victor admonishes me.
He can do it. That's it. No good just lazing about. You're all right. Suck it up.
I watch, powerless, as my husband limps a slow circle around the table as if he's a prize cow being paraded around a show ring, while my heart pummels inside my ribs.
See? That's not so bad, is it?
Victor says to Martin once he's seen enough.
Sit. Sit.
Martin lowers himself with a small grunt, hand gripping the chair so hard his knuckles go white. Victor addresses us all.
I want everything the same. Stick to the routine. School run, work, lights on and off at the usual times. People hate change. Change makes them ask questions. It's not good for any of us if something spoils my plans.
I nod, because there is nothing else to do. Victor crouches close to Martin until they're level. His posture is kind, but his eyes are steely and fixed on Martin's.
A couple of days, Martin,
he says softly.
3 or 4 at most. Be a good boy, then we won't trouble you any more.
Victor goes, leaving the door ajar. I cross and close it and realise my palm is damp on the handle. For a moment, the house is utterly still. That night I lie awake beside Martin, his breathing shallow, his body twitching in pain even through the haze of pills. The boot stands at the foot of the bed like an intruder. I feel sick, like when you strip a room right back to the brick and bones and see how fragile it is. So basic and primitive. It feels like it will never become a room again. I think about the houses dotted along this lane. From the outside they look so safe. Stone walls, neat hedges, porches stacked with wellies. But what's really inside? Behind Rupert's sash windows, behind Dan and Lisa's double glazing. No one really knows. A husband who drinks? A wife who has an affair? Someone secretly stealing from their workplace? Who can say? Derek and Angie, her pale face peeking from behind glass, vanishing before I could catch her eye. They weren't difficult neighbours at all, were they? They were already Victor's prisoners, just like me. I pull the covers up to my throat with a shiver. Civilization is a veneer. We tell ourselves we're safe because we've got curtains and locks and smoke alarms. But what does that protect us from? A man like Victor can step through your door with a knock and a smile, and it's over. Your world isn't yours anymore. It's his. I shut my eyes and try to will myself to sleep, but all I see is that boy's face on the poster. The grin so open and unprepared. Bobby's grin, wide and trusting, his teeth sticky with chocolate. A severed toe in a bin. Martin groans in his sleep, low and animal. I put my hand on his arm, but he doesn't stir. Tomorrow I'll wake up and make toast, pack Bobby's school bag and kiss his hair, drive to Chester and sit in a meeting about roof beams. I'll nod in the right places, laugh when required, because that's what Victor told me to do. Carry on as normal. And all the while I feel the cameras humming outside, black eyes recording, waiting for me to slip. Chapter 28. Cracks. I must sleep eventually, because morning comes too soon, dragging me out of a slumber that felt like drowning. I put on my mask of normality the way Victor told me to. Toast on plates, Bobby's book bag by the door, the smell of coffee filling the kitchen. Martin hobbles in wearing the moon boot, pale and clammy in his shirt and jacket, his laptop bag slung over one shoulder.
"Taxi's coming,"
he mutters. The effort of standing upright beads his forehead with sweat. Bobby asks if he can stay home and play with Uncle John. I kiss his head and say no, my voice too sharp. He frowns, but when John intervenes and offers to walk him to school, he doesn't argue, grabbing his bag and rushing out, excited at the novelty. When the taxi pulls up half an hour later, Martin limps out to the courtyard, grimacing with each step. He looks back at me once, as though memorizing me, then manoeuvres himself into the back seat. My stomach clenches at how fragile he looks. I wave until the car disappears, and only then let it drop.
"Morning."
I turn to see Rupert striding up the lane.
"Quite the operation going on, eh?"
He nods at the annex.
"Shame your guys don't have time to look at my place. Feels like there's been a lot of coming and going of late. Cars at all hours. Think I'm going to have to take matters into my own hands. Maybe a dash cam for the drive, and one of those doorbells that records everything. Can't be too careful, eh?"
He chuckles again, oblivious, while ice slides down my spine. I drive into Chester with the radio on low, the volume pitched just enough to fill the silence. I keep my eyes forward, my knuckles tight on the wheel. Cameras, doorbells, recordings. If Rupert starts filming, he'll capture everything. Every car, every face. But Victor told us no changes, nothing suspicious. So do I warn Rupert off and risk Victor's wrath? Or let him walk blind into danger to protect my own family? At the office, I paste on a smile. My team are waiting for me in the meeting room, paper spread, coffee at the ready. Roof beams, fire escapes, client revisions, measurements and budgets. All things I can usually bury myself in, precise and rational. But my brain keeps drifting to Rupert's easy laugh and the cameras watching in the lane. To the boot around Martin's foot and that sound, the crack when the secateurs bit through his toe. I wonder if they can see it on me, the falseness of it all. But the meeting is interrupted when a call comes from Martin's department head. Sally, her polite voice tortured with embarrassment.
"Charlotte, so sorry to disturb you. I'm afraid there was a bit of an incident during Martin's lecture. He became upset. We thought it best to ask if you could come."
When I arrive, Martin is slumped in a chair in Sally's office. His shoulders shake with silent sobs, his hand covering his eyes. He looks less like a lecturer, more like one of his own students who's failed an exam. I crouch beside him and take his hand. "Martin? Martin!" He doesn't look at me, just mutters.
"Can we go home?"
Sally hovers awkwardly, an unwelcome spectre in her own office. She whispers to me in a funereal voice, "Perhaps he's come back too soon after his skiing accident." It takes me a moment to realise that's the lie Martin must have told, his pitiful cover story. He might need a few days. I force gratitude into my voice, bundle Martin out. His limp is worse than ever, each step a jolt through his whole body. The drive back is silent, except for his ragged breaths. At home he collapses onto the sofa, hands over his face.
"I can't,"
he says, voice muffled.
"I can't stand this."
I kneel in front of him, gripping his wrists, trying to prise his hands away. "You can. We have to hold it together, just for a few days. For Bobby." Martin shakes his head, wild-eyed.
"I can't. I'm not you. I can't just pretend it isn't happening. Maybe we should go to the police."
"Shh!" I hiss. Panic claws up my throat. "Don't say that!" That's when I see John in the doorway, watching. He takes in Martin's state with a quick assessing glance. Then he steps forward, voice softer than I expect.
"Come on, mate. Let's get you to bed."
John takes Martin's hand and pulls him to his feet. Martin's docile and doesn't resist. John supports him as he steps painfully down the stairs and into the bedroom. He lays Martin on the bed, removes the boot, cleans and dresses the wound. He fetches pills, fills a glass of water. I notice there are more pills than usual.
"Best thing,"
John says, matter of fact.
"Sleep through it."
Martin swallows obediently. Soon his breathing evens, slack with sedation, as he slumps against the cushions. John watches, then looks at me pointedly.
"At least if he's asleep, he can't get us all killed."
He leaves. I sink onto the chair opposite, staring at Martin's pale face, my chest tight. It's down to me now, to shield Bobby, to keep the house standing, to stop Martin's cracks from widening and pulling us all in, to protect John too, even when I don't know if I should. Because one slip, one wrong move, and Victor will know. And then we're all finished. Chapter 29. Heat. It's Martin's groaning that wakes me. I lie there half asleep and assume he's caught in the same panic that overwhelmed him yesterday, but when I roll over, it isn't that. I put my hand on his chest. His body is boiling. The sheets are soaked through with sweat. He moans again and shifts weakly under the covers, his eyes rolling behind his closed lids. I leap up and run to the bathroom for the thermometer we got when Bobby was a baby. I press the sensor to Martin's forehead. It beeps, and the screen glows red. Far too high. His chest rises and falls heavily. His lips move, and for a second I think he's talking to me, but it's nonsense, a garbled slur I can't make sense of. I need ice, something cold to bring the fever down. I pad quickly up to the kitchen and pull open the freezer drawer, scrabbling past fish fingers and tubs of ice cream until I find the tray.
"Morning."
He makes me jump. I've been so focused that I haven't noticed John is standing there, already dressed.
"What's wrong?"
Back in the bedroom, John flicks the light on. Now I see how flushed Martin's skin is, an angry red blotch spreading down from his neck, his hair plastered to his forehead with sweat. He's trembling, and his breath comes in ragged bursts, shallow and uneven. John leans in and presses a hand against Martin's chest. Martin moans again, louder this time.
"His heart's racing. This isn't stress," he says. "It's sick."
John pulls back the covers. The damp cotton clings to Martin's body, sticking to his thighs and stomach. He pulls on latex gloves from the box he left on the dresser and starts unbandaging the foot. The dressing comes away wet, stained yellow and brown. The edges cling, and when John pulls them free, a fresh seep of fluid oozes out. My stomach flips. The cut itself is swollen and angry, and the skin around it puffy and inflamed. I can smell something acrid. Not just sweat, but something sour and rancid.
Infected,
John says flatly.
Well, that explains yesterday. Fever scrambles your brain.
I cling to the explanation even as dread coils in my chest. At least it makes sense why Martin was so unlike himself. We need a doctor, I say, or an ambulance. He needs proper treatment. John looks at me, hard.
We're not calling an ambulance.
Martin stirs at the sound. His glassy eyes open wide.
Yes,
he slurs.
Ambulance. Hospital.
Please, John.
And what's he going to say happened to him?
We'll make up a story, a gardening accident, something.
Yes.
Martin tries to push himself up, but he barely makes it an inch before collapsing back onto the pillow.
I'll say it was...
John leans closer.
All right then, let's try. Hello, Martin, I'm Dr. Smith. Tell me how you lost your toe.
Martin blinks.
It was a gardening accident.
Oh dear.
And when was this?
Today.
Today?
John exaggerates the surprise.
This wound looks a few days old.
No.
Yes, that's right.
Martin falters, searching for words.
A few days ago. So why didn't you come to us immediately?
Martin looks stunned. His eyes dart to me, pleading.
I thought it might clear up on its own. A severed toe?
John looks at me theatrically. And how did this happen?
Lawnmower,
says Martin.
Oof, you ran over your foot while you were standing on the lawn?
Yes, Martin says confidently.
But if your foot was on the ground, says John, holding his hand out flat, then how have you cut your toe straight off?
He rotates his hand to illustrate the impossibility of the story.
And how did you only cut off the one toe?
Martin's lost. He abandons the effort of trying. He lies with his mouth open, and his focus drifts away. John turns to me.
And that's the doctor. Imagine him with the police. It lasts 5 minutes. He'll get us all killed. No ambulance.
I want to argue, but the truth is he's right. Martin couldn't bluff his way through an interview like this on his best day, let alone drenched in fever and half delirious. I grip Martin's hand, and my throat tightens.
Strip him down. Get him cool, sponge him off, and fluids. Don't let him dehydrate.
My consultant's warning echoes through my brain. Keep away from infection. I know how vulnerable my immune system still is, how dangerous it could be if I catch something. But this is Martin. What choice do I have? I move automatically, tugging at Martin's soaked pyjamas. He protests weakly, battling at my hands, but he hasn't the strength to stop me. I fetch a glass of water and tip it to his lips, but he splutters more than he swallows.
Keep at it,
John says, leaving.
I'll be back.
I take the ice and put it in the sink with some cold water, then soak a couple of towels and lay them over Martin's body, whispering words he probably doesn't hear. He's still shivering and my own hands are shaking. I keep telling myself to be calm, keep it practical, but the truth is, I'm terrified. Eventually John comes back, lugging a plastic carrier bag that clinks faintly. He sets the contents on the side table, blister packs of tablets, brown glass bottles with labels I don't recognise, a clear saline bag with a coiled tube, a handful of syringes sealed in crinkled plastic. I get an unsettling flashback to my own recent treatment. The room resembles a hospital ward more than a bedroom. Clinical and terrifying. Where the hell did you get all this? He ignores my question.
We don't know what strain we're fighting, so we hit it broad. Amoxicillin, ciprofloxacin, metronidazole. One of them will land.
John begins to pop the antibiotic tablets out of the packets until he has a large handful.
Get these down him.
Is that safe? I manage.
Safer than leaving him like this.
He doesn't meet my eyes. I begin to feed the tablets into Martin's mouth one by one, getting him to take them with sips of water. It's slow going, and he grumbles while I'm doing it, but he steadily swallows them. Meanwhile, John tears open a syringe packet, then lifts the saline bag, squinting at the markings. With a confident flick, he drains a good portion down the sink, leaving only a couple of 100 millilitres in the pouch.
"This should be done with a proper drip,"
he mutters, half to himself, half to me.
"But we'll improvise."
He draws yet another antibiotic into the syringe, pierces the bag and squirts the liquid in. Then he shakes it hard, the clear fluid swirling cloudy until it settles again.
"This'll newt whatever the others don't."
I give Martin the last of the tablets and stand, watching John at work. "Have you done this before?" John doesn't answer. He takes Martin's arm, turns it palm up, and starts pressing his fingers along the vein. His face is intent, concentration sharpening every line.
"Hold him still,"
he says. My hands clamp Martin's shoulders while John slides the needle in. At first nothing happens, then a wash of red swirls in the syringe.
"Good vein,"
he murmurs, and presses the plunger slowly. I watch the liquid slide into Martin's body. Martin groans, but John steadies him, keeping the needle in place. He goes slowly, pausing, then pushing again. The syringe empties by increments. I can barely breathe until it's done. John withdraws the needle, presses a cotton pad to the puncture. He tapes it down neatly, then drops the spent syringe into the carrier bag as if it's a rubbish bin.
"He'll rest now,"
John says.
"One of those tablets I gave you was a sleeping pill. Let his body fight without him thrashing himself to pieces."
I sit back on my heel, staring at the makeshift medical theatre our bedroom has become. And my brother, calm in the middle of it all, like this is just another day at work. I go to the kitchen. Now that Martin's finally lying quiet and the only sound is the faint rattle of his breath, I realise I'm shaking. I grip the edge of the counter and the crying starts, tears streaming down my face, shoulders heaving, breath snagging in my throat. I've been holding it in for days, weeks, maybe. Illness, Derek, Victor. It all floods out at once. And then John's hand rests on my shoulder. Not heavy, just steady.
"You've had a lot to carry,"
he says.
"More than most could handle."
I laugh, or something close to it. It comes out jagged. Handle? Look at me, I'm a mess.
"You're not. You're still standing. You're looking after him and after Bobby. You beat something that was meant to kill you. You can see this through too. Couple more days, that's all."
We sit at the kitchen table. He makes tea and pushes a mug towards me, and for a while I just hold it, warming my hands. "He's not weak, you know," I say at last. "Martin, he's just ill." John shrugs.
"Not everyone's built for pressure like you."
The praise catches me off guard. And then I hear myself saying things I've never said out loud, not even to my closest friends. How Martin sometimes hides behind books and doesn't know how to just have fun with Bobby. How I worry Bobby sees that. How I worry Bobby will inherit it. John listens, quiet and intent. When he speaks, his voice is low.
"Parents make you who you are, for better or worse. 7's a magic age. You don't get it back."
I think of the photograph I have of John at 7, the one I took from his childhood bedroom, that solemn little boy. I picture Bobby's grin at the same age, his sticky fingers on a football. My chest aches. "I'm sorry," I blurt, "for what you went through. I got the good cards and you got dealt a shitty hand." He looks at me for a long time, unreadable. Then he shakes his head.
"You didn't choose it."
Guilt curls through me like smoke. And gratitude, too, because right now he's the only person I can lean on. Someone standing beside me in the wreckage. For the first time, I really feel like I have a brother. Chapter 30. Ashes. I tell myself not to look. If I don't look, I can imagine it's just a delivery or a contractor or something harmless. But of course, I look. A white van parked at an angle near the annex. It wasn't here when I left to drop Bobby at school 10 minutes ago. Now here it is. No logos, no ladders strapped on top. in need of a good wash. The kind of anonymous white van you see every day in a million places and never notice. But here, knowing what I know, it couldn't be more conspicuous. I stand on the gravel fumbling with the straps of my shopping bag, heart going too fast. I want to get inside before I see anything else. Too late, the rear doors creak open and Wiry jumps out, moving with that restless energy he has. He reaches back in and drags out a heavy-looking holdall, the kind you see guys carry to the gym, except this one makes him stagger when it thuds against the gravel. He readjusts the strap on his shoulder, then lifts with both hands. Whatever's inside doesn't shift. It's solid. Wiry trudges towards the annex, face fixed in a grimace, and shoulders the door open with a force that makes it slam against the wall. Then he disappears inside. Silence. The sky is clear blue and cloudless. Swifts and skylarks wheel overhead as if the world is exactly as it should be. But the sight of that van makes the day feel darker somehow. As I move to go inside, I spot Rupert at the far end of the lane. He's in his usual uniform of corduroys and a battered wax jacket, standing stock still. At this distance, I can't tell if he's out for a stroll or if he's doing something else, deliberately watching. He shades his eyes with one hand, looking down the lane. I lift my arm and wave. From here, I can't read his face. I hold my arm there longer than necessary, but he doesn't wave back. Has he seen something he shouldn't have? Maybe he didn't see me. I drop my hand, suddenly self-conscious. I move, key in the door, bags on the counter, as though this is just another morning. But my mind won't leave the picture. Wiry in his holdall, Rupert watching at the top of the lane. Better to busy myself with something practical. I check in on Martin. He's still running a temperature. I give him water and more of his tablets. Hopefully the antibiotics will kick in across the next 24 hours. I leave him to sleep and head up to the living room. John's here, hands in his pockets, studying the ornaments on the bookshelves. His head tilts.
Is that what I think it is?
I follow his gaze. The urn, dark ceramic, plain, in a little space on its own. Yes, I say, Dad's ashes. I'm supposed to scatter them somewhere. I haven't quite decided. John peers at it, as if it's an object in a museum case. He lifts it, weighing it in his hands. It's not much to show for a life. He suggested a cigarette factory. I laugh. Said I should sneak in, scatter him over the production line as revenge. Might cause a security alert, get the whole place shut down. John smiles and places the urn gently back on the shelf. For a moment, we're just two siblings sharing a private joke about our father's dark sense of humour. Almost normal. John straightens and rubs his hand across the back of his neck.
What was he like?
I fetch the cardboard box from the hall cupboard, balanced on the top shelf, the tape yellowed and peeling at the edges. My hands are dusty by the time I carry it back into the room. We clear a space on the rug, and I open it. The photos are bundled in elastic bands, some loose, some still in the paper wallets from the chemist's. The colour is a little faded, but my father's handwriting on the back of each is still strong and looping. Devon, 1998, I read aloud, then hand it to John. That's Mum's cousin, Philip, and that's me in the paddling pool. I'd have been about 5. John squints at the faces as if he's trying to conjure memories that aren't his. We go through photo after photo, me in various stages of childhood, missing teeth, hair in pigtails, standing with Dad in front of cars and caravans. My father's handwriting faces up at me from the backs. Charlotte's first tooth, Easter Sunday, camping in Wales. Each note a record of where I was, what I was doing, how much I was loved. Family gatherings, Christmas trees, my father always with that grin that made him look slightly mischievous even when he wasn't trying. But the longer we sift, the more obvious it becomes. There's no John, not a single picture. I tell myself it makes sense. He wasn't there. He was given away when he was still tiny, too soon for a camera to catch him. Still, the absence worries at me. If he was a part of our family, even for a few days, wouldn't there be at least one baby photo? Something. I glance at John, but he doesn't say anything, just flips through another handful of photos, silent. I brush the dust from my hands.
I should put these away, I say too brightly, before Bobby comes home and spills juice on them. John nods, but I can feel his eyes on me as I close the box and set it on the table. He drifts to the window, his back to me, shoulders hunched. He's staring out towards the annex, where the white van is still parked.
"I'm going to get some air,"
he says. He gives me an enigmatic smile and leaves. I go to put the box away properly. The cardboard is soft with age, corners giving as I lift it. There's a knot in my chest, something between guilt and unease. Maybe I shouldn't have opened the box at all. As I tip it upright to slide it back on the high shelf, something shifts. Not inside the box, but caught where the flap has folded under. I pull the flap back and can just see something. An old receipt or a scrap of newspaper or something. But when I prise it loose, my fingers brush the smooth edge of a photograph. It's been hidden down there for years, out of sight, wedged flat against the base. I slide it out. Dust streaks the surface. I wipe it clean with my sleeve. And then I stop breathing. It's John. Not a baby, a boy. 7, maybe 8, standing between my parents in front of the back garden roses. Mum is holding me, a baby bundled in her arms. Dad has one hand on John's shoulder, steadying him for the camera. John looks uncertain, as though he isn't sure if he belongs in the frame. I flip the photo over, my hands trembling. On the back, in my father's distinctive looping script, Charlotte and John. There's no mistaking the handwriting, no mistaking the names. My stomach lurches. John was given away as a baby, that was the story. He was gone before he could even crawl. That's why there are no photos, no records. But here he is, old enough to remember the smell of Mum's hair, the sound of Dad's voice, the shape of our garden. 7 years. 7 years of a brother I was never told about. The photo trembles in my hand. It makes no sense. I stare at the picture as if I'm trying to decode the mystery. My dad's grin, my mum's careful hold, John's uncertain eyes, and me, an infant oblivious in her arms, while around me the story was already being rewritten. Why would my father lie? Why erase those years? And John, too, why has he said nothing? To protect me? To protect himself? Or because the truth was something darker, something that couldn't be spoken? Chapter 31. Complications. The house is quiet. Bobby's at school. Martin is dozing in the bedroom, still running a fever. John is out on some errand or other for Victor. Best I don't know what. I shut myself in the bathroom and twist the lock with a click. I spread a towel across the tiles and tip the photos out in a messy pile. I need to take this chance to go through them properly, to see if there's something my father kept hidden, something I've missed. I sort them quickly. Holidays, birthdays, the usual family snapshots, and me, baby, toddler, schoolgirl, teenager. A catalogue of my life. But as I sift through, it becomes increasingly clear there's nothing out of the ordinary. And then I spot something in an older photo, faded and curled at the corners. A group of teenagers in their Sunday best. Girls in ankle socks, blouses buttoned high, standing outside a chapel. I know one face immediately. My mother. She can't be more than 14. Her hair tied back with a ribbon, a smile that's bright. And beside her, arm hooked through hers, is someone I recognise from a completely different life. Miriam. Younger, but unmistakable. I sit back on the towel, photos sliding into my lap. My mother knew Miriam. Not just knew her, but well enough to be photographed together, arm in arm like friends. My father lied about when John was given up, about why. He told me just enough so I'd find John, so he'd save me, but I guess the full truth was too shameful for him to admit. He wanted me to survive, but he couldn't look me in the eye and tell me the whole story. And John himself, he's lied too, or left things out,
unsaid, which leaves one person who was there at the start, who knows the truth. I check on Martin before I do anything else. He's propped awkwardly against the pillows, eyes half open, lips dry. I lay the back of my hand against his forehead. Hot, but not blazing. His skin is still flushed, but when I take his temperature, it's lower than last night. The antibiotics are working, I think. His eyes flicker. I just need to nip out, I say softly. He blinks at me, struggling to focus.
Where are you going?
I'll be back before you know it. You've got water here. Painkillers if you need them. I'll be back. I tuck the sheet tighter around him and put the glass of water within reach. Sleep. That's the best thing you can do. I close the front door and cross the courtyard. I'm just unlocking the car when the door to the annex swings open. It's Victor.
Morning, Charlotte.
He strolls closer as though we're neighbours bumping into each other on the lane. I force a nod. Morning.
Heading out?
Yes. I grip the keys harder. Work, I say. My mouth is dry. His smile fades.
Better not. After Martin's performance at the university, I think it's best we don't draw any more attention to ourselves. Less risk of accidents. My stomach drops. He must know from John about Martin breaking down. Everything must get back to him somehow. I shake my head. I don't have a choice. I've had an emergency call from work. There's a problem with a project. The client's furious. Victor doesn't react. I decide to press on. If I don't go, he'll come here with the whole team to find me. Is that what you want? A bunch of surveyors and builders wandering around? Victor studies me. I feel his eyes scrape over my face. Then he steps back and gestures towards the car. Go on, then. Straight there, straight back. No detours. Understand?
Of course. I open the car and get in, forcing myself not to hurry. But inside, I'm shaking. As I drive off, I glance in the rearview mirror. Victor's still standing there, expressionless, tracking me all the way down the lane. At the bend, I spot John. He leaps out towards the car and flags me down. When I open my window, he leans in and talks to me, urgent and low.
Remember what I told you. If you go to the police, we're all dead. You, me, Martin, Bobby.
I'm not going to the police, I whisper back. I just need to deal with this client. He steps back, lets me go. I keep the car steady until I'm clear of the farm, until the annex and the cameras and Victor and John are lost behind the hedges. Only then do I let the wheel shake under my hands. I can't tell John the truth when he hasn't been honest with me. I realise I'm not sure I can trust him. I have to know. I get to the M56 junction and check my mirror again, just to be sure no one's following me, but the road is empty, as far as I can tell. I know what I'm doing is fraught with danger. I know I should turn left for my office in Chester. Instead, I flick the indicator and turn right. Miriam answers the door with a wary expression. Her eyes scan past me to the street, quick and suspicious, holding the door open a fraction. I won't stay long. I keep my tone polite. There's something I need to ask. It's important. I assume that she'll shut me out, but then she sighs and steps back, probably out of some stubborn sense of Christian duty, and gestures me in. I sit on the edge of the sofa. She doesn't offer tea this time. She doesn't even sit. She just stands by the mantelpiece, arms folded, her small body rigid. I found this. I slide the photo from my pocket. It's my mother. She looks about 14, and that's you, isn't it? Miriam takes the photo and glances at it. Her mouth softens slightly.
Yes. Sunday school outing. Your mother.
She shakes her head.
I had a father who drank. She brought me to the church. She was a light in the dark. She saved me.
She stares at the photograph in silence, then passes it back to me. I never knew her, I say. What was she like?
She was kind.
Then her mouth goes hard again.
Is that why you came?
I found another photo, I say.
of John with my parents and me as a baby. I pass her the photograph I found, lost in the bottom of the box. I take a breath. I was told he left when he was just a few weeks old, but he must have been 7. Why lie about that? She stares at the photograph. The silence stretches. It's the only photograph of him. I found it by accident. I think it was overlooked. It's like any other pictures of him have been destroyed.
John was a difficult child, says Miriam. Difficult from the beginning. He had the devil in him.
The words are so blunt they make my skin prickle.
And when you were born, he got worse. Monstrous. He was jealous of you. God knows your mother tried, but he frightened her. He frightened them both. When you were born, they found him...
She stops herself, mouth pinched tight.
They couldn't cope. But I had learnt to endure, learnt that suffering is our cross to bear. Salvation comes through endurance. I owed your mother. She saved me. So I took him.
I look at the picture of the anguished, suffering Christ on the wall. I try to imagine living that every day and thinking that's your lot. What must Miriam have suffered to find comfort in such agonies? And was that John's childhood? Pain and anguish rather than understanding and love? She doesn't look at me, just keeps staring at the photograph. And with you, was he any different? She lowers the photo, her voice dropping to a whisper.
Some things are best left unspoken.
A chill creeps through me, but the way she says it, the way her hands tremble against her sleeves, tells me enough. She passes me the photo. I look at it, at my mother, and then something shifts. A thought I've carried but never let myself say aloud. I was told my mother died because of complications after I was born, but she looks well in that photo. She's holding me, smiling. Did John... Miriam jerks her head up.
Your mother was a saint.
Her voice is cutting.
Her death was God's will, nothing more.
And that's it. She won't say anything else. She doesn't walk me to the door. She simply turns back to the crucifix on the wall, as though I'm not there. Outside, I grip the car door, steadying myself. I feel the photos shake in my hand. John wasn't given away as a baby. He was a child, 7 years old enough to know what was happening, old enough to hate me for it, me and my parents, old enough to blame us forever. Now that boy is grown, and at home, right now, with my sick husband. Chapter 32. Gone. The school gates are heaving with parents as I screech to a halt, half on the curb. I ignore the stares from other mums and dads, disapproving that I'm in the zigzag no parking zone. I elbow through the cluster of mothers. All I can think is, where is he? Children burst onto the playground in shrieking groups, huddled around their class teachers, waiting to be released. I scan their faces. No Bobby. A cold wave of fear rushes through me. Have they got him? Did they get here first? Children run to parents. I see Bobby's class of kids diminishing, but he's not there. My heart is hammering in my chest. I'm just about to charge into the playground, demanding to know where he is, when... There! Bobby ambles out the door with his rucksack swinging off one shoulder. He sees me, tells his teacher, who releases him my way. I forgot my bag inside. Sorry, Mummy. I scoop him up and hug him tightly. Everyone's looking, he protests. Come on. I herd him to the car, bundle him inside and slam the door. On the short drive home, I can't help looking at him in the mirror, just relieved he's there. But relief doesn't last long. When we pull in, the white van is outside the annex again, big as tinkering with something under the bonnet and wiry as at the back, sweeping out the interior with a large broom. They must be preparing it for something I don't want to know about. I tell Bobby to put his bag away and get himself a snack as I scamper down the stairs to the bedroom. Martin is lying half-twisted in the sheets, skin flushed. He mutters something I can't catch.
His hair is plastered to his forehead, the duvet is sodden, sticking to him like cling film. The thermometer confirms what I already know. He's still got a fever, even hotter than before. Dangerously so. I pull the covers back. The dressing on his foot is damp and stained. I peel it away a little, and the smell hits me. I see in an instant that the infection has taken hold, the wound swollen and deep red. God, Martin! His breath rasps. He grabs at me, eyes glazed. Hospital, he croaks. Ambulance, please. The words shake me. He knows how bad it is. I shout for John, and he appears in the doorway. He crosses to the bed in 3 strides, clicks the lamp on, bends low over Martin. His face tightens, and he curls his nose as he pulls the dressing farther back to examine the wound. I know he sees what I see. He needs a hospital, I say firmly. Proper doctors. He's not going to get better here. John doesn't look up.
That's impossible.
Impossible? My voice is high, brittle. Then I drop it to a whisper. He's dying, John. Look at him.
I said, it's impossible.
I grip John's arm. You know these men. You can speak to Victor, make him see sense. Please. John finally looks at me. His eyes are dark and sunken.
He won't listen. Trust me, there's nothing I can do.
The word unlocks something in me. Trust you? I don't even know you. Why should I believe you when you've lied about everything else? About when you were given away? You were 7, John, not a baby. I know. So why should I trust a single word you say? He doesn't deny it. He doesn't even try. Martin was right. We know nothing about you. I leave John in the bedroom. I'm shaking so badly I nearly trip on the stairs. Victor is outside, leaning against the annex wall with a cigarette, flicking ash onto the gravel. He looks up as I approach, eyes narrowing in the sunlight. We need help, I say before I can lose my nerve. Proper help. My husband needs hospital treatment. Victor takes a drag and exhales slowly.
That's not going to happen.
You don't understand. He'll die if you don't let me take him.
I understand.
His voice is calm, almost gentle.
You think I want some nosy consultant asking how a bloke loses his toe? No, he stays here. You'll keep him alive. That's your job. Do what you're told, and no one gets hurt.
He stamps his cigarette out, mashing it under his boot. I back away, heart pounding. Back inside, John is watching from the kitchen.
That was stupid,
he says flatly. I ignore him and reach for my phone, but he grabs it out of my hand. Give it back! He puts it firmly in his pocket.
You'll get us all killed.
Better than sitting here and watching Martin die. John's expression doesn't change, and I think I might actually hit him. Instead, I turn and go downstairs. I feel hopeless. Martin's eyes are closed, his chest rising and falling slowly. I whisper his name, stroke his clammy hair. He stirs, murmurs, but doesn't wake properly. I can't just sit here. Somehow I haul him upright, drape his arm over my shoulder, and start the agonizing journey out of the bedroom. Come on, love, just a little further. You can do this. I burn through what little energy I have. My joints scream from the steroids I'm dosed up on. We stagger up the stairs and into the kitchen. There's no sign of John. Bobby! I call, louder than I mean to. My voice cracks. Shoes! Quickly! I shove the front door open with my shoulder, dragging Martin through. Wiry and Big stop what they're doing on the van. Wiry just leans on his broom, watching. By the time I reach the car, sweat runs down my back, arms trembling with the effort. I wrestle Martin into the back seat, his head lolling against the window. Bobby appears in the doorway. Mummy, what's happening? It's okay, love, I say, breathing heavily. We're just going for a drive. Let's get in the car. Then John appears in the barn doorway.
Charlotte,
he says sternly. Come on, Bobby. Bobby squeezes past John and down to the courtyard. I strap him into the front seat and slam his door, then race around to the driver's side.
Charlotte, don't.
I ignore John and get in the car. It might actually work. Keys are in my hand. Freedom inches away. Then Wiry starts walking over. He leans his broom against the car and pulls my door open. His hand shoots in and grabs my arm, yanking me out with brutal ease. The key clatters to the gravel. I try to struggle free, but he puts his arm around my neck, squeezing his elbow down on my chest. He's thin, but incredibly strong, and it's obvious I'm not going anywhere. Wiry kicks my door closed. I can hear Bobby shouting for me from the car. Then Victor emerges from the annex and comes over to me, slowly. He leans in close to my face and speaks, low and angry.
What part of the word no did you not understand?
He leans over to pick up my car keys. That's when I sink my teeth into Wiry's arm. He swears and jerks back. For one glorious second, I'm free. Victor looks up in surprise. Instinctively, I grab the broom and swing it at him, catching him with a sharp blow on the side of the head. It lands with a crack, and he topples to one side, hand to the side of his forehead, dropping the car keys. I snatch them up and grab my door handle. But before I can open the door, someone clamps hold of my wrist. John.
Don't.
His voice is quiet.
Drop it.
My arm trembles with the effort of resisting, but he doesn't budge. Slowly, inexorably, he twists until the keys slip from my hand and thud to the gravel again.
Good girl,
he says, and there's something in his tone that chills me. Not brotherly, not kind, commanding. I stare at him. What are you doing? He doesn't answer me. Instead, he speaks to Victor.
Get up and get him out of the back.
Victor gets up and brushes himself down, touching his temple where I hit him. Wiry and Big wait, not for Victor's order, but for John's. The world tilts. John's expression doesn't change. He's calm, unreadable.
I told you, Charlotte. You don't understand who you're dealing with.
Suddenly I see it. My brother is the one pulling the strings. He's the one in charge, keeping us here, not caring whether Martin lives or dies. I can't breathe. My stomach twists. I think I might be sick. Victor and Big begin to manhandle Martin roughly out of the car. They drag him to one side and sit him on the ground. There's no denying what I just saw. Victor obeying him, the men watching, waiting for John's signal. "Did you kill that boy?" I whisper. Something flickers in his eyes. He steps closer, lowers his voice until I can feel the words in my bones.
You know what happens to people who get in the way. Don't be one of them.
Behind me, Bobby shifts in the car. "Mummy?" His voice is small, uncertain. John's gaze flicks to him, then he turns to Wiry and nods. Time slows. "No!" I cry, throwing myself against the car door, but John still has hold of my wrist and pulls me with incredible force across the courtyard. Wiry picks up my keys from the ground and opens the driver's side door of my car. "You can't. He's 7. He's just a child. Please!" John ignores my pleas. The engine starts. Bobby cranes round in his seat, his face streaked with tears, mouth open in a shout I can't hear through the glass. Then the car pulls away, tyres spitting gravel, disappearing down the lane. The sound echoes long after it's gone. John lets go of my wrists and I fall to my knees on the gravel. Martin lies on the ground, moaning. The lane is empty. John stands over me, shadow long in the afternoon sun. His voice is quiet, almost gentle.
You'll get him back, if you do as you're told.
Part 4. Chapter 33. Mask. Victor and Big have Martin between them, one under each arm, his feet dragging along the gravel. John stands watching. My brother, holding all the strings. "Please, John. Bobby's just a child. He's little. He's—"
7,
John says, his expression unreadable.
the same age I was when I was sent away.
It's said with no pity, just a kind of quiet relish. "Let me speak to him," I beg. "Please, just let me hear his voice. Please, John."
Behave, and you'll see him soon enough. Until then, sit tight.
"John!" He holds up a hand.
No!
One syllable, hard and final. They take Martin into the barn and down to the bedroom. They lay him on the bed. He's exhausted, horribly pale, and fighting for breath.
Watch,
John says to me.
Carefully. It's the last time I'm doing this.
He makes me sit on the edge of the bed while he works. He puts on a paper mask and gloves and peels back the dressing on Martin's foot. The smell is unmistakable now, sour and corrupt. Martin whimpers. His eyes are half open, but they're foggy with fever, and he doesn't see me. John goes through the routine with total efficiency, cleans the wound, changes gloves, disinfects and dresses it. Then clean gloves again. He prepares the antibiotics, draws up the fluid, taps the bubbles out, slips the needle into the vein. When he's finished, he takes off the mask and gloves and throws a handful of supplies onto the end of the bed. Dressings and syringes and the rest.
How he does from here is down to you, he says. If he dies, we have a problem.
I thought you were helping him because you cared, I say.
Dead bodies mean police. That's no good for me. Understand?
The betrayal bites sharp. All those nights when he sat with Martin, damp cloth against his forehead, muttering reassurance. It was all about keeping himself safe. The truth clicks into place. Martin's shoe being tugged off, the secateurs glinting, Victor's calm voice issuing the warning. It was John. Always John. "Were you even ill?" I ask, "after the transplant?" I picture him feigning weakness, unable to climb the stairs to that flat. I invited him in. I thought I owed him. My brother. And all the while, this was his plan. Move in here. Take over my house. Destroy my family.
Oh, I was ill, all right,
he says, bitter.
Sick from what I did for you. You think you survived because of your doctors, your money, and your poxy friends? No, you survived because of me. Me. My marrow. My blood. I saved you.
I know you did. I know how much I owe you.
And you let me in to toss me a bit of your charity, like chucking a bone for a dog.
He spits the words.
Guilt. Look at generous Charlotte, taking in her broken brother.
The mask is gone. Generous donor, quiet helper, frightened lackey. What's left is the man who's been lurking underneath all along.
All those smug looks at your garden party. Rupert with his magnums. Dan patronising me with his stories like I've never set foot in a gallery.
His voice is low, but there's a blade in it.
You thought I was a charity case. You all think you're better than me.
That's not true, I protest, but I can't help getting a flash of what I felt at the time. He's right. Not just gratitude. Guilt. He leans closer.
I didn't belong here, right? Well, I'm here now.
The contempt in his eyes is almost worse than the threats. He looks at me as though my whole life is laughable. An illusion. Something flimsy enough to collapse at the touch of his hand.
Sit tight, he says. Do what you're told. In a few days we're gone. Until then, remember who's in charge.
He turns and leaves the room. I sit there after he's gone. For a long time I simply listened to Martin's ragged breathing and the terrible silence where Bobby's voice should be. It's grotesque, the cleverness of it. He didn't come as a saviour and stay as a friend. He engineered himself into the architecture of our lives. The shock isn't that John is cruel. The terror is that he is calculated and methodical. He's the opposite of random violence. He is design. He's taken everything I prize, love, kindness, family, and twisted it to trap me. I thought I was cured, but I was wrong. He didn't save me. It's John. John is the sickness moving through my life like rot through wood, slow and insidious, threatening to destroy everything.
Chapter 34. Gas.
I barely sleep. I have nightmares. And when I wake, there's the briefest instant when I've forgotten Bobby's gone. But then I remember, and the sick, hollow feeling hits me in my stomach. I feel hopeless and desperate. When I go in to Martin, he looks better. He still has the washed-out skin and hollow eyes you see in marathon runners staggering over the finishing line. He looks wrung out. But the angry flush has gone from his cheeks, and his skin feels cooler when I brush the back of my hand across his forehead. For the first time in days, I'm not terrified he'll die any second, or that his infection will infect me and I'll die too. He props himself against the cushions laboriously, moving with the concentrated effort of a man twice his age. I talk, low and precise, as if I'm giving a project update in the office. The men are still in the annex. John is calling the shots. And Bobby is gone. When I finish, a silence hums between us.
"I've been angry at John for saving you," he says, "for being able to do what I couldn't, and angry at you for needing him. I'm sorry."
His eyes meet mine.
Still, at least I did one thing right. I was right to hate him.
He tries a dry, broken little smile that makes my chest ache.
"I keep thinking," he murmurs, "they took Bobby because you were trying to save me. Because of me. And now, all I want is another chance with him. I love him so much. I don't know why I find it so hard to show it."
His voice breaks, and he closes his eyes.
"If I can just get another chance with him, I promise I'll do better."
I stroke his hair, trying not to fall apart. "We'll find him, Martin. We will." But the words feel brittle, even as I say them, because the truth is I don't know how. My throat tightens. The thought is a nail driven into my chest. Bobby, alone, frightened, waiting for us. Martin opens his eyes again.
"What are we going to do?"
I want to tell him I have a plan, something concrete that will make him believe we're in control. But the truth is, I don't. I don't know, I admit. Just wait, I think, like John says. They don't want more trouble than they already have. They've worked too hard keeping you alive. They're not stupid enough to harm Bobby. He's leverage. It's in their interest to keep him safe. He thinks, then shakes his head.
"He's killed before, Charlotte."
Martin swallows hard, as if saying it costs him.
"That boy, 15 years old. He didn't even blink. We don't know what he'll do. He's ruthless."
His head lolls back against the cushions, his face grey.
"We can't wait," Martin whispers. "We can't trust him."
I stroke Martin's hair again, soothing him as much as myself. "Rest," I whisper. "Save your strength. I'll work something out." But I'm lying. I don't know what I'm going to do. The farm has developed a new rhythm, one I can't ignore. Boots race across the gravel, car engines rev. Something is ramping up. I peek from the kitchen window and try to take stock. Who's moving what? And where? Who's guarding the annex at what times? John is absent more and more. He swoops in only long enough to bark instructions, then he's gone again. His face has a tautness I recognise from design deadlines. He's under strain. I know Martin's right about one thing. Time is running out. They're gearing up for a major move, something big to clear out the stash. If Bobby gets swept along with that tide, God knows where he'll end up. I grab at a straw. If Bobby's being held anywhere nearby, there might be a clue. A text left open on someone's phone. A note scribbled with an address. Anything. I can't pretend it's likely, but a long shot is still better than nothing. I can't wait this out. If I want Bobby back, I have to act. I watch at the window until the courtyard falls quiet and I know Victor, Big and Wiry are inside the annex. I take hold of the toolbox and let myself quietly out the barn door. I cross the courtyard slowly, careful not to make a noise on the gravel. The junction box for the gas sits high on the annex wall, ivy creeping around the edges. I step on the rock, open the cover, and fit a spanner to the compression nut. Half a turn, the tiniest hiss escapes, thin as a kettle just beginning to simmer. I picture an invisible cloud blooming slowly into the annex, sharp and sour, impossible to ignore. I pull the ivy back over the cabinet, making it look untouched, then retreat into the barn and wait. Minutes stretch. Then voices, muffled cursing. The door bangs open. Time to move. I stride across the yard, clutching the toolbox. "There's a strong smell of gas," I call, pitching my voice loud and practical. Big and Wiry are outside, glaring at the annex as if it's personally affronted them. Victor is at the doorway. He just stares at me. "I need to check before the place blows sky high." Again, no movement from Victor. I feel my plans slipping through my fingers. Then I spot a cigarette tucked behind his ear. "Put that away," I bark with real urgency. "Do you want the whole place to go up in flames? I don't know what you've got in there, but I'm guessing you don't want it all going sky high." That lands. I need to go in, open windows, shut off appliances, anything that sparks. I pull out a face mask from my toolbox and put it on. It's only a dust filter, but I'm hoping they don't know enough about construction to spot it's not a gas mask. As I head into the annex, Victor follows. "No," I say forcefully, "not without a mask." I hold his gaze until he steps back.
Be quick, right?
Inside, the air is already tainted. I throw windows wide and know the tiny trickle of gas I release won't be dangerous. As I go round the room, I glance at the tables, looking for anything useful, but it's all surprisingly neat. No phones, no paperwork, nothing. I kneel, setting the toolbox down, tapping at pipework with my spanner like I'm tracing the source. From here I can see under the bed frame. Holdalls. I press myself against the wall, where my hands can't be seen from the window. I unzip one of the bags a little. It's stuffed with neat, shrink-wrapped packages. From what I've seen on the news reports and in dramas in the past, it's drugs. Pounds and pounds of them. An idea comes to me. I can't see any information about Bobby, but maybe if I can get hold of even a fraction of those drugs, it changes everything. Here's a chance to tip the balance even slightly. If I have something they need, I have a bargaining chip. I keep my head down, tapping joints, murmuring to myself about checking the seals. I make it look casual. Moving quickly before nerves can catch up, I empty some tools from the box, mallet, pliers, and slide them quietly under the bed behind one of the bags. Then I slip one of the heavy drug packages into the toolbox among the remaining spanners.
"What are you up to in there?"
calls Victor, his voice getting closer. My pulse hammers. Nausea rises from the sheer audacity of it. I close the lid gently, click the latch shut. "Gas should dissipate with the windows open," I announce, emerging from the annex and taking off my mask. I go to the junction box outside and open it. "Ah," I say, making it sound like I've discovered the issue as opposed to causing it. I take the spanner and tighten what I only just untightened. "Loose valve." I pick up the toolbox. My hands are trembling, but I keep my face neutral. My legs want to sprint, but I force myself not to hurry off. And then I see Rupert. He's just crossed the yard, eyebrows raised at the scene. He takes in the open windows, the toolbox in my arms, and the faint reek hanging in the air.
"Everything all right?"
Chapter 35. Leverage. "Rupert!" I try to act like seeing him is a pleasant surprise, but it comes out as alarm. The timing is terrible. He stands in the courtyard, grinning. Behind him, Victor, big and wiry, hover like vultures. Rupert sniffs theatrically.
"Is that gas?"
"Yes, it was a tiny leak. We fixed it."
"Good. Don't want the whole place going up."
His booming laugh is loud enough to carry across the yard. The toolbox bites into my palm. The brick of drugs sits inside it like a time bomb. I will him to leave with every fibre of my being.
"Listen, Charlotte, tiny thing. The bins. The council refused to take my blue one. Can you believe it? I called them, and they said they're cracking down on contamination, as they call it. The Jobsworth I spoke to started banging on that if there's one pizza box with a bit of cheese, that's classed as food waste. Anyway, just thought I'd give you a heads up."
"Thanks. Good to know." I leave it there, hoping he'll take the hint that now isn't a good time to discuss municipal refuse policy. He doesn't move. Instead, his gaze slides past me into the open annex door.
"You know, I've been meaning to take a peek ever since you changed this from your office,"
he says, leaning in as if confiding.
"I've half a mind to convert the garage. I'm thinking home gym / workshop / wine cellar. Mind if I nick a few ideas?"
Every nerve in me screams no, but a stupid social reflex pulls my face into a smile. "It's not the best time."
2 minutes,
he says, stepping forward as if I've invited him.
"I promise. Just want to eyeball the layout."
He brushes past me and inside. I step in after him, Victor, big and wiry, shift in the courtyard, edging towards the annex. Rupert turns in a slow circle, taking the place in with theatrical approval.
"Well, this is lovely. You wouldn't know it used to be an office, would you?"
I nod. I murmur. In my peripheral vision, I see Victor hovering in the doorway, frowning. He's weighing up whether he needs to intervene.
"I'll tell you what I'm thinking,"
Rupert barrels on, oblivious to the fact I've stopped breathing.
"Garage is a bit damp. Needs proper insulation. I was watching a video. American chap with a moustache. He swears by this membrane stuff. Looks like bubble wrap for submarines. Have you used it?"
A noise escapes me that could be a laugh. In my head, I'm thinking, "Shut up, Rupert. Please, for once in your life, shut up and leave before you notice something that gets you killed." He moves closer to the window, past the bed. That's when I notice the holdall under the bed frame, where I've left the zip slightly open. A careless inch that might as well be a mile. A packet of drugs on view. I wonder if Victor's seen it too. The toolbox is suddenly the heaviest object I've ever held. Rupert touches the plaster with his fingertips as if he knows what he's doing.
"Someone's made a lovely job of this. No ripples."
He pads back across the floor to the back wall. I try to keep my body between him and everything that matters. Every hair on my arm stands up. Please don't look down. If he looks down, he'll see.
"Tell you what."
He plants his hands on his hips.
"You come and have a look at mine. Give me your thoughts. And I'll stick the kettle on."
Before I can maneuver him away, tires crunch on the gravel. A door slams. Victor looks round. The air tenses. A held breath running through a room. John. I feel him before I see him. The annex door darkens with his shape. He steps in, face unreadable.
"Evening, John,"
Rupert booms, too hearty for the small space.
"Just looking at your little granny flat. You've fallen on your feet here."
Rupert laughs heartily, and John joins in.
"I have indeed,"
he says, the laugh not reaching his eyes. He looks from Rupert to me to the toolbox gripped in my hand, then beyond me a sweep of the corners, the floor, the bed. He sees the bag, an edge of plastic winking in the dim light.
"I keep seeing your lads coming and going,"
Rupert barrels on, grinning as if he's on stage.
"Cameras and such, is it? It's like Fort Knox round here. What have you got? Gold bars hidden under the bed, eh?"
Victor, big and wiry, loom outside the doorway. John smiles.
"Well, never mind. Not my business."
Rupert winks, like he's part of some in-joke. He has no idea what he's dealing with. Anyway, I jump in, we'll talk garages later. I'll pop round. Tomorrow, maybe.
Tomorrow? Excellent. It's a date.
I slide him toward the door, past John's shoulder, and we step out into the courtyard.
Right. Well, I'll get out of your hair, Charlotte. Back to work, boys.
He crunches down the path, whistling something jaunty. The yard hardens the moment he is gone. John stands framed in the doorway. He looks around the annex again, then, very slowly, at Victor. Victor shifts, brow tightening.
What?
He says, trying for aggrieved and landing on uneasy.
There was a gas leak. We sorted it.
John's gaze slides to the bed, to that careless inch of plastic, then back to Victor, a questioning look on his face. Victor peers around at John and into the room and sees what John's looking at.
That wasn't me,
Victor says, too fast.
I'm not stupid.
I'm terrified John will suspect me, but there's something about Victor's nervous defensiveness that makes him look guilty. John doesn't say anything. He just stares at Victor, unblinking. Then he steps out into the courtyard and gives a tiny nod to Big. If you blinked, you'd miss it. Big and Wiry move as one, as if the nod travels through the air into their feet. They step in, grab Victor's arms, and twist them behind his back. It reminds me of how the murdered boy got walked away.
Oi!
Victor bucks, face going red.
Get off! John, I didn't...
John takes a pack of cigarettes from his jacket and puts one in his mouth. Cupping his hands against the breeze, he lights it. He doesn't look at Victor again.
John!
Victor says, and now there's something new in his voice, a high note of fear.
John, for Christ's sake!
He struggles, boots scraping on the gravel. Big's grip doesn't loosen. Wiry's face tenses. They're not angry, just efficient. They frog march Victor away from the yard towards their van. Victor's protest slurs into something pleading. All his swagger and cheap menace peel away, and underneath there's just a man who knows he is going somewhere final. The packet under the bed flashes in my mind, and then the packet in my toolbox. Victor's going to die because my hands weren't careful enough with the zip. John exhales smoke in a strange grey ribbon. He pulls the annex door closed and locks it. His gaze flicks to me. His eyes are dark.
Get back inside,
he says. Then he slowly follows the others. Back in the barn, I close the door, lean my forehead against the wood and try to calm my breathing. I take the toolbox to the kitchen table and open it. The drugs lie among spanners and screwdrivers, tidy as a packed lunch. It looks harmless. Harmless is the cruel joke. This neat brick has already got Victor killed. Now what? I take the stool in the corner, reach up and press the highest flush door of the built-in cupboard. The cavity is dry and dark. I go to the table and lift the dense package. Climbing back on the stool, I slide the drugs inside and close the door, easing it back until the edges line up perfectly. If you didn't know, you wouldn't know. I go downstairs and sink onto the bed. Martin is asleep in the next room, his breath shallow. I hear the echo of Victor's voice, that sudden, lethal terror. I can't unhear it. My mind shifts to a picture it wants to hold. Bobby, alive, hood up, knees tucked in, chin down. Scared, yes, but alive. Hold that. Hold it like a prayer. I tell myself what I told Martin. They're not stupid enough to hurt Bobby. They're keeping him safe because he has leverage. It's in their interest. But watching what happened to Victor with a nod, I'm less sure of anything than I was an hour ago. John is ruthless, unstoppable. I wanted leverage, and I have it, tucked in my cupboard like a fuse. You've got Bobby. I've got your shipment. Let's swap. Chapter 36. Knock. I stand at the window, staring across the courtyard. The annex door is propped open, Wiry moving in and out with armfuls of boxes. Big silhouette passes behind him. The summer air drifts in through the open-top window, the smell of cut grass from somewhere beyond the farm. If you didn't know what was happening behind these walls, you'd think it was an ordinary July afternoon. I'm shocked when I think I see Victor, a dark shape at the far wall, but when the figure turns, it's just big again. I let the blind fall back. No Victor. His absence has crystallized into certainty. He's gone. He'd have done the same to us without a blink. If John had given the nod, Victor would have finished us off as casually as taking the bins out, and he wouldn't have wasted a thought afterwards. So why am I wasting them now? Because I'm not like them. I feel it all, the weight of it pressing down when I close my eyes. Victor's face, his boots scraping on gravel, his frightened voice hoarse with protest. I tilt my head up towards the cupboard. It's still there, tucked away. That single packet of drugs has already cost more than I want to think about. I got a man killed. The phone rings, a sudden jangle that makes me flinch. I start towards it, but the noise cuts off before I get there. Martin must have answered. To my relief, he's awake and strong enough to pick up. But the relief doesn't last. I hear his voice carrying up the stairs, broken in places, pitched wrong. By the time I reach the room, he's hunched over the phone, head bent, knuckles white around the receiver. The words coming out of him aren't words so much as sobs. "Martin?" He looks up, his eyes wet, his whole face slack with shame. He ends the call clumsily, then lets the receiver clatter onto the table.
"Bobby,"
he says. I'm terrified. Who was it? What's happened? He rubs both hands over his face like he's trying to scrub it clean.
"I think I've messed up. God, Charlotte, I'm sorry."
"Tell me."
"It was the deputy head, checking why Bobby's not been in school for 2 days.
He swallows.
I panicked. My mind went blank. I don't know what I said. I think I said he'd gone missing. Maybe run away."
The words hang there between us. Poisonous. "You told them he was missing." My voice comes out as a hiss. He shakes his head violently.
"Not like that. It just slipped out. I tried to correct it, but..."
His shoulders slump.
"I think they knew something was wrong."
My vision narrows to the blank receiver on the table. 2 days absent. No note, no cover story. A father sobbing down the phone, blurting that his son has run away. "Oh, God!" Martin makes a helpless sound, somewhere between a sob and a groan. He starts crying properly now, chest heaving.
"I want him back, Charlotte. I love him so much."
I sit down opposite him, force my voice level. "Listen to me. If they ring back, say Bobby's been unwell. Say he's had a stomach bug. We've kept him home to recover." He nods quickly, eyes red, hands still trembling. "Repeat it back," I demand.
"He's been ill. A stomach bug. He's recovering at home."
I lean forward, making him look at me. "That's the only story. Nothing else. No stories about running away, right?" He nods, but it's shaky.
"Right."
I go back upstairs to the kitchen. Bobby's chair is pushed back a little, the seat empty. His cereal bowl still on the draining board, his trainers by the door. I look at the cupboard, just to feel it there, the weight of that packet hidden inside. Worth Bobby's life, if I can play it right. Have they noticed it's missing yet? Do they think Victor took it? I squeeze my eyes shut and see Victor's eyes looking back at me, wide with terror as they haul him off. Gravel crunches in the courtyard. A car door slams. John's back. The door opens, and there he is, filling the kitchen as if he owns the place. He shrugs out of his jacket as casually as a man returning home after a day's work. I force myself to keep moving. put the kettle on, an absurd act of domesticity. Martin hobbles up in his moon boot and tries to compose himself, wiping his face quickly, hiding the evidence of his crying. I want to say it then. I want to blurt out my offer. I've got your drugs, you've got Bobby, let's trade. It burns in my throat. But the timing is wrong. He's too watchful, too sharp. So I sip tea, pretend this is normal. Pretend the man opposite hasn't abducted my son. Pretend I'm not hiding his contraband drugs inches above his head. Martin doesn't speak, just stares into his mug. His hands still tremble. John drinks, slow and measured, the picture of composure. But I see the strain around his eyes. He's wound tight, calculating. He wants to seem like someone in charge, but if you look closely, you can see the tension. He's got his big deal coming, and he's worried about it. Another scrape of tyres outside distracts me. At first I think it's one of John's men returning, but it doesn't sound like their van. John clocks it too. When I go to the window, my heart stops. A police car. It pulls in slowly. No lights, no siren, just the summer glare flashing off the windscreen. The sound of the engine cuts, and the courtyard falls unnaturally quiet. Big and wiry appear at the annex window and duck back when they see it. I can sense John behind me before he even speaks. Shit. We watch, hunched down in tense silence as the driver's door opened. A uniformed officer gets out and takes a long look around. No rush, no drama. She shuts the car door gently. I can't tell which direction she'll take. If it's to the annex, I have no idea what will happen next. My pulse hammers. John hovers at the edge of the window with narrowed eyes. Then the officer steps towards the barn. In one sense, it's a relief, but then John's composure cracks just for a beat. He mutters a curse under his breath and steps back fast, sliding into the hallway shadows. He doesn't run, but he's out of sight in seconds. I glance at Martin. He looks like he might faint. He half rises, then sits back, shaking his head as if to say, I can't. I flick a hand at him, telling him to keep quiet. Hold it together. His eyes are wet, but he clamps his lips shut. I force myself to breathe, to think. If she knocks on this door, someone has to answer. It has to be me. I run through it in my head, fast as I can. A misunderstanding, a garbled call with the school. Bobby's fine. He's been unwell, nothing more. I'll call the deputy and sort it out. No missing child, no panic, no official procedure. But surely she'll want to see him for herself, to be certain Bobby's okay. What happens then? My heart stutters. My palms are wet. There's a knock at the door. Behind me, John leans in close enough that I feel his breath at my ear. His voice is low, almost calm, but sharp as a knife.
One wrong word, and you'll never see Bobby again.
Chapter 37. Missing. The barn feels different with the police officer inside it. The sofa too small, the mugs on the table too bright. Afternoon sunlight pours in through the curtains, hot and golden, the sort of light that belongs on a quiet summer's day. Not here. Not now. The officer sits on the couch like she's got all the time in the world, notepad in hand, biro poised, hat set neatly beside her. Everything about her says official. I perch on the sofa opposite, trying to look relaxed. Martin sits beside me, hunched and pale, his hands twisting in his lap. He looks like he's about to confess to whatever anyone asks him. Mrs. Ainsworth? Her voice is low and careful. She glances at Martin. And Mr. Ainsworth, I'm Detective Constable Lena Shah. I just want to go over a couple of things, if that's all right. Won't take long. I nod, force a smile. Of course. She's young, mid-20s maybe, with dark hair tied in a neat bun. She's almost as nervous as us. Maybe this is her first case. She flips open her notepad, clears her throat. There's been a little confusion with the school. I understand your son hasn't been in for 2 days, is that right? My mouth is already opening when Martin beats me to it.
Yes, he's not been in.
His voice is thin and brittle. The officer nods once, eyes steady. And when the deputy head called earlier, you told her Bobby had gone missing? Possibly run away? Martin's face collapses.
I didn't mean it like that. I was upset. I said the wrong thing.
I cut in quick. What Martin meant was that Bobby's been unwell. We've kept him home. There's no problem. The officer's gaze flicks from me back to Martin. Unwell? Yes, I say firmly. Stomach bug. He was ill, but he's recovering. We should have made that clear. Right. She jots something down. So where is he now? My heart seizes. He's not here. The biro pauses. He's better, so he's gone out for a bit. I force a calm smile, to get some air. Her brow creases. He's 7 years old, isn't he? Yes. And he's out on his own? He's not far, I say quickly. This is a safe area. You know what it's like. Everyone knows everyone. We aren't worried. The officer looks at Martin again. So, you know where he is now? Martin's mouth opens, closes. A strangled sound escapes. Useless. The biro ticks against the pad. May I see him? He's gone to a friend's, I say finally. We should have said. He wanted to get out of the house after being cooped up ill. We let him. My face feels hot. I press my palms against my knees to stop the trembling. D.C. Shah scribbles another note, her expression unreadable. He's got a mate in the village, I add. Honestly, I'm not even sure of the surname. It's one of those places where the kids just run in and out of each other's houses. She stops writing, looks straight at me. I see. She flips the page of her notebook. And you're certain he's safe? Of course, I say. There's really nothing to worry about. Martin makes a sound beside me, a sharp intake of breath, catching the police officer's attention. I reach across and grab his hand, smile fixed on my face. Everything's fine. I can feel the collapse coming, a floor about to give way. That's when John steps into the room.
Afternoon, he says lightly. Hope I'm not interrupting.
The officer straightens.
I'm John, he says, Charlotte's brother, Bobby's uncle.
He crosses the room and sits down on the arm of my sofa. Casual, legs apart. He doesn't look at me or Martin. His eyes never leave the policewoman.
I think there's been some confusion.
His voice is friendly, sympathetic, the model of a man trying to help.
The fact is, there was an incident with Bobby. He got told off. Nothing serious, but he took it badly. He pretended to be ill so he could stay home from school. But really, he wasn't ill at all, just sulking.
The officer raises her eyebrows slightly. Sulking? John nods.
Yes, he's sensitive. When it all came to an end, he ran off. He's done it before, always comes back. Safe around here, nothing to worry about.
He delivers the words as matter-of-factly as a weather report. Calm, unvarnished, almost dull. D.C. Shah makes a note. So, to be clear, your nephew ran away? John tilts his head, the picture of reasonableness.
Not in the way you're thinking. More a case of storming off. He'll be back, always is.
The casual dismissal is so easy, it makes me dizzy. The officer sets her pen down and folds her hand over the notebook. Her expression doesn't change. I appreciate what you're saying, sir, but this isn't a small matter. A 7-year-old missing overnight. Her tone stays calm, but there's weight behind it now. That is serious. That is a child at risk. John doesn't flinch.
Of course, absolutely. We understand, but you know what kids are like. He's at a mate's house, playing computer games. We'll find him before tea.
I can hear how absurd it sounds, but John's delivery is smooth, confident. He makes it almost believable. The officer looks back at me. I need to be clear with you. When a child is absent like this for more than a day, without explanation, it has to be reported officially. He'll be logged as missing. The word rings in my ears. Missing. John doesn't miss a beat.
Oh, right. Well, we're grateful you're here to help.
It's said with the warmth of a man thanking a neighbour for lending a lawnmower. The officer nods once, rising to her feet. I'll need to step outside to call it in.
I'll be back in a few minutes. I want to grab her, beg her not to leave the room, but my body is frozen. Silence. The second the door clicks shut behind her, John's smile evaporates. His voice is flat, more dangerous than shouting.
What the hell did I tell you?
Martin flinches as if he's been struck. I keep my eyes on the table, but my heart is thundering.
One simple rule,
John says.
Keep your mouth shut. And what happens?
Martin swallows hard. The heat in the room feels unbearable. Sunlight slants across the floorboards, absurd in its cheerfulness. John looks at me, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on me.
Do you understand what you've done?
I force my voice not to shake. We didn't call them. They came to us.
Because Martin couldn't keep his mouth shut.
His glance flicks back to Martin, who's pale and trembling, lips pressed tight.
He's a liability.
John sits back slowly, breath steadying. When he speaks again, his voice is almost calm.
My deal goes through in a few days. We keep everything contained until then. And after that...
He doesn't finish the sentence. The sound of footsteps outside interrupts him. John rises. He stares at Martin.
I'll deal with you later.
I glance at Martin. His eyes are wide with terror. The door opens again, and D.C. Shah steps back inside. John smooths his expression back into something friendly. He drops into the sofa beside me, close enough that I feel the heat of his body. His arm slides around my shoulders. To anyone else it would look like comfort. To me, it feels like a restraint. We'll get things moving immediately, she says. Best thing you can do is stay by the phone in case he turns up or anyone spots him. John nods eagerly.
Of course, we'll be here, all praying you're safe.
He tightens his grip again, fingers pressing through fabric into bone. I keep my face still. Inside, I'm screaming, because I know what that squeeze means. Not family, not support. Warning. Chapter 38. Appeal. Rows of grey plastic chairs stretch in front of us, 30 at least, each one occupied by a journalist with a notepad or a phone balanced on their knee. The hum of chatter is low but insistent, like wasps pressed against glass. Martin and I are at a table at the front, flanked by 2 detectives. Behind us, on the wall, is a huge blue banner with a crest, Cheshire Constabulary. It looks faintly ridiculous, as though we're about to present a school assembly rather than a press conference. I keep my hands folded on the table in front of me, forcing them not to tremble. Martin stares vacantly ahead, shoulders slumped, his face blotched. I wonder if anyone else notices, or if it's only me who can feel the panic pouring off him. The detectives speak in low voices to one another, checking notes, murmuring. One of them clears his throat and steps forward to the row of microphones and a camera on a tripod. The camera's little red light blinks. Somewhere, this is already going out live.
Ladies and gentlemen,
he begins, and at once the low buzz of chatter dies. The journalists shift forward in their chairs, pens poised.
We are here today to appeal for information regarding the disappearance of 7-year-old Bobby Ainsworth. Bobby was last seen on Tuesday morning, and his family are naturally distressed and deeply concerned for his welfare. We are very keen to hear from anyone who can help us establish his whereabouts.
I glance at Martin. His eyes are fixed on the table. The detective continues, outlining what the police believe happened. Bobby feeling unwell, staying home, later leaving the house upset, possibly visiting a friend. All I hear is the cobbled-together story we handed them yesterday, the flimsy scaffolding of lies that has brought us to this moment. It seems to unravel as he tells it, but no one in the room appears to notice. He clicks a remote control and a screen flares into life, Bobby's school photograph filling the space. His hair brushed flat, his smile wide and bright, with no idea what was coming. Martin lets out a sharp sob. I feel his whole body shake beside me. Heads turn, cameras zoom in,
The sound of pens scratching grows frantic. The detective continues, matter of fact.
Bobby was last seen wearing a red football shirt, jeans and trainers. He is described as white, average build for his age, with light brown hair. He may be carrying a rucksack.
I keep staring at the picture. This is the one part I don't have to fake. The fear, the longing, the desperate ache to see him again.
At this stage, we're not treating Bobby's disappearance as suspicious. However, we are keeping an open mind. We are appealing to anyone with information to contact Cheshire Constabulary immediately.
The journalists shift again, pen scratching, phones lifted. Then the detective turns, looks directly at me.
Mrs. Ainsworth has a short statement she would like to make.
My heart jolts. Every eye in the room swivels towards me. I glance at Martin, who is slumped forward, shaking, barely holding it together. I grip the edge of the table to keep my hands from shaking. The red light on the camera burns bright. "Bobby," I begin, "if you're watching this..." My voice wavers. I force it steady. "If you're watching, you're not in trouble, love. You're not in trouble at all." My eyes find his picture on the screen again. "We just want you home. We miss you. We want you safe with us. Please, Bobby, come back." And now the tears spill, running hot down my cheeks. The journalists shift in their seats. A cough, a camera clicks. I swallow hard and try to go on. "If anyone knows where he is, if anyone's seen him, please get in touch with the police. We just want our little boy back." The feelings are all true, and yet the lie coils through it all. Because Bobby's not lost. He hasn't run away. He hasn't wandered into the arms of strangers. He's been taken by John. I imagine John watching this, maybe even smiling at it, me pleading while he already knows exactly where Bobby is. The detective steps back in, placing a hand lightly on my shoulder, rescuing me from silence.
"Thank you, Mrs. Ainsworth."
I just sit there awkwardly, my legs trembling. Martin has both hands over his face, shoulders heaving. He looks broken, and in a way, it's the most honest thing here. On the screen, Bobby's smiling face stares back at me. A policeman drives us back in silence. Martin sits pressed against the window, red-eyed, arms wrapped tight around himself. I don't speak either. The hum of the tyres on the road fills the void between us. When we pull into the courtyard, the barn looks exactly as we left it. Sun spilling across the gravel, the annex door half open. Ordinary, as though the last hour never happened. The officer comes to a halt.
"We'll be in touch later,"
he says, his tone brisk but not unkind.
"If you need anything, call straight away."
We step out into the bright heat. The car reverses and disappears down the lane. As it recedes, John appears in the annex doorway, but before he can say anything, Rupert comes striding down the lane towards us, his ruddy face locked in a solemn expression.
"Charlotte, Martin, I've just seen the news. You poor darlings. What can I do? How can I help? Anything. Just say the word."
My stomach drops. All I want to do is get inside and hide. "Thank you, Rupert." He blusters on.
"I've spoken to the police, you know. Told them all about the cars coming and going at all hours. I only wish I'd taken down some number plates now." "Rupert,"
John says warmly, stepping out from the annex doorway as if he's greeting an old friend.
"Good of you to be concerned."
Rupert puffs out his chest, encouraged.
"Well, you can't be too careful, can you? I said to them, I've seen men here all hours, vans, deliveries, the lot. I thought it best to mention."
Normally, this is the moment where help would begin. A missing child, a family appeal, the police involved. It should bring relief, a sense that things are moving, but all I feel is dread. With the police involved, I can't shake the fear that it will only make things worse. I glance at John. Outwardly, he looks grateful, nodding, smiling even, but his eyes are flat, watchful.
"Very neighbourly of you," he says smoothly. "Thank you for keeping an eye out. We appreciate it."
Rupert beams, oblivious to the undercurrent.
"Of course. Anything to help get Bobby back."
He pats my arm awkwardly, then turns and marches off the way he came. The courtyard falls silent. John's smile lingers a moment longer, then vanishes. He looks at me, and there's a flicker of something in his eyes I've never seen before. Cold. Final. It looks like hatred. Chapter 39. Voicemail. The weather has turned. It's July. It should be warm. Instead, there's an odd summer storm brewing. The sky is dark and brooding, and the barn seems to be under a shadow again, like when it was hemmed in by the wall of trees. A restless wind rattles the gutters and blows grit across the courtyard. I sit at the kitchen table, fielding endless telephone calls. The police are first. DC Shah, who interviewed us, her voice calm and workmanlike. She explained she's been appointed as our liaison officer. No confirmed sightings of Bobby. Inquiries ongoing. No news, really. Nothing at all. After that, it's friends. Tiffany, with her bright voice, trying to sound upbeat. "He'll be home soon, Charlotte, you'll see." Colleagues or friends I haven't spoken to in months, people I hardly know, all expressing concern, promising prayers. Dan and Lisa arrive mid-morning. They stand awkwardly in the doorway holding a packet of biscuits, as if coming empty-handed would look uncaring. What's the appropriate offering for a lost child? "We're so sorry. Anything we can do. Anything." Each time I have to repeat the same cobbled-together story, the line we're all now trapped in. Every retelling makes it thinner and more fragile, and all the while I hide the truth. John knows exactly where Bobby is. Martin can't cope. He starts, falters, then just sits with his head bowed, unable to go on. After the third phone call, he pushes his chair back so hard it screeches.
"I can't,"
he mutters, his voice raw.
"I can't do this."
He goes downstairs, and I hear the sound of the bedroom door closing. I stay where I am, staring at the phone, alone and lost. The storm thumps at the window pane, a loose latch clicking in the gusts. How can I trust John that Bobby is safe, that he's even alive? I shove back from the table and march across the courtyard, wind tugging at my clothes. I raise my fist and hammer. The annex door swings open. John fills the frame.
"What the hell are you doing?"
His voice is low and angry.
"Get back inside."
"I need to know he's alive." I say it loud. "I'm not leaving without an answer. I mean it." John steps outside, pulling the door behind him until it clicks shut.
"I told you to sit tight. You're drawing attention we don't need."
"Attention's already here," I scoff. "The police are involved. Do you want them asking more questions? Because I'll give them answers if I have to." A flicker of irritation crosses his face. "Bobby's just a child. He doesn't understand. He's scared. You should know what that feels like more than anyone." He gives a short laugh.
"Don't play that game with me. It's a bit late for you to pretend you care about my childhood."
My stomach knots. He's right. I don't care. Not now. "Look, Martin's barely holding it together. If he unravels any more, he'll do something stupid. Do you want that?" That gets him. His eyes flick towards the barn. "One call with Bobby. That's all. If I can tell Martin I've heard Bobby's voice, that he's safe, it'll stop him blabbing to the wrong person or collapsing in front of the police." John studies me. His gaze is cold.
"Fine. But you don't answer. He leaves a message. I'm not having you breaking down and making him harder to handle."
I nod. Fine. Back in the barn, John stands by the wall, arms folded, watching. My phone lies on the table. I can't take my eyes off the black screen. The silence stretches. Then it lights up and begins to ring. I sit frozen. The ringing continues. Once, twice, 3 times. My whole body aches to grab the phone, to shout Bobby's name, to demand he tell me where he is. But I sit rigid as the ringing drags on. It's the longest 20 seconds of my life. And silence. The phone screen goes dark for what feels like an eternity. Then a soft chime. A new voicemail. My hand shakes as I reach for it. I fumble, thumb clumsy on the screen. There's a hiss. Then Bobby's voice. "Hello, Mummy. I'm sorry you... Stay at home with work and Daddy's poorly foot." There's some kind of interference on the line. I press the phone hard to my ear. "You'd like it here? Having lots of fun with Uncle John. I watched The Incredibles. iPad today. Uncle John's come, and we're having pizza tonight. Ham and pineapple. Anyway, I have to go and... See you. Love you, Mummy. And later." My chest contracts so hard, it hurts. I replay it. Each time the same. His voice breaking up in a faint warble, a digital stutter. But my hands tremble so hard I almost drop the phone with relief. He's okay. He's alive. Across the room, John studies me. His head tilts slightly like he's watching an experiment unfold.
"Happy now?"
he asks. I can't speak. I clutch the phone to my chest instead, as if I can press the fragments of Bobby's voice into me.
"Funny, isn't it?"
says John. He gives a short, humourless laugh.
"How much it hurts to love something when you think it might be taken away."
I don't answer.
I used to think about that when I was a kid, about how much easier it would have been if someone had given the slightest shit about me.
He pushes off the wall and begins to pace slowly across the room.
If someone had cared, instead of shunting me off like I wasn't worth the trouble.
He glances at me, gauging my reaction. I keep my face still, though my insides twist.
"My little sister,"
he continues.
"You got university, a career, nice house, husband, kid. Perfect."
His eyes harden.
"You know what I got? Beatings and lies."
The bitterness in his voice fills the room, thick and sour.
"When you came back into my life, I thought about watching you waste away from the disease, just letting you rot. But then I realised it'd be sweeter to let you live and use everything you've built, to watch it crumble, piece by piece, while you sit and see it happen."
I wonder, is he right? Did being abandoned by my parents make him this way? But then Miriam's words come back to me.
Allow yourself a moment of stillness, where time slows and the world feels gentle for just a breath.
You blame everyone else for what you've done. Blame them for what you are. You talk about your childhood like it excuses everything. But it doesn't. There's something wrong in you. Miriam said there always has been, even as a kid. His eyes narrow, darkening. I remember something else Miriam half said, hinted at. The thought slots into place. Did you kill her? Did you kill our mother? For a moment, John doesn't say anything. His face is a mask. Then the hint of a small smile plays across his lips.
Sometimes people just have accidents.
The silence that follows is immense. The wind rattles at the door latch, a restless hand shaking the building. That's why he was sent away. Why I was never told about him. Dad didn't keep John a secret because he was ashamed. He did it because he was protecting me. That's when I realise. It's not just Bobby. It's Martin. It's me. We know too much. About the drugs, about the dead boy, about him. He will never let us live. Chapter 40. Milk. We're under siege. Not with barricades and gunfire, but something slower, more grinding. The barn feels smaller, tighter, as if the walls have inched closer while I wasn't looking. The way John talked about his childhood, the hatred in his voice, how I got everything, he got nothing. This is more than a business deal. He didn't choose this house because it was convenient. He chose it because it was mine, because it was personal. I watch the annex from the kitchen window. I can tell where they are by the shifting shadows against the blinds, Big's lumbering outline, Wirie's lean frame. I could sketch their silhouettes with my eyes closed. I half hope I'll glimpse Victor brushing past the window in a half-lit moment or stepping out for a smoke. But he's gone. I know what that means. If John will turn on one of his own, what chance do we have? The inevitability of it hangs in the air, heavy and inescapable. The blinds stir. Wirie stands, one hand braced against the frame. He holds my gaze across the courtyard. I'm not just watching them. They're watching me. Behind me, Martin sits at the table.
He's tightening the screws.
I know.
He exhales with a hiss. You keep pushing him, watching them. You need to stop,
he says, not looking at me. His voice is strained. Stop what? He lifts his eyes and they're bloodshot, rimmed with exhaustion.
Antagonizing him, staring out the bloody window like you're planning something.
I'm not planning anything.
You are,
he says.
I can see it in your face. You think you can outplay him. You can't.
The words hit me. He isn't angry. He's frightened.
He'll kill us, Martin continues. All of us. Don't you see? You keep poking at him and one day he'll snap. You think Bobby's your bargaining chip, but he's not. He's leverage for John, not for us.
I sit down opposite him. He's hunched, fingers pressed to his forehead like he's trying to hold his skull together. What do you want me to do? Just sit here quietly and wait for him to decide when it's time to finish us?
Yes,
Martin says. He stares at me with desperate, pleading eyes.
Maybe if we keep quiet and stay out of the way, we'll get Bobby back. Maybe he'll let us live.
I almost laugh, but the sound lodges in my throat. Do you really believe that? He just stares at the table. I reach across and take his hand in mine. His skin is clammy. I don't want to lose him either. Martin pulls his hand away and covers his face. I can see the cracks spreading in him. His voice is muffled.
Then stop pushing, please. For once, just stop.
But I can't stop. I move restlessly from one window to another, unable to sit still. Martin can't bear to watch and takes refuge in his office. That's when I see it, a van, pulled up near the end of the lane, angled slightly towards the farm. Engine off, windows dark. For a long time, nothing happens, just the faint glint of the windscreen in the late afternoon sun. I squint, trying to make out a face behind the glass, but it's impossible from here. Is it one of John's men stationed there to make sure we don't try to run? Or someone from the police, trying to be discreet? Or worse, a rival gang from John's deal? Whoever it is, they're waiting, watching. I force myself to turn away, try to busy myself with pointless tasks, rinsing mugs, folding tea towels that don't need folding. Suddenly there's a sharp rapping on the barn door that jolts me like a punch. I freeze, staring at the wood as though it might splinter. Then another knock follows, hard and impatient. I take a breath, steady myself, and edge forward. I open the door a crack. A man, middle-aged, cap pulled low, something under his arm. Not one of John's men. My pulse is racing.
"Delivery,"
the man says, holding the package up as proof. His tone is flat, businesslike. "For me?" He checks the label.
"The stables. No answer. Says to leave it with you if they're not in."
"Something for Rupert?" The parcel looks ordinary enough, wrapped in brown cardboard, a strip of tape crisscrossing the top. Looks like it could be a bottle of wine. "Fine," I say, taking it. My hands feel clumsy. "Thanks."
"No problem,"
he says, already turning back towards his van. The engine coughs to life and he drives off, a plume of dust curling up behind. I stand there on the step, parcel tucked awkwardly against my chest. Relief washes over me. How quickly a knock can turn from terror to nothing at all. From across the courtyard I feel Wirie's gaze follow me. The blinds twitch once, then fall still. As I go to close the door, my eyes fall on Rupert's step at the end of the lane. I squint, to be sure. 2 bottles of milk, beads of condensation catching the last of the day's light. Untouched. I stare at the bottles a moment, my hand still on the doorframe. Rupert always takes them in by mid-morning. It's one of those neighbourly habits you stop noticing until it's broken. My stomach knots. The last time I saw Rupert, he was in full flow, telling John how he'd spoken to the police, how he was passing on details about the cars and vans coming and going, proud of himself, almost smug. Now Rupert is gone. Chapter 41. Carpet. We're in the courtyard, pulling on coats. After the overnight rain, the gravel's wet and clings to the soles of my Wellingtons. A small crowd has gathered. Neighbours, mostly. Faces from the shop, the school run, people I nod to but don't really know. They stand in clumps next to a police van at the end of the lane, hands in pockets, talking in low voices. A uniformed officer with a megaphone calls people forward. There's a sense of purpose, almost excitement. One man has brought a spaniel, straining at the lead. Another is handing round a flask. To the casual viewer it could be a ramshackle walking group, not a search for a missing boy. Martin tugs at his coat zip. He doesn't look at me.
"They don't know," he says quietly, "hunting for something that isn't there."
I don't answer. Of course they don't. Only we know Bobby's been taken and by whom. People shuffle into a line, ready. Their eagerness makes my stomach turn. So many willing bodies, so much earnest hope, all channeled in the wrong direction. Then a movement at the annex window catches my eye. The blind shifts. John's face, pale in the glass, fixes on me. He and his men have kept a low profile this morning since the police have been around. I'm surprised he's appeared at all. But he lifts a hand and beckons me over with a curl of his finger. I cross the gravel quickly, head down as if I've forgotten something. The window opens a crack and John leans close. His voice is low.
I want them away from here.
It's a search for Bobby, I say. They want to cover the whole farm.
No way. My vans are due in today. I need them through without anyone seeing.
I stare at him.
Point them somewhere else, somewhere that'll soak up their time, far away.
You want me to lie to the police?
I don't care what you do. Just get them somewhere else. You understand?
I look back towards the lane. Volunteers are being called forward, pulling on fluorescent tabards. Martin's still waiting, hands shoved deep in his pockets. John's face doesn't move. This whole circus is insane, but he knows he's got me. I give a short nod. The window shuts and the blind falls back. I walk towards the police van. An officer approaches me. It's DC Shah again, polite, hair flattened under her cap. "All right, Mrs. Ainsworth, are we ready to start?" "Actually," I say, "I've just remembered something I should have mentioned earlier." She frowns. "Oh, yes?" "The last time Bobby ran away, we found him in the woods, through that way." I point down the lane, a long sweeping gesture, away from the farm. "Down by the river, about a mile away. It's a place he likes to play. He's made himself a little den." "Right." She curls her lip and glances down at her notes. "I know I should have said something earlier, but I've only just remembered." My throat feels tight. "I think we'd have much more luck starting down there than on the farm. We've looked all round here already." "Right," she says again. "That's helpful, thank you. I'll just have a word with my colleagues." A huddle of police officers forms, heads bent together. Finally, one of them raises a megaphone.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for volunteering. We'll begin the search towards the river fields. Please follow instructions carefully.
The crowd shuffles. The amplified voice carries on, explaining how to form a line, what to watch for. Patches of bright jackets break away, heading for the track that leads out and away from the farm. I stand with them, hands clenched, knowing I've just sent everyone chasing shadows. I walk out with the rest, boots slipping in the mud. People shuffle into place, awkward at first, at fingertip-touching distance.
Keep the line straight, move slowly, call out if you see anything unusual. Clothes, toys, disturbed ground. Don't touch, just shout.
The line starts forward, heads bowed, eyes scanning. I feel Martin beside me, his silence heavy. Then there's a voice at my shoulder. "Charlotte?" I turn. It's Tiffany. She's zipped into a designer padded jacket. Her smile is quick and nervous. "I didn't think I'd be much use, but I wanted to help." I hug her. She falls in beside me as we move forward again, the line stretching out across the field. "I was down at the barn, but I didn't want to interrupt. Sorry I haven't been around much since I moved out of the annex." "It's fine," I say. "Is John still there?" she asks lightly. "I thought I saw him at the window earlier." My heart lurches, but I keep my voice even. "Yes, he's been staying a while, still recovering from the procedure." We trudge on, mud pulling at our feet, the line stopping and starting as police call instructions. Tiffany keeps beside me. "I should explain why I left that night," she says at last. I remember she was annoyed with me when she left the party. I glance at her. "You don't have to." "I want to." She bites her lip, eyes fixed on the mud. "John cornered me. He said things." "What things?" "He came on to me. Made a pass at me. But not how you'd expect. It wasn't flattering. It wasn't the words, it was the way he said it. The look in his eyes. He wasn't really trying to chap me up. It was like he wanted to scare me." She gives a short, brittle laugh. "It worked." I wait. So I packed and left. I couldn't stay another night in that annex. She glances at me then, apologetic. "I should have said something sooner. I just thought, well, you seem to be getting on with him. I didn't want to stir things up if it was me overreacting." We keep moving, boots dragging through the churned grass. I stare at the ground, at the scraps of rubbish the line turns up, and the shape of it all clicks into place. John arriving just when he did, spotting an opening, getting Tiffany out, sliding into the annex. Not chance, not recovery. Planned. Tiff, before I can say anything, a police whistle pierces the air. A shout goes up, at the edge of the field, over by the trees, sharp and cutting. The line halts. My chest tightens. Someone's found something. People freeze, heads turning, the same sort of macabre curiosity people show when they drive past an accident on the motorway. Tiffany's breath catches. Oh, God! The line begins to gravitate towards the far corner of the field. A group of volunteers is gathered in a knot, staring down at something half hidden in the grass. "Step back, please," an officer shouts. Another moves in with gloves and crouches. The rest of us hang back, straining for a glimpse. I begin to get a horrible feeling in the pit of my stomach. I've blithely assumed this is all some elaborate ruse, a wild goose chase, nothing to do with Bobby's whereabouts. But what if I'm wrong? From this distance, we can't really see what's going on. A couple of officers drift towards us, keeping us in place and away from the discovery. The volunteers over at that edge are escorted away to a discreet distance. One of the officers crouches and pulls back a section of hedge to get a better look. Even at this distance, what's revealed is unmistakable. A rolled carpet, sodden, frayed at the ends. Someone mutters, "Bloody hell." The officer tugs at the edge. The roll shifts. A dark patch shows through the weave. The carpet slips open further. The shape inside is unmistakable. A body. A murmur ripples through the crowd.
"Keep back," the officer barks. "Nobody forward."
I can't. My legs move before I think.
"Charlotte?"
Martin's voice behind me, but I push past the line, mud sucking at my boots, eyes locked on the carpet. DC Shah stops me just before I get there. "Mrs. Ainsworth, please, wait here." But I'm close enough now to see properly. It's a man, not small, not Bobby. Relief punches through me, dizzying, before the horror lands again. "Oh, God," I whisper. "It's Rupert." The officers roll the body, turning the face, and my stomach drops. Relief again, but also the body blow of something inevitable landing at last. It's not Rupert. It's Victor. Chapter 42. Arrest. All I see when I close my eyes is Victor's body rolling out of that carpet. His face pale and swollen, his mouth slack, as if he's still trying to say something. 4:30 a.m. The red digits glow in the dark. I slide out of bed carefully so I don't wake Martin, but he stirs anyway.
"Where are you going?"
"Nowhere. Go back to sleep." I pad upstairs, into the quiet kitchen. The sky outside is dark grey, just beginning to pale at the edges. I fill the kettle and switch it on, then sit at the table waiting for it to boil. Victor's dead. That's certain now. So what does that mean for Rupert? Disappeared? Or for Bobby, taken to God knows where? What does it mean for us? Martin appears at the top of the stairs, hair standing on end, eyes heavy.
"I couldn't sleep either."
We sit in the dim kitchen, not talking, the hiss and gurgle of the kettle between us. The first bird song begins outside, plaintive and lonely. Then, as the kettle clicks off and falls silent, another sound cuts through. A faint crunch on the gravel. Martin hears it too. His head tilts towards the window. I move carefully and part the blind with 2 fingers. At the far end of the lane, under the canopy of trees where the sky hasn't reached yet, there's movement. Shapes shifting. My throat tightens. Yesterday, John talked about vans coming in. Maybe this is it. His men bringing whatever is in those vans or taking away the drugs we know he has.
"Is it them?"
Martin whispers. I don't know. I can't see. I squint into the shadows, willing my eyes to adjust to the dark. The shapes bunch, pause, separate again. Too controlled. Then a burst of something, faint but sharp and jagged. I know the sound, but it takes a second to place it. Yesterday, in the fields. Police radios. I let the blind fall back. It's not them.
What then?
Martin's voice is low and urgent. Police. He exhales, barely audible, but the relief doesn't come. If anything, it's worse. More bodies moving into position. Dozens of them. Quiet. Careful. Forming a net around the farm. My stomach turns over. It's a raid. We stand there in the half-light, frozen. Then the door behind us creaks. It's John, barefoot, eyes wild. He must have heard the noise too.
What is it?
His voice is low, but sharp. Martin and I glance at each other. Nobody answers. John crosses to the window, yanks the blind aside. His whole body stiffens.
Shit!
The glow from the sky just brushes his face, catching the lines around his mouth. He watches the shadows down the lane, taking in how many of them are there. He spins back to us. We didn't do anything, I whisper.
Yes, you did.
His voice is a hiss now. He steps closer, crowding the space.
You brought them here, yesterday, by leading them right to it.
How the hell was I supposed to know? I whisper. Take them somewhere else, you said. How was I supposed to know his body was there?
He rakes a hand through his hair.
If I go down, we all go down. Understand?
The menace in his voice makes my skin prickle. His hand drifts to his pocket. A subtle movement, but I see it. He leaves it there, fingers twitching. I can't be sure what he's holding, but my first thought is that he has a gun. I don't want to be sure. From outside, a heavy bang rattles the front door. A voice shouts,
Police! Open up!
John freezes, breathing hard, his hand still in that pocket. He doesn't move. Another bang, louder this time.
Police! Open the door! Get them away from here,
hisses John.
I don't care how, do anything, but get them away.
Martin glances at me. My pulse thuds in my ears. If they force their way in, they'll find John and his men. The annex, the stash, all of it. None of us move. The barn feels like it's holding its breath. Then I step forward. I lift the latch and pull the door open. There's a flood of light and high-vis jackets. Half a dozen officers push into the kitchen, calling names, giving instructions.
Mr. Martin Ainsworth? Yes?
Martin's voice wavers with confusion. The officer steps forward.
You're under arrest in connection with the disappearance of Bobby Ainsworth.
The words slam into me. Not John. Martin. John stays back, face set, eyes narrowed. He doesn't move. He lets the officers stream past him, hidden in plain sight.
You do not have to say anything, but it may harm your defence if you do not mention, when questioned, something you later rely on in court. Anything you do say may be given in evidence.
Martin blinks, trying to make sense of what's going on. But it suddenly makes sense to me. I know why Martin has been behaving so strangely, but they don't. Of course Martin knows more than he's letting on, but to them, it must just look like guilt. Another officer steps forward to Martin.
Do you have anything you want to say, sir?
Martin looks at me first. Then he turns his head, just enough to see John standing back in the shadows, hand still buried in his pocket. Then Martin speaks clearly.
Yes, I did it.
The words hang in the air, heavy as lead. The officer nods, expression unchanged.
All right, sir, you'll need to come with us.
He produces a set of handcuffs and puts one on Martin's wrist, then moves his arm behind and cuffs his other hand. He puts a hand on Martin's arm and begins to guide him out. Martin doesn't resist. As he's leaving, Martin looks at John again, and I understand. He's confessing to taking Bobby in order to lead the police away, just like John wanted. He's sacrificed himself to buy John time. The officers lead him through the doorway, the sound of boots on gravel, doors slamming, radios crackling. The noise recedes, swallowed up by the morning. And then silence. John hasn't moved. He's watching me, his eyes cold. I glare back at him. You got what you wanted? Happy now? It's only after Martin is gone that I realise he hasn't got anything he needs. His pain medication, his antibiotics. I rush around bundling things up. Who knows how long he'll be there? I grab his toothbrush and a change of clothes. I have no idea what he's allowed to have, but I'll take them just in case. I feel a burning need to get away from here anyway. Big and Wiry stare at me from the annex door as I get into my car. John is nowhere to be seen. As I speed off down the lane, no one tries to stop me. I present myself at the police station desk, and they confirm Martin is here. I explain I have some things for him, including important medication. The officer at the desk asks me to take a seat. The waiting area is harshly lit, plastic chairs bolted to the floor. My legs won't stop jittering against the tiles. Every few minutes I check the clock on the wall, though the hands barely seem to shift. Somewhere beyond the frosted glass, the doors buzz open and shut. Voices murmur. Phones ring. The desk sergeant glances at me now and then. Even though I've done nothing wrong, I know I'm carrying an enormous secret and wonder if he can see the guilt on my face. Mrs. Ainsworth? After what feels like hours, D.C. Shah appears in the doorway. She guides me through reception and to an interview room. I sit on a plastic chair under a humming strip light. I'm just here to bring some things for Martin. She ignores my statement and flips open a notepad. All her soft sympathy from before has evaporated. Her tone is professional, brisk. We'll just need a few minutes of your time. She goes over all the things I've been asked 100 times. What's Bobby's age? Any friends he plays with nearby? The questions are simple, factual. I answer automatically. Then she moves on to more searching stuff. Have there been any arguments at home lately? How does Bobby get on with Martin? I know what they're fishing for. Evidence that Martin has done something to Bobby, and I remind myself that they're hunting for proof of something that hasn't happened. After a handful more questions, she snaps the notebook shut. That's all for now, thank you. She stands as if the matter's finished. Can I get these things to my husband? Her expression doesn't change. That won't be possible at this stage. But I have things he needs. Medication. My voice comes out sharper than I intend. I can take the medication, and we'll check if he's okay to have it. She takes the packets of tablets. He can't have any of the other things, I'm afraid. She gives me a cold half-smile that doesn't touch her eyes. It's best you go home, Mrs. Ainsworth. We'll be in touch. That's it. A few empty questions, then sent away. Martin is locked somewhere behind those doors. Bobby is missing, and I can't find him. John is back at the farm, and I can't escape him. I leave because there's nothing else I can do. I walk back out to the car park. The morning has fully broken now. Sun flat across the roofs, but it doesn't warm anything. The lane is empty when I pull in. No vans, no voices, no sign of the raid. The barn looms, still and silent. In the kitchen, the chairs are pushed back, mugs left on the table. There's something different about the silence. The atmosphere has shifted. I walk back through the empty house and down to the courtyard. I put my hand on the annex door and knock lightly. Nothing. I slowly turn the handle and open the door. The quiet presses in, heavier than noise. The bed is stripped, cupboards open, nothing left. I move room to room, searching as if they might be hiding, but the place is empty, cleared in a hurry, like they were never here at all. John and his men are gone. I step out and stand in the middle of the courtyard, turning slowly. The farm looks unchanged. Stone walls, fields stretching out, the pale sky overhead. But everything has shifted. The whole place feels like a ghost ship, floating without a crew. John's vanished. And Bobby. The thought buckles me. My knees weaken, though I don't fall. How will I get him back now?
Part 5. Chapter 43. Statement. John has no reason to keep him. The deal's done. Bobby isn't a bargaining chip anymore. He'll be back any minute. I tell myself that over and over as I sit by the window, watching the lane. Any moment, I expect to see him. The boiler clicks, a pipe knocks, and my chest tightens at every sound. I wait for the knock at the door, the thunder of his feet across the floor, the call of his voice, but the knock doesn't come. The longer it goes on, the more the hope thins. I lean my head against the window, eyes fixed on the lane. My breath fogs the glass, blurring the view. It makes no sense. John has no reason to keep Bobby now. But even as I think it, a memory intrudes. John's voice, low and vicious. The way he looked at me, enjoying it, as if nothing could delight him more than watching my life buckle beam by beam until the whole structure collapsed. What better way to do it than by taking Bobby? The thought freezes me. John wasn't just keeping himself safe, he enjoyed it, every stage of the demolition sketched out in advance. He isn't coming back. I press my fists to my mouth to stop the sound from escaping. How the hell will I ever get Bobby back now? The knock comes sudden and sharp. I lurch up, heart hammering. He's here. Bobby's here. I'm already at the door before I can think, fumbling the latch, flinging it open. It isn't Bobby. Rupert stands on the step, scarf loose around his neck, cheeks ruddy. His face is open, almost cheerful.
Any news?
He's alive. After all this time wondering if John had taken him too, here he is, solid and ordinary. The relief crashes into me so hard it buckles my knees. Tears come before I can stop them. Rupert looks startled.
Good Lord, Charlotte, what's the matter?
I shake my head, unable to speak. He pats his pockets, flustered.
So sorry I've not been sooner. I've been away for a couple of days, at my sister's in Kendal. Terence is away and she insisted she needed help with the dogs. You know how it is.
His words tumble out.
Didn't need me in the end, of course. One of her neighbours walked them. Shouldn't have gone at all. I ought to have been here supporting you. Terribly sorry.
I lean against the doorframe, crying harder now. The mix of relief and sheer exhaustion breaks me open. Rupert reaches out awkwardly, patting my shoulder.
Now, no need for that. I'm back, aren't I?
John's got Bobby. The words spill out before I can stop them. He took him. He killed Victor. And Martin, he told the police it was him. He did it to protect us, to protect Bobby. Rupert blinks, mouth open.
Good God.
The whole story bursts out of me, jagged and breathless. The men in the annex, the vans, John whispering orders, threatening, the carpet in the field, Victor's swollen face rolling into the light. Rupert's expression flickers between shock and outrage. He shakes his head.
This is monstrous, absolutely monstrous. John, your own brother.
He breathes hard through his nose, colour high in his cheeks. I step back and sink into the nearest chair, covering my face with my hands. For the first time in days, I let it all out. The fear, the helplessness. Rupert stands over me, still shaking his head, his voice loud in the quiet house.
Martin taking the blame. It's absurd, utterly absurd. Surely the police can see that's not true. The man couldn't hurt a fly.
He rubs a hand over his jaw. An expression comes over him that looks almost like shame.
I knew I should have spoken up sooner. I knew it. I knew there was something wrong with all those goings-on. Vans at all hours, strange men hanging about. No security job in the world takes that long.
He stops, turning to me, his expression fierce now.
And all that stuff being lugged into the annex, what was that? Crates, boxes, God knows what. I should have said something. Should have done something.
The words are bluster, but underneath them is guilt, raw and heavy. His voice falters.
And there you were, Charlotte, stuck in the middle of it. Prisoner in your own home, and I just let it slide. I feel a damn fool.
I wipe my face with the back of my hand. It isn't your fault.
Of course it's my fault.
He throws his arms wide.
I pride myself on keeping an eye out, and here I am, blind as a bat. If I'd had my wits about me, I'd have marched straight over and given John a piece of my mind.
I shake my head. This isn't on you. He exhales hard, pulling himself upright again.
Well, the one thing I know is this. Martin isn't guilty of anything. The police have got the wrong man. He confessed because he thought it would keep you safe, that's all. But to imagine for an instant that he's capable of hurting Bobby, ridiculous. Beyond ridiculous.
Rupert's eyes are bright, his voice rising again.
You've been carrying all this alone. No wonder you're at breaking point. We have to tell them, all of it. This can't go on.
I nod. He's right. There's no point holding back any more. I've lied to the police and twisted myself in knots, but it hasn't done Bobby any good. If anything, it's made everything worse. Rupert softens, voice firm but almost fatherly.
I'll go with you. Back you up. They can roll their eyes at me all they like, but they'll hear it from the two of us, not just one. That'll count for something.
The thought of facing those officers again makes my stomach clench. The way they looked at me this morning, as if I was wasting their time, or worse. I close my eyes, steadying myself. When I open them again, Rupert is already moving to the door, patting his jacket for his car keys.
Come on,
he says.
We've wasted enough time.
The same officer is at the desk this morning. He looks up as we come in, recognition flashing across his face.
Mrs. Ainsworth, he says evenly. Back again.
Rupert clears his throat.
We need to speak with someone, urgently, about the boy.
D.C. Shah, I add. D.C. Lena Shah. The officer studies us both, then nods to the row of plastic chairs. We sit side by side. My palms sweat. Rupert drums his fingers on his knee, restless. After a few minutes, D.C. Shah comes out.
All right, Mrs. Ainsworth, and Mr.
Baverstock,
says Rupert. What is it you'd like to tell me?
She leads us through to an interview room, and I tell it all. The annex, the men, the vans, the endless shifting of crates, the drugs and the money, John's threats, his voice in the dark, the boy from the poster, Victor's body rolled from the carpet, Bobby, taken, the reason Martin confessed to something he didn't do. She listens, face impassive, until I come to an end. Silence. Then Rupert chimes in for good measure.
I saw the vans myself. Knew something was off. That lot weren't security men, I'll tell you that. Not by a long shot.
She jots a few notes. Then she looks at me, expression unreadable.
Why didn't you say any of this earlier?
I swallow.
When we spoke last, you insisted you knew of nothing suspicious. You were very clear on that.
My mouth is dry. Rupert shifts beside me, indignant, but he doesn't say anything.
Now your husband's confessed to taking your son, and suddenly you're telling a completely different story.
Do you understand how that looks? Her eyes stay fixed on mine, confused, sceptical. Heat creeps up my neck. I panic that I've done everything wrong. I should have said all this days ago, but I believed John's threats. I was too scared. But if I was scared then, I'm terrified now. I've buried us all deeper in a pit of trouble. I've told them everything. It may not be enough. They may not believe me. And John still has Bobby. Chapter 44. Ghost. Martin lies on the hospital bed with his foot raised, swathed in white bandages. The surgeons have tidied it up, they said, as if it were a matter of rearranging a shelf. I hold his hand gently, careful not to touch the cannula taped across the back. He squeezes weakly.
"They've done a neat job,"
he mutters. His voice is groggy from the anaesthetic.
"Better than my gardening, anyway."
I give him a smile. Even when the police medic examined him after the arrest, he stuck to that story. It was only once they began investigating John properly, once they came back and told Martin what I'd said, and they believed us, that he admitted the truth about Victor and the secateurs. Now here he is, stitched and pinned back together, facing the same long hobble he had after his toe was cut off. They say he'll recover fine. A few weeks in the moon boot again, and the limp should fade. We should feel relief. He's no longer sitting in a cell under suspicion. The police are finally going after the right man, John. But the atmosphere is loaded. What good are recovery and freedom when Bobby's not here? The curtain pulls back, and DC Shah steps in, smoothing her ID lanyard with one hand as she closes it behind her. She offers me a faint smile, and it's almost apologetic. She sits on the plastic chair on the other side of the bed. "How are you feeling, Martin?" Martin struggles up a little, grimacing as he shifts his foot.
"Have you come to tell us you found him?"
Lena, as we're calling her now, shakes her head gently, pulling the chair closer. "I'm afraid not. Not yet. But I wanted to update you both on everything we're doing and where things stand." Her tone is steady and professional, but there's something in the way she lowers her gaze that makes my throat tighten. It's not just guilt about how suspicious of us she was before. She's bracing herself. "We've escalated things to the National Crime Agency. They're handling the wider intelligence picture. A task force is working on the murder element, linking Victor to John. Our major incident team is coordinating the kidnap inquiry. We've put out border alerts, and the media unit has pushed photos of Bobby nationwide. News bulletins, appeal posters, social feeds. I picture Bobby's face beaming out from a television screen in some stranger's lounge, lumped in with a scrolling number to call. A poster on a lamppost, fluttering damp in the wind. But at least it feels like something concrete is happening." Lena looks at Martin. "I know it's been a difficult few days. You've both been under a lot of pressure. I want you to know my job is to make sure you're kept informed, and to bring Bobby home safe." Martin shifts restlessly against the pillows, his bandaged foot bumping the frame. "And where have you got on finding John?" I ask. "We've been digging," she says, flipping open a file of notes. "We've traced his birth certificate. It shows he was registered at birth, but there's no record of adoption. Nothing official, anyway. We've spoken to—" she checks her notes. "Miriam, the woman you mentioned. She confirmed he was raised with her, but nothing was formalised through the courts." I nod. That sounds right. Tracing his records after then is where it breaks down. The electoral roll is blank. No driving licence, no passport, no credit file. I shake my head slowly. That isn't possible. Everyone leaves a trail. You can't just disappear. Lena shifts in her chair. Most people don't, but the clever ones, the high-level operators, they know how to vanish. They live in unregistered housing, squats, informal cash-in-hand lets. They use burner phones and change them every few weeks. That flat you first met him in, he may have used it, but the tenancy wasn't in his name. Officially, he was never there. Martin lets out a brittle laugh.
If he doesn't exist, how does he live? How does he eat? How does he pay for petrol or the clothes on his back?
I noticed Lena's fingers drumming nervously on the edge of her notes. Day to day, he doesn't need a bank account. He'll use prepaid debit cards, probably. You can buy them over the counter at newsagents. £250 limit per card. Load them with cash, use them for contactless. Completely anonymous. It's so ordinary, almost boring, yet it adds up to something monstrous. What about the big money? I ask. The vans, the shipments. He must be making millions. He can't load that onto corner shop cards. Her mouth tightens. We think he'll most likely have parked larger sums offshore, or moved them into cryptocurrency. Both are notoriously difficult to trace. If he's smart, and it seems he is, he'll be funneling everything through fake businesses, invented names, untraceable. All I can hear is doors closing, avenues being closed off. How will we ever find Bobby if we can't find John? Then something occurs to me. Wait, he had lots of documents. When he donated stem cells, the hospital asked for loads of things. All fake, I'm afraid. She flips her pen awkwardly between her fingers. She must know she's crushing our hopes with every answer. He has no NHS records. He never registered with a GP. If he needs treatment, he probably uses A&E walk-ins under an assumed name. Martin exhales through his nose, low and angry. So he can just vanish, I say. He can, she admits, at least from our usual systems. He'll still leave traces in the world, CCTV, petrol station cameras, traffic cameras, but unless we know what vehicle he's using today, we're blind. That's why we need information from you. Any pattern, any address, any contact he's ever mentioned, however small it seemed at the time. Her gaze holds mine, firm and expectant. For the first time since she arrived, she looks like she's carrying some of the hope herself. Anything you can give me, even casual remarks, a pub, a street, a school friend, will follow every thread. I search my memory, coming up empty. John was always careful, slipping into our lives like a shadow, leaving nothing solid. I shake my head slowly. He told me almost nothing. Nothing. Lena pauses. She studies her notes. For a moment she just sits there, hands folded over the paper. He exists in the system, but barely. Enough to prove he's real, not enough to trace. I stare at the blank wall at the end of the room. He's like a ghost. I picture a blueprint where every line is rubbed out except one faint sketch, a structure that never existed, and if he can vanish, so can Bobby. Her eyes flicker, almost apologetic again. I know this isn't what you wanted to hear. Martin grips my hand suddenly, his palm clamming against mine. I can feel his pulse racing. Lena closes the notebook gently. We know who he is. We just don't know where he is. Chapter 45. Test. Martin is back home, his bandaged foot raised on cushions. The pain has left him pale and bad-tempered, though he tries not to show it. He drifts in and out of sleep, waking with a wince when he shifts too suddenly. He looks older, as if the weeks have aged him by years. I hover, plumping pillows, making tea he doesn't drink, straightening blankets he pushes off. Pointless tasks to keep myself busy, but none of it touches the thing gnawing at me. Where is Bobby? Yesterday Lena talked about task forces and databases, offshore accounts and border alerts. The police are out there, somewhere, chasing John. I press my palms together hard enough for the bones to ache. They can put out all the appeals they like, but he's not a poster on a lamppost. He's my son, and he's slipping further out of reach with every hour. I can't just sit here, waiting, hoping someone else will fix this. Martin stirs, his voice thick with sleep.
What are you doing?
Nothing.
Close your eyes. But I'm already planning. If there's a thread to pull, I'll have to find it myself. I park a few doors down from the block. My first thought is to wonder whether I've remembered the right place. The upper windows are black, frames buckled, smoke staining the concrete. The doors are boarded up with sheets of plywood, nailed fast, a spray-painted "Keep Out." The smell of ash lingers, faint but sour. I move closer, shoes crunching broken glass scattered across the path. The plastic window cases are warped and melted, the blinds behind them fused to the glass. I remember the last time I stood by these flats, the awkward conversation at the door, asking if John Brown lived there. It seems a lifetime ago, before I met him. The hope was that the people here might talk to me in a way they wouldn't talk to the police, but there's no one here to talk to. I linger anyway, scanning the walls, the boarded windows, trying to see through. I imagine John's things inside already reduced to ash. Or maybe he never really lived here at all. It could be coincidence. There are fires all the time. Old wiring, a careless cigarette, a chip pan left on the hob. Ordinary mistakes. But a part of me knows better. Is this John, always one step ahead, burning the place out, smothering the evidence behind him? I'm no closer. If anything, the fire has closed this path completely. I stand on the cracked pavement and think. What now? There's only one place left to try. The door of the terraced house creaks open, and she steps out, holding the frame as if she'd collapse without it. Miriam. Her face is thinner than I remember, lined and pale, her eyes set deep under heavy bones.
"You,"
she says, as if she's been expecting me. Neither of us moves.
"The officers already told me about your boy."
Her tone is grave.
"I said it didn't surprise me."
Her hand stays braced on the doorframe. His name is Bobby, I say, voice low but urgent. 7 years old. The police think John has him. Miriam doesn't flinch.
"The heart that turns from the Lord is given over to its own desires. It feeds on itself and then on others."
I fumble in my bag, pull out my phone. I hold up a picture of Bobby, grinning gap-toothed at the camera. Look! He's the same age John was when you took him in. But he's different. He's good and kind. He's innocent. Miriam's gaze rests on the screen. She doesn't take the phone, but she doesn't look away. Please. I step closer. You knew him as a child. You must know something. Some place he might go. Somewhere he'd feel safe. Miriam's eyes stay fixed on Bobby's face. Her expression is unreadable.
"Children are arrows in the hand of a warrior,"
she says softly, almost to herself. I press on. He's just a child. He doesn't deserve any of this. I think John is using him to punish me, taking away what's most precious to me, to teach me a lesson. Miriam's eyes sharpen again. She looks at me.
"Like Abraham with Isaac, the test of faith."
There's almost pride in her tone, as if some fragment of her teaching has taken root in him. She pulls the door a little wider, but doesn't step aside.
"I failed him,"
she says. Her voice isn't defensive. It's plain, like a fact long admitted. I think you were left with too much, I say carefully. But this isn't about blame. It's about Bobby. If there's anything, anywhere he might go, you can help me. You can do something good. Her face flickers, grief or anger or both. She steps back and disappears inside. I stand awkwardly on the step. I don't know if I'm supposed to follow her. When she comes back, she has a coat on, buttoned to the throat.
"There is one place," she says.
We drive in silence at first. The only sound is the wipers clicking back and forth, clearing the drizzle of a summer shower.
The road unspools ahead of us, grey and slick with rain.
"Your mother brought me out of my father's house," she says. "She pulled me into the light. She turned me to Scripture. It was salvation."
She sits stiffly, hands clasped in her lap. Her words are steady and measured. Her eyes stay fixed on the fields beyond the road.
"When John came, he was already marked. The school called him a problem child. He lied. He fought. There was darkness in him."
Miriam's eyes flick towards me.
"We fasted 3 days once. Jacob held him down while we prayed. He bit his own tongue until it bled."
I grip the wheel tighter. He was a boy.
"The rod is for the back of fools. Folly is bound up in the heart of a child, but discipline drives it out."
We pass a hedgerow broken by a gate.
"Left at the cattle grid,"
Miriam says suddenly. Her voice is clipped. The indicators tick as I follow her direction, tyres jolting as we cross the metal bars. Her words come in fragments, cut by directions.
"We prayed through the night. He thrashed and screamed. The devil laughs in a child's voice when it has him."
I swallowed hard. Or maybe he was frightened. Maybe he needed love. Her expression doesn't shift.
"Love is correction."
The car hums along the damp tarmac. My stomach knots. I picture a boy held down, hungry, terrified, resistance framed as sin. A child told over and over he was possessed until he believed it. Rage curling inside, hardening like a stone. She leans back slightly.
"We sought deliverance, again and again, fasting, beating, casting out, but nothing left him. Darkness grew."
And I see John differently, for an instant. Not just the man with the violence and the threats, but a boy abandoned, battered into obedience, taught to hate himself.
"I took him from duty, but duty was not enough."
I hear the break in her voice, though she forces it flat again. If John is what they made him, then maybe he isn't the only monster. Maybe they're the monsters. And maybe he is a victim, too. I drive on, the road narrowing, trees crowding close. She points sharply.
"Right here."
I turn the wheel. The lane dips and bends. At the end, tucked between bare trees, a chapel comes into view. Low stone walls, roof patched with moss, a cross lifting against the drab sky. Miriam stiffens as we roll closer.
"This is where he learnt," she says. "Scripture, discipline, the fear of God."
I park on the slate chippings. The place looks abandoned at first, but when Miriam opens the chapel door, the sound of voices drifts from within. Inside, the air is musty, the sort of damp space that never gets warm. Empty wooden pews stretch out, worn smooth with use. The only figure inside is a robed priest, probably in his 70s, squatting by the altar, mumbling a prayer. He looks up as we step inside. He stands, crosses himself, and comes over to us, his smile warm but questioning.
"Miriam."
She lowers her head.
"Father, how have you been?"
She ignores his question and grips his hands, trembling.
"Has he been here? John?"
The priest's expression falters.
"John? No. Oh, no. Not for years."
Her lips press tight.
"I thought perhaps he might come seeking comfort."
He lays a hand on her arm gently.
"I've not seen him since he was here with Jacob and yourself. Not since he was a boy."
Miriam sinks onto a pew, lips moving in some silent prayer, her face stricken. The priest keeps a hand on her shoulder. I stand apart, cold seeping through my coat, as I watch the priest murmur words of reassurance, scripture about lost sheep and Miriam nodding, though her eyes are glazed. My chest feels hollow. This was never a lead to John. Only Miriam's hope, her desperate need to believe that, at the very end, she made some impression on him. But John isn't here, and neither is Bobby. This is no closer. No clue, no sign, no trace. Just another dead end. Miriam turns her face towards me. Her eyes shine wet, but her voice is calm.
Perhaps the Lord has taken him into the wilderness. To test him. To test you.
I shake my head hard. This isn't a test. This is my son. Her gaze doesn't waver.
Then you must be steadfast.
Steadfast? The weight of her faith presses down on me, but it's not comfort. It's the opposite. John has my son, and he needs to be stopped. Chapter 46. Whoosh. I step inside and just stand there, letting the silence of the barn press in. This is what it feels like to have nothing left. Kidnappers usually want something. Leverage, money, a reason you can negotiate around, a deal you can strike. But John doesn't want anything. He never wanted Bobby to shield himself. He wanted Bobby to hurt me. He didn't take him to get something else. Taking him is the point. His coat is still on a hook by the door, sleeves crumpled, the zip stuck halfway down. His school shoes kicked off on the floor beneath it, scuffed at the toes, one lace frayed almost through. I move through the rooms, aimless. The kitchen light is still on. The fridge hums steadily, drawings still stuck to it with magnets, wobbly houses, a bright sun, a dog that looks more like a horse. His name written in fat, uneven letters across the top. Downstairs, the bathroom shelf is cluttered with his bubble bath bottle shaped like a superhero, the cape peeling at the edge. His toothbrush, red and blue, lies at an angle in the mug. I try to make things normal by doing ordinary tasks. The laundry basket waits where I left it. I fold one of my jumpers and a small sock falls out, blue with a faded cartoon print. Bobby's. It must have got caught in the wash. I hold it for a long time, soft and warm, before setting it down on the pile. All the small traces of him, all the echoes. If I let go, if I stop fighting, these objects will be all that's left of him. But I don't know how to keep fighting when every path has been exhausted. How do you ever live with this? How do you step over a coat, a sock, a toothbrush, knowing the child they belong to is gone? How can any day after this be normal? By mid-morning I have to move. Martin has a check-up. The hospital wants to see how the stitches are healing, whether the swelling has gone down. He doesn't want to go. He groans when I bring him his coat, mutters that it's pointless. But I coax him, slow and steady, easing him upright, guiding his arms into the sleeves. It feels like shepherding a child, patient and firm. I steer him down the path, my hand on his elbow. The unreasonable wind still whips about the place, tugging at my clothes, waving the treetops like flags. At the car, I open the back door and help him in, careful with his leg. He lowers himself awkwardly, face twisted, and I buckle the belt across him. I've taken Bobby's car seat out so Martin can stretch his leg. I'm sure he notices, but he doesn't say anything. I drive us out of the courtyard. Martin shifts with a grunt of pain, adjusting his leg. The road slides by, a blur of hedges. Carrying on feels all the worse for seeming so normal. We drive in silence. The hospital looms, all glass and pale brick, windows bright against the flat, cloudless sky. I ease into a space near the entrance. Martin shifts upright, dragging his good leg forward, bracing on the seat. The effort makes him wince. "It'll get better," I say automatically, reaching for the door handle.
"It won't."
I look back at him. His eyes are steady, fixed on mine, and I know he isn't talking about his foot. The silence between us thickens. I want to contradict him, to insist, to fill the air with something hopeful, but there's nothing left to offer. We sit like that for some time, the hum of the engine filling the gap. Martin breaks the silence.
"Play it again."
My throat tightens. I've been avoiding it, afraid of the sound of him, afraid of what it will do to me. But Martin's gaze doesn't shift.
"Let's hear him."
I nod, fumbling for the phone in my bag, my fingers clumsy on the screen. The familiar ache rises in my chest, sharp enough to take my breath. I sit, frozen, phone in hand. Then I press play. Bobby's voice fills the car, small and high, wrapped in static. "Hello, Mummy. I'm sorry. Stay at home with work and Daddy's poorly foot. You'd like it here. And lots of fun with Uncle John. I watched The Incredibles. iPad today. Uncle John's coming, and we're having pizza tonight. Ham and pineapple. Anyway, I have to go and see you. Love you, Mummy. Later." The gaps are worse than the words. The hiss and drag of sound dropping out. The whoosh, whoosh, whoosh of interference. Each absence feels like he's being pulled further away. I nudge the volume up, desperate to catch every syllable. The recording ends, leaving the car in silence. Martin's hand twitches against his thigh.
"Again."
I play it. This time we don't chase the words or the gaps. We let them wash over us. The voice of a child already slipping into memory. The static seems to carry him away in fragments, piece by piece. "Hello, Mummy. I'm sorry. Stay at home with work and Daddy's poorly foot. You'd like it here." Martin leans back, eyes closed. For once the tension in his face eases. He almost smiles. Something loosens in me, too. A terrible tenderness. I reach between the gap in the seats and find Martin's hand. He doesn't look, just curls his fingers round mine. We sit like that, listening again, his little voice breaking and reforming in the crackle. It's unbearable and beautiful. The sound of him, the gaps where he isn't, the absence that is him now. "And we're having pizza tonight. Ham and pineapple. Anyway, I have to go. See you. Love you, Mummy. Later." Martin squeezes my hand.
"It's good to hear him."
I nod, tears hot against my cheeks. It is. In that moment, it feels like we're mourning him together, listening to our son drift away into static, as if letting go might be the only way to bear it, accepting the drift, the silence swallowing him. The message ends again. Static fades. He breathes out.
"Once more."
I keep holding Martin's hand and press play on my phone, but something shifts. I don't hear Bobby this time. I listen to the noise around him. The whoosh, whoosh, whoosh that fills the silence between syllables. The faint hum behind it. A pulse, low and steady. "Hello, Mummy. I'm sorry you... whoosh. Stay at home with work and Daddy's poorly foot. You'd like it here? Whoosh. In lots of fun with Uncle John. I watched The Incredibles. Whoosh. iPad today. Uncle John's coming. Whoosh. And we're having pizza tonight. Whoosh. Ham and pineapple. Anyway, I have to go and whoosh. See you. Whoosh. Love you, Mummy.
Whoosh. Later. Recognition prickles the back of my neck. I know that sound. I grip Martin's hand tighter. He opens his eyes, watches me, confused.
What is it?
I can't answer yet. The thought isn't formed, only circling. But it's there. Something in the noise. Something that isn't him. And suddenly, I know this isn't the end. It's the beginning of something else. Chapter 47. Wind. Martin lies stretched out in the back seat, his leg braced awkwardly on a cushion. Every fast corner makes him shift and draw breath through his teeth. Sorry, I say.
Don't worry about me, he mutters. Just go. Go.
As we speed away from the hospital, I tell myself we'll call later and explain about the missed appointment. The city falls away quickly, replaced by hedgerows and open fields. My mind flicks between images. The verges wild with long grass, seed heads whipping sideways in the wind, and Bobby's voice swallowed by the whoosh of air. It could all be coincidence. It could be nothing. But I can't shake it. I think of calling the police. My phone sits face up on the passenger seat, glinting as the sun catches it. If I'm wrong, they'll mark me down as a mother who hears ghosts in every background noise. And the next time I call, they might not listen. Our route takes us almost past the farm. I take the turn off for the village instead of heading straight out across the bypass. Martin doesn't argue, just watches the hedges whip past, his hand clenched on the seatbelt. I pull into the courtyard fast enough that gravel spits. The barn looks frozen, blinds half drawn. I leave the engine running. In the kitchen, the breakfast things are still on the counter, the radio clock blinking. I stand there, not sure what I'm looking for. I picture John's hand resting in his pocket, the suggestion of a gun. I don't plan to do anything reckless, but going where I am, without anything, feels foolhardy. The knife block sits in its usual place on the worktop, heavy steel handles catching the light. I reach out and touch one, but I know I could never use it. I leave it in place. What I need isn't a weapon, not really. It's a way to get Bobby out, to protect myself. By the time I get outside, the wind has picked up, bending the trees that line the lane.
Where were you?
Asks Martin. I needed to get something, I say, pulling my door closed. I turn in my seat and look at him. I think you should stay here.
No.
You can barely stand. He doesn't move.
You can't go alone.
I see it in his face, the same hollow resolve I've felt all week. I want to argue to make him see sense, but there isn't time. Fine, I say, but stay in the car when we get there. As I drive off, the barn's windows flare gold briefly in the sun before the road curves away. Martin lies back, pale, breath shallow. His hand rests on his thigh, fingers tapping a slow rhythm. The muscles in his jaw tighten each time we hit a bump, but he says nothing. It's only 15 miles, but it feels longer. The road's narrow, the verges close in. I know this route well. The long dip before the hill, the cluster of barns, the strip of woodland where the trees close overhead in an arch. The wind grows stronger, the higher we climb. Grass bends flat across the banks and the clouds stretch thin, pale and fast. Ahead, the sky flickers with a regular pulse of movement. Turbines. 3 of them, tall and bone-white, rising from the ridge. The blades turn hard in the wind, smooth and constant, slicing the air. The hill steepens, and I ease off the accelerator, letting the car crawl around the bend. Beyond the crest, the road opens out into vast open countryside. The chapel sits at the foot of the turbines, its slate roof dark against the pale sky. Even from here, I can see the boarded windows, the ivy spilling from the gutters. I pull off the road, Stopping behind a line of hawthorn bushes where we'll be hidden from the lane, I switch off the engine. The silence is immediate. The sound comes a moment later. Low, unmistakable. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The rhythmic hum of the blades. The sound from the message. Not digital noise, not interference. Metal slicing air. I glance in the mirror. Martin has opened his eyes. You hear it? I ask. He nods once. Yes. He sits forward, squinting through the windscreen. I can feel his pulse mirrored in mine, the same mix of dread and certainty. This is it. I push open the door and step out into the wind. It hits like a wall, warm but forceful, funneled off the ridge. The turbines rise above me, turning smooth and steady. Each rotation carves a moving shadow across the grass. Stay here. The chapel is exactly as I remember. This place that's haunted so many conversations, so many plans. The same crumbling stonework, the same uneven steps leading up to the old wooden door. I stood there with John once, his voice echoing under the beams, dust catching in the light, both of us talking about preservation, about giving a dead place purpose. The first time I really felt a connection to him, in the half-ruin. It looks deserted. I scan the road. A car is parked a way off, tucked into a lay-by, dark blue, mud sprayed up the sides. Beyond that, the tarmac snakes empty towards the horizon, all the way back to the valley. Maybe someone's just out walking. Maybe. But if John was here, he wouldn't park his car directly outside. He'd want it to look deserted. I move closer, over the ridge, following the edge of the graveyard wall. The headstones lean at odd angles, names vanished under lichen. At the far corner, I pause. The chapel door sits half in shade. Something about it looks wrong since I secured it. One of the boards has shifted. The bottom edge prized loose, the nails bent outward. My heart gives a small, sharp kick. He's here. A gust whips past, lifting grit into my face. I pull my coat around me, crouch near a low tomb sheltered by a yew tree, and pull out my phone. My fingers are trembling as I find Lena Shah's number. She answers on the third ring. DC Shah? It's Charlotte Ainsworth. I think I've found them. John and Bobby. Her voice hardens instantly. Where are you? I give her the address, and she says they'll dispatch units immediately. Stay where you are. Don't do anything. I won't, I say. I end the call. The yew branches move above me, whispering. I can see the chapel clearly from here, the outline of the roof, the dark rectangle of the door, the cross-shaped window still boarded over. The turbines beat a slow rhythm over everything. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. I press my back against the tomb and try to steady my breathing. The sun slips behind a small cloud, dulling the light. Everything goes flat and grey, then bright again. I check my watch. 5 minutes, maybe 7. How long does it take to dispatch a unit, to find this forgotten place on a map? I think I hear a noise from the chapel. I edge higher, just enough to see the chapel door, listening so hard my ears ring. The loosened board lifts and falls with each gust, the nails creaking in their sockets. I keep watching, waiting for movement behind it. A shadow. A flicker. Nothing. Then, closer. A sound I don't expect. The scrape of a foot on stone, but not from the direction of the chapel. From behind me. I freeze. A voice, quiet, almost conversational, says, "Charlotte." I turn. It's John. Chapter 48. Chapel. He's standing 3 or 4 meters away, framed against the graveyard and the long slope of the field. The wind ripples his shirt, pushes his hair back. His face is calm and composed, almost gentle.
"You're here?"
He says it as if we've just bumped into each other at the supermarket. Everything I felt back at the barn, the certainty, the fear, condenses into a single question, and I almost dare not ask it now that I'm finally facing him. Is Bobby still alive? Is he here? John's lips curve into a humorless smile. He gestures towards the chapel door.
"Come in. See for yourself."
The idea of trapping myself inside this building with a man who terrifies me, whom I feel I don't know or understand, my brother, fills me with dread. But what choice do I have? If he's bluffing, I'll know. If he's not, I have to see. I go in. It's gloomy inside. What little light there is creeps through the cracks of the boards, falling in narrow strips across the floor. The air smells of old wood, something sour underneath. I pull my coat tighter around me. The chapel is cold, even in summer. The stone holds the damp like a secret. John closes the door and the sound dulls, just the thrum of the turbine spinning outside. I scan for anything small, something out of place. And there it is, a child's cup, the kind you get free with a fast food meal, a faded cartoon on the front. It sits on the step below the altar. John watches me.
"Children leave things everywhere,"
he says. He moves ahead of me, slow and deliberate, touching the back of the pew with his fingertips, like he's showing me around a house that isn't his. But I know every inch of this space. I could close my eyes and reconstruct it. Each sweeping arch, every gnarled wooden pew, the indented flagstones worn down by centuries of penitent footsteps. There's a doorway at the back, which I know leads to the crypt, but now it's boarded like the windows, the thick plywood clean and new. A heavy iron keyhole set into the wood where a handle should be. A lock. I didn't put it there. He did. John notices me looking.
"Best not disturb him,"
he says. His voice carries in the empty space. For a second, I think I hear something. Or maybe it's the wind pushing through the boards at the door. Hard to tell. John steps closer, lowering his voice.
"You see? We've made a home of sorts,"
he says. He gestures at the space with the same hands that once talked architecture and light.
"It's fine. You don't need to be frightened."
I turn from the door and face him. "All right," I say. "You've moved your men, hidden all your drugs. You've got what you wanted. You've got away. So why don't you just give him back and be done with it?" John looks almost amused.
"What I wanted?"
"You're in the clear now. You've covered yourself. You've won."
"What I wanted,"
he says slowly,
"was what they took from me before I ever had a chance. Your little world of safety and trust. That's what got stolen. Not money, not drugs. What I wanted was what you had."
The words hang in the air between us. "I'm sorry. You're right. What my parents did to you, what Miriam did, none of it should have happened. It's terrible, but that's not my fault. And it's not Bobby's either. He's a child, John. 7. The same age you were." His face seems to soften for the briefest moment, his head tilting as if he's listening to something inside his own thoughts.
"I almost believed you, you know,"
he says,
"when you said we were family. I really did. When you cooked dinner and laid a space for me like I belonged at the table, like you wanted to welcome me into the fold. You were kind to me. I wasn't ready for that. I thought I could maybe find my way back to something normal, to the life I could have had."
"I was happy to find out I had a brother," I say. "Not just because I was sick. I was happy to find you. He gives a soft laugh.
You were so grateful, as if a week of bruises and bone ache turned me into a saint.
You saved my life. I meant it.
I know you did, and I believed you. I stood in your kitchen and thought, maybe this is penance paid. Maybe you get to slop me into the empty chair and call it even.
He looks down at his hands, opens and closes them once.
For a little while, I pictured it. Me doing school runs, Sunday roast, silly films, the lot. Park run with Martin. It felt almost possible. I wanted it. I tried it. I really did.
He looks at me with a wry smile.
But it didn't take. My body rejected it.
I don't speak. I can hear my own breathing. The turbine blades keep their rhythm.
You can't unlearn things. Eat in the hall. Don't touch the good plates. Don't speak unless spoken to. Knuckles across the mouth if the fork clatters.
What happened to you wasn't your fault, I say. But this is your choice. Right now is your choice. He nods.
Exactly. Choice. So I chose this.
He lets the words sit.
I realised I don't want to be healed. I want to destroy it. All of it.
He moves a little. Not closer, just enough to pull me off balance.
I came into your rooms, ate your food. Instead of cuckooing the usual poor sod with no one to miss him, we cuckooed you. I told the boys it was business because that's what they understand. But I brought them to your home for me. Not business. Personal.
And that's going to make things better for you, is it? I hear the anger in my voice. By hurting a child? He looks at the lock on the crypt door, then back at me.
When I was 7, Miriam told me pain makes you clean.
Something about Miriam's lessons is etched onto him. It can't just be chance that he's come here, playing out this little drama of vengeance and retribution in a chapel like the one Miriam inflicted on him as a child. Outside, the wind pushes hard, making the boards groan. You could stop now, I say. You could open that door and let us walk out of here. I know Miriam said that love is correction, but she was wrong.
Ah,
says John, smiling.
She mentioned she saw you this morning. Your visit must have been just before mine. Blessed are the dead which die in the Lord, she used to say. Well, she's finally got what she wanted.
For a second, the words don't land. Then the shape of them settles, and I feel a slow drop in my stomach, like missing a step in the dark. Oh, God, he's killed Miriam. He says it like he's reading a weather report. A cold chill runs through me. Perhaps he was watching as I went to her house. The fact that he's settling his old scores makes things feel even more perilous, more final. John's head tilts, listening. There's a sound then, small. Not the wind. It happens again, a scuff from below. My throat closes. John, I say, every nerve and fibre on high alert, please, open the door. He smiles, small and certain.
No.
I don't think about it. I just shout his name. Bobby! The sound bounces hard off the stone, too loud in the small space. I hear it echo back as if the building itself is mocking me. I wait, heart hammering. Then, faint and muffled, an answering call. Mummy! I can't move. I prepared myself for silence, for the worst, but not for this. The simple fact of his voice. Alive. Bobby, I'm here. I step towards the crypt, but in an instant John is right beside me, then blocking my path. No anger, no panic, just that same unnerving calm. John, please.
I told you I'd make it even,
he says.
and here we are.
You don't have to do this, I say. It isn't too late.
Oh, Charlotte.
He smiles again, that same calm, terrifying smile.
It was too late, a long time ago.
Chapter 49. Chain. I push past him. The boards over the crypt door are nailed flat, but one corner has warped with the damp. I wedge my fingers into the gap and pull. The wood creaks, but no matter how hard I tug, it won't give. A sound from behind the boards. A small, broken word. Mummy? Bobby! My voice cracks as I press my mouth to the gap in the wood. It's me! I'm here! I'm coming! There's no handle, no leverage, just splinters biting into the pads of my fingers. I yank at it until my nails bend back and the pain flares up my arm. John stands a few paces back, watching. His stillness is worse than anything he might do. He doesn't move to stop me because he doesn't have to. He's certain I can't open it without the key. Certain he's already won. It's hopeless. I let go of the boards and turn to him. Please, let him out. Take me instead. Whatever you think you need to do, leave him. Do it to me. He doesn't answer straight away, just the steady sound of his breathing, calm and deliberate, as if he's keeping time with the turbines outside. Then, almost gently, he says,
I thought about it, but that would be too easy.
The words echo against the stone, solid and final. It's the certainty in him, the way he's made peace with it, that's terrifying. John moves slowly, tracing the edge of the pews as if he's inspecting the workmanship. He stops in front of the altar and brushes dust from the surface with his palm.
Funny, isn't it? I spent my childhood trying to get away from churches. Now look at me.
He gestures around.
Can't seem to stay out of them.
He paces as he talks.
I don't believe what they believed. Not exactly. But you've got to admit, there's something in the idea of balance. For whatsoever a man soweth, that shall he also reap. Jacob used to make me copy it out till my hand cramped.
You're not them, I say. You don't have to be.
Don't I?
He smiles ruefully.
You think you can just walk away from the people who made you? What they did stains everything that comes after.
I try to keep my voice steady. You could stop it here. Right now. It doesn't have to go any further.
Miriam tried to beat the devil out of me. She used to say, God gives us all a chance to be clean. She told me that while she was holding me down.
He lets out a small laugh, breathy and hollow.
She thought if I prayed hard enough, the devil would come out through my skin.
I shake my head. It was wrong. What she did to you.
Not just her,
he interrupts. The cool leaves his voice.
Your father, too.
I can see the bitterness welling up in him. He doesn't just blame Miriam, he blames my parents for putting him there. His parents. And now he wants payback.
They say the sins of the fathers will be visited upon the children. You'd be amazed how deep that goes. It gets into your blood. It sits there, waiting.
He looks directly at me.
And they're right.
No, they're not. But you're repeating them, I say. You're proving them right.
Maybe,
he says quietly.
But at least I understand it now.
He turns to face me, the light from a crack in the boards cutting across his face.
This place is full of ghosts. You can feel them. The prayers baked into the stone. That's why I brought your boy here. It's a perfect full circle. Jacob and Miriam tried to save me with pain. Now I'll show you what that looks like.
The wind rises, pressing against the door, rattling the boards in the windows. No matter how damaged he is, surely he must have compassion for the 7-year-old boy he was, the boy Bobby is now. I know what they did to you. It's terrible. I'm sorry. But this isn't justice. It's the same cruelty passed on again. You said you hated them for what they did. Don't become them. He lifts his chin, eyes half closed, as if listening to a choir only he can hear.
An eye for an eye, Charlotte.
He shrugs, as if it's beyond his control. Then he turns back toward the crypt door, head slightly bowed, as though he's preparing for some sacred task. My mind blanks. I lunge for the crypt door again, hammering on the board with the flat of my hand, the sound echoing off the stone. "Bobby!" "Mummy!" The voice on the other side is high and breaking. John moves between us. I scan the space for anything within arm's length, a shard of wood, a piece of fallen board, but he's already stepping toward me. For a heartbeat, everything stops. Then, from behind us, the sound of movement, an awkward lumbering step on stone. John's eyes flick sideways. And there he is. Martin, one hand braced on the wall, the other dragging his injured foot behind him, his face grey with pain, but his eyes are fixed on John. None of us move. The only sound is the rasp of Martin's breath and the wind pressing at the chapel walls. He takes another step, scraping the moon boot over the uneven flags, every muscle trembling with the effort to keep upright. John's expression tightens, not quite annoyance, more a man interrupted mid-thought.
"Martin," he says, almost smiling, "you're looking well."
Martin doesn't give him a chance to go on. He throws himself forward straight into John, the movement clumsy, but sudden enough to knock him back a step. The sound when they collide is a grunt that seems to come from them both. "Martin!" They stumble against the altar rail. John recovers first, and what happens next is fast and vicious. He drives his elbow into Martin's chest, moving with the sickening ease of someone who's done this before, nothing wasted, nothing uncertain. Martin hits the floor hard, the boot twisting under him. I hear the breath leave him in a dry gasp. He tries to get up, but John kicks him in the ribs with incredible force, and he curls instinctively. It's not even rage. It's method. He looks down at Martin wheezing on the ground.
"You should have stayed in your lane, mate. You've had your turn. Now stay down."
I move before fear or reason can interfere. My hand goes into my coat pocket. The shape there is small and cold. John stands over Martin, his back to me. He doesn't see me coming. Everything slows. My hand finds his back, the rough coat under my fingers, the thin resistance of fabric giving way as the needle slides in. He makes a small sound, not pain exactly, more confusion, like someone searching for a word they can't remember. I feel the faint click of the plunger, the liquid disappearing into him. He spins round, eyes wide, but there's no violence in it, just surprise. He reaches behind him to the small of his back and pulls it out, then looks down at the syringe in his hand, puzzled, as if trying to work out where it came from. "It was me," I say. My voice is thin but steady. "I took that bag of heroin. Not Victor." The words hang in the air between us. For a second, I think it hasn't worked. His face stays the same pale focus, that slight tremor at the corner of his mouth. Then something changes in the rhythm of him. His breathing shifts. He gasps once, sharply, then again, Shallower this time.
Charlotte,
He says, but the name comes out thick and blurred, the consonants sliding apart. His hand moves to his chest, then drops away again, useless. The syringe slips from his fingers and hits the stone with a small, hollow tap. He looks at it like he's trying to recall what it's for. I can almost see it, the liquid spreading through him like dye in water, flooding his spine, coursing along vessels, down branching arteries into every corner of his body. Chemicals crossing membranes, cells folding like open flowers, nerves dimming, one switch at a time. The fury drains out of him. He blinks his heavy lids, trying to focus, but his pupils are massive and black, his stare glassy and unfixed. He sways, takes half a step, then another. A half-smile creeps across his face as if he'd seen something amusing beyond me. I move back, watching. He's still trying to speak, but the words dissolve as they reach his mouth. There's almost peace in him. The jaw unclenches. His shoulders drop. He looks strangely relieved. A kind of euphoria seems to wash over him, like a religious rapture. Then his eyes lose their hold on me, and he's gone. His knees buckle, and he collapses straight down, body folding in on itself. The back of his head hits the stone with a sound that turns my stomach. Silence. Dust rises in the air, catching the thin light leaking through the boards. I stay still, hand over my mouth. I don't trust my legs to hold me. When I move to him, it's automatic. I kneel, press my fingers to his neck. No pulse. Nothing. He's dead. His eyes are still open. For a second I expect them to flicker, but they don't. I don't feel triumph or elation. It's something smaller and colder. Relief. I look over to Martin. He's sitting against the wall, arm wrapped around his ribs.
I'm fine,
he says. I still have my fingers on John's neck where I've searched for a pulse, and then I feel something. It's tucked beneath his collar, a small metal loop against the skin. A chain. I tug it free. The chain slides out, heavy and damp with sweat, and at the end of it hangs a single key. I get to my feet. My hand is shaking so badly I have to steady it against the wall. I fit the key into the lock and it turns with a dry metallic scrape, reluctant at first, then freeing with a click. I pull at the edge of the board and it comes away with a brittle crack. A strip of light cuts through the dark, thin and sharp. "Bobby!" Nothing at first. Then a scuff of movement. A small, quick breath. "Mummy!" And then he's there. Hair matted, eyes wide, face streaked with dirt. He stands in the gap, uncertain, like he's not sure he's allowed. Then he runs straight into me. I catch him so hard we both fall backwards. His weight hits my chest and I don't care. I hold him, arms locked around him, face buried in his hair. "It's all right," I say. "You're all right. You're all right." I rock him without thinking, the way I used to when he woke from nightmares. Outside a sound builds, a low hum at first, then the rising noise of sirens. I tighten my grip on Bobby. His small heart is racing against mine. I don't look at John. I don't look at the floor. I just keep hold of Bobby and listen to the swell of the sirens and wind moving through the chapel, as if the building itself is exhaling. "It's over," I whisper, but I don't know if I'm saying it to him or to myself. Chapter 50. Secret. The barn doors are open wide to the courtyard, where the light is still thick and gold. It's late enough that beams fall long across the flagstones. The place looks exactly as it did before. The kitchen smells of summer and roast chicken. Martin glides from the worktop to the table, juggling bottles of wine like a magician, moving effortlessly now that the moon boot is gone. If you look carefully, you can still see a tiny limp where he's missing a toe, but his body will relearn balance and won't remember the trauma. "You'll drop them," I say.
Never.
He protests theatrically, wobbling for comic effect. He's back in his element, fizzing with energy, working again, sending chapters off to his editor. Blake and the Visions of the Infinite, or whatever it's called this week. Bobby comes padding in from the hall in his pyjamas.
"I like your new do,"
says Martin, pointing to Bobby's hair, which sticks up like a tiny haystack.
"I guess even rats need somewhere to live."
Bobby laughs and leaps up into Martin's arms. "Bedtime," I say. "But I wanted to stay up. It's the holidays. Please." He's already smiling because he knows it won't work.
"Have you cleaned your teeth?"
says Martin. Bobby grins and breathes right into his face. Martin reels backwards like he's been gassed.
"Dear God, you'll melt my fillings."
Bobby giggles and wriggles down. "Good, then bed," I say.
"Say good night to your cruel mother."
"Good night, cruel mother." "Good night, small delinquent." Bobby kisses both of us and pads out. When the door clicks shut, Martin looks at me and smiles.
"He's okay, isn't he?"
There's been a change in Martin these past few weeks. He's lighter, softer with Bobby. "Yes, he's okay," I say. "We're all okay." I guess John was right. Sometimes you have to lose something to understand the value of it. It's nearly a month since we got Bobby back home. Enough time for the bruises to fade and the police statements to be signed off. Enough time for the shock to settle into something like acceptance. The barn feels balanced again. Our son sleeping in his bed, the table laid simply, a linen runner, cut flowers from the garden. Martin sets out glasses, humming under his breath. Every so often he glances at the door like he can't believe guests are really coming, like we're being let back into the world.
"You've gone quiet,"
he says. "Just thinking."
"Dangerous habit."
He smiles, and I think maybe this is what survival looks like. Not grand celebration, not even relief. Just this, the quiet precision of normality returning, molecule by molecule. Voices float through the open door. Dan and Lisa, tanned and relaxed in their post-holiday glow.
"Hello, hello,"
sing-songs Dan, handing me a bottle of wine with the label half peeled off.
"Something Mediterranean,"
he says.
"Or possibly from Waitrose. I can't remember."
Martin takes it, squints at the label.
"It's from Essex."
"Near enough," says Dan. Rupert arrives next. He kisses me on both cheeks, then looks around the room.
"Ah, my favourite restaurant. How marvellous to see it open again."
Finally, Tiffany, sparkling and perfect, her trilling laugh filling the room, radiating warmth and merriment. They spread themselves through the kitchen like they own it, Rupert leaning against the counter, Lisa perching on a stool, Tiff passing round a bowl of olives, Dan fiddling with the music streamer until it plays something jazzy and unthreatening. It's ordinary and comfortable, the way good company is supposed to be. No one's watching their words, no one's scanning my face for signs of trauma. We're just people, talking.
"So,"
says Rupert, pouring himself a glass of wine.
"Poetic irony, isn't it?" "What is?"
says Martin.
"John, overdosing on his own supply. You can't write material like that. If you work in a sweet shop, you should never sample the sweets."
Martin smiles faintly.
"I don't think irony was his strong point."
The oven timer saves us. "The chicken," I say. The smell of roast garlic fills the room. Everyone settles, and the chicken's carved. The wine glows amber in the glasses. Outside, the light is beginning to shift, that last suspended brightness before dusk. The conversation moves on. from holidays to films to the absurd price of fuel. And just like that, we move away from John, just as the police did. They walk through the chapel like archaeologists, careful not to disturb the narrative they thought they already understood. They took samples, photographed everything, and came to a conclusion that made perfect sense. John overdosed. His own stash, his own needle. A story neat enough to stop asking questions. Martin and I have never spoken about it. He was half conscious on the floor, so perhaps he didn't see what I did, or if he did, he's chosen not to mention it. Sometimes you have to erase the abnormality that threatens the whole. Once things died down, I went back to work in Chester. I found a chemist not far off my route with a needle exchange. A small, bright shop on the high street with an NHS poster in the window. Safe returns. Anonymous drop-off. They had a metal box on the outside wall of the building. No names, no questions. The packet was heavier than I remembered. When it left my hand and hit the bottom of the box, it made a sound like something final. I imagined the surprise someone must have felt opening it to dispose of dirty needles and finding thousands of pounds worth of heroin. Still, they'll know what to do with it, and it's gone from here. Like John. Outside, the courtyard holds that slow fading light you only get at the end of July. The sky washed pale, the air still. Inside, the barn hums gently. Laughter, plates, music low enough to talk over. I used to think family was a fixed thing, an arrangement of people, solid as the house that held them, but it isn't. It shifts. It reforms. This little group here is a kind of family. My parents have gone, now I'm the parent. One day I might be a grandparent. The foundations stay, but the structure is constantly being reworked, adapted, altered, and extended. Or stripped back, replaced, forgotten. And maybe that's the point. Maybe that's the real legacy, not blood, not inheritance, but the sheer persistence of trying again. Rupert says something about dessert. Martin disappears to fetch it. Tiffany starts stacking plates. I let myself sit back, let the sounds blur into one long note of domestic life. And then, just as the quiet reaches its fullest point, I hear it, a pulse of music from outside. Low, rhythmic, steady. At first I think it's a passing car, but the bass keeps looping, heavy and synthetic, a low heartbeat under the night. Rupert tilts his head.
That's our delightful neighbours, poaching themselves in the bloody hot tub again.
Dan sighs.
It's Derek and Andy. I've heard worse.
Lisa rolls her eyes. It's 8 o'clock.
Closer to 9, says Martin, checking his watch. Prime time for cultural decline. Let's leave them to it. Crawled out from under their rock, continues Rupert. Now John's not about to put some manners on them.
I get up. I'll go. Martin half rises.
I'll come with you.
No need, I say. It's fine. I step out into the courtyard. The air is warm, still, almost syrupy. The last of the light hangs in the sky as a long pale ribbon above the fields. The bass grows louder as I walk up the lane, past the annex, past the hedges that separate us from the old farmhouse. The music thumps against the stillness, spilling out laughter, the fizz of voices carried on the air. When I turn the corner, the scene is a caricature of village decadence. The hot tub is a plastic cauldron of pink water and limbs. Angie and 2 other women, faces shining with Prosecco and heat, wave their glasses at something I can't see. Derek stands at a barbecue, wearing an apron printed with a cartoon woman in a bikini. His legs are the colour of raw sausages. When he spots me, he wipes his hands on a towel and saunters over, removing the apron to reveal an obscenely small pair of unflattering Speedos.
Charlotte, come for a dip?
Up close he smells of pork fat and beer.
Bit of fun, he says. You should try it. Life's short.
I don't mind fun, I say. Just not when it shakes the foundations. Derek grins wider.
Ah, that's right. Your little bodyguard's gone now, hasn't he?
He leans into me, lowering his voice.
If you don't like the noise, close your windows.
Behind him, Angie giggles with her friends, the bubbles frothing around her like pink champagne. I consider smiling and walking away, but instead I echo his posture and lean into him. You might think now John's gone, you can do what you like, I say softly, but you've no idea who you're dealing with. His grin slips.
Excuse me?
John and I were family, cut from the same cloth. I let the words hang. My voice stays level. So I suggest you turn the music down. He blinks, searching my face for irony and not finding any. I look down deliberately at his trunks, the unfortunate bulge of middle-aged bravado. Because if I have to come back, it won't just be your scrawny little dog that goes in the blender. Understood? His hands move instinctively to his crotch, a small protective twitch. The colour drains from his face. I give Angie a pleasant wave. Enjoy your evening. Then I turn and walk back down the lane. I can feel it, John's essence coursing through my veins. Before I've even taken 20 steps, the bass line dies mid-beat and the music drops to a whisper. Someone laughs awkwardly. Then even that sound fades. When I step into the courtyard again, the barn glows with candlelight and laughter. Martin meets me at the door, eyebrows raised.
Peace achieved?
Diplomacy works wonders, I say. Inside the room has settled into an easy evening of food and booze-fueled good humour. I sit down, pour myself the first glass of wine I've had in months.
Well done, Charlotte,
Rupert says, angling his glass at me.
I was worried we'd have to weaponise the creme brulee.
We move to the table, pass plates, find room for dessert we don't need. The surface chatter is light and silly. At one point, Tiffany takes my hand across the table and squeezes it. You really do look good, she says, searching for the right word. Settled. Thank you. I go to top up the water glasses and catch my reflection in the dark window. For a heartbeat, I don't recognise my face. John's steely eyes. Our father's eyes. My eyes. Not younger, not older, just steadier. Later, when the coffee is cooling, I lean in the open doorway and look out at the courtyard. The sky is still holding a little light. The stone of our beautiful barn keeps its heat. A moth taps once at the glass and veers away. The neighbour's garden is quiet. We have pressed the world back to the edges. Martin leans in beside me and rests his shoulder against the doorframe, mirroring my posture. He brushes my arm.
You all right?
I am, I say. It's simple and accurate. I used to believe being cured was a line on a graph. A point you reached and then you were done. Tonight feels different. I find myself thinking about my body, not how the consultants did with charts and numbers, but the way I picture buildings, systems carrying weight, forces moving through a structure, stresses finding release. I recall his bone marrow, how it was extracted, bagged, labelled, carried, how it entered me in a clear line, how I lay still and imagined what I couldn't see. I see it now as light moving through dark channels, finding rooms and corners never explored before. John's cells, moving through my cells. Cells speaking a language mine didn't yet know. I imagine my blood learning the grammar, absorbing the stranger until he wasn't a stranger anymore. A beam sistered to a beam so the span holds. A blueprint redrawn. He's gone, and he isn't. He's a part of me now. I carry him inside me like a secret. I turn back to the table. Martin is already passing plates. Tiffany moves leftovers to the fridge. Dan is insisting on washing up. Lisa is making more coffee. Rupert is arguing that dessert wine is a human right. The barn breathes. The night holds. And for once, there is nothing to do but live it. We hope you have enjoyed this production of The Family Secret by Caleb Crowe. Narrated by Siobhan Waring. Copyright 2026 by Caleb Crowe. Sound recording copyright 2026 by Tantor Media, Incorporated. Tantor is an RB Media audio brand. This recording is protected by copyright. Unauthorized copying, sharing, or distribution is prohibited. Thank you for listening. Discover audiobook giveaways, discounts, new releases, recommendations, and more from RB Media, the largest audiobook publisher in the world. Visit rbaudio.com.